tại Hội thảo cao cấp 2023 dẫn dắt tổ chức trong thời kỳ khủng hoảng do VietnamWorks Group tổ chức ngày hôm nay. Xin được gửi lời chào đến với tất cả các anh chị và tôi là Hồng Loan, người sẽ là MC đồng hành với tất cả các anh chị xuyên suốt chương trình ngày hôm nay. Kính thưa các anh chị, ông 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬 là một nhà truyền cảm hứng hàng đầu trên thế giới và ông có một câu nói rất ấn tượng. Đó là bạn có thể có được mọi thứ trong đời bạn muốn nếu bạn giúp đủ người khác đạt được điều mà họ muốn. Câu nói này đã truyền cảm hứng rất nhiều đến với đội ngũ của VietnamWorks cùng với sứ mệnh Empower Growth. Và đối với VietnamWorks thì chúng tôi coi niềm hạnh phúc của mình đó là việc lan tỏa giá trị và đồng hành cùng với tất cả quý vị cùng vượt qua những khó khăn thử thách và được nhìn thấy những người xung quanh của mình, những cộng sự của mình và tất cả các khách hàng của mình sẽ vượt qua những thử thách và có thể gặt hái được nhiều thành công và cùng nhau phát triển. Chúng tôi cũng rất thấu hiểu là trong giai đoạn hiện nay thì nền kinh tế đang có nhiều biến động. Vì vậy thì các doanh nghiệp cũng sẽ gặp phải rất nhiều những khó khăn thử thách. Và chúng tôi đã quyết định hợp tác độc quyền cùng với diễn giả quốc tế Tom Ziglar, một người con ưu tú của ông 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬, để tổ chức buổi hội thảo ngày hôm nay với chủ đề dẫn dắt tổ chức trong thời kỳ khủng hoảng. Và đó là lý do ngày hôm nay chúng ta có mặt ở đây cùng với nhau. Trước tiên thì Hồng Loan sẽ được giới thiệu những vị khách đặc biệt đại diện phía VietnamWorks Group có mặt trong chương trình ngày hôm nay. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu Mr. 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬, CEO của VietnamWorks Group. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Tăng Trị Trọng, Chief Sales Officer của VietnamWorks. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu bà Nguyễn Thị Vân Anh, Regional Sales Director của VietnamWorks. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu bà Phạm Thị Phương Khanh, Marketing Director của VietnamWorks Group. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu bà Đặng Trịnh Nhã Hương, Regional Director của VietnamWorks Search. Và Hồng Loan xin được hân hạnh chào đón toàn thể quý vị khách quý, các anh chị là khách hàng của VietnamWorks Group, VietnamWorks Search và VietnamWorks đang có mặt trong chương trình ngày hôm nay. Và trước khi bắt đầu chương trình ngày hôm nay thì Hồng Loan sẽ đi qua những hoạt động mà chúng ta sẽ đồng hành cùng với nhau. Đầu tiên, chúng ta sẽ có hội thảo với chủ đề Leading in Disruptive Times, dẫn dắt tổ chức trong thời kỳ khủng hoảng, được chia sẻ bởi diễn giả Tom Ziglar, CEO của 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬 Corporation. Diễn giả sẽ trình bày bằng tiếng Anh và chúng tôi có chuẩn bị headphone phiên dịch cho các anh chị trong trường hợp các anh chị có nhu cầu sử dụng để theo dõi buổi chia sẻ ngày hôm nay. Và nếu như trong suốt quá trình diễn ra chương trình, các anh chị có những câu hỏi, những thắc mắc, các anh chị có thể giúp Loan. Mình sẽ có hai cách để đặt câu hỏi. Cách đầu tiên là các anh chị sử dụng mã QR code ở trang thứ 3 trong cuốn sổ handout mà các anh chị đang có. Thì chúng ta sẽ có một mã QR code. Mình sẽ điền câu hỏi vào trong form này. Cách thứ hai là chúng ta sẽ có thể giao lưu trực tiếp cùng với diễn giả ở phần Q&A. Và Q&A sẽ được diễn ra ở phần cuối section buổi chiều ngày hôm nay. Buổi sáng ngày hôm nay, chương trình của chúng ta sẽ kết thúc vào lúc 12 giờ và chúng tôi sẽ mời tất cả các anh chị tham gia bữa trưa giao lưu doanh nghiệp tại tầng 3 sảnh Polos của Trung tâm Hội nghị Gem Center. Và buổi chiều thì chúng ta sẽ gặp lại nhau ở đây vào lúc 1 giờ 30 phút chiều là 13 giờ 30 phút và chúng ta tiếp tục theo dõi buổi hội thảo. Hồng Loan rất hy vọng là các anh chị sẽ nốt lại thời gian này để chúng ta có thể theo dõi trọn vẹn sự kiện ngày hôm nay. Phần hỏi đáp sẽ được diễn ra ở cuối chương trình. Sau đó thì chúng tôi sẽ gửi giấy chứng nhận hoàn thành khóa học cho quý anh chị tham dự cả hai buổi của chương trình ngày hôm nay ở khu vực phía bên ngoài. Ngoài ra thì chúng tôi sẽ luôn luôn chuẩn bị phần tea break ở sảnh ngoài để các anh chị có nhu cầu sử dụng thì mình cứ thoải mái thưởng thức các anh chị nhé. Và ngay bây giờ thì Hồng Loan sẽ được phép trân trọng kính mời ông 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬, CEO của VietnamWorks Group tiến lên sân khấu có đôi lời chia sẻ. I would like to invite Mr. 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬, CEO of VietnamWorks Group, come to the stage to share opening speech.
Hi, good morning.
Xin chào buổi sáng tất cả mọi người.
Good morning everyone. Xin chào mọi người. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, welcome to VietnamWorks exclusive workshop, Leading Disruptive Times. So, today, first of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you here today.
Xin được chào mừng tất cả các anh chị đang có mặt tại Hội thảo cao cấp 2023 dẫn dắt tổ chức trong thời kỳ khủng hoảng. Và lời nói đầu tiên thì tôi xin trân trọng được gửi lời chào trân trọng nhất đến với tất cả các anh chị đang có mặt trong sự kiện ngày hôm nay.
It can be seen, thank you. So it can be seen that in the past 3 years, there are many more challenges facing business that at any time in recent history in terms of supply chain management, stagnation, inflation, political issue, and then consumption reduction. These issues have forced business leaders to reorganize and restructure business, production processes, and human resource to minimizing the risk and the negative factors impacting business operations.
Có thể thấy là trong 3 năm qua thì các doanh nghiệp phải đối mặt rất nhiều thách thức trong hơn bất kỳ cái thời gian nào trong lịch sử gần đây. Bởi vì sự đình trệ của chuỗi cung ứng, lạm phát, giá năng lượng, tuyển dụng, các sự kiện về chính trị và giảm tiêu dùng. Và những vấn đề này buộc các nhà lãnh đạo doanh nghiệp phải sắp xếp cũng như là tái cấu trúc lại doanh nghiệp của mình, quy trình sản xuất, nguồn nhân lực để hạn chế tối đa rủi ro, những yếu tố tiêu cực tác động đến hoạt động kinh doanh.
Understanding the difficulty, we are pleased to collaborate with speaker and the author, Tom Ziegler, CEO of Zig-Ziglar Corporation, to organize this workshop, aiming to support leaders to be an effective coach leader and accompany business to overcome this challenging period.
Chúng tôi rất thấu hiểu những khó khăn mà các doanh nghiệp đang trải qua. Vì vậy chúng tôi rất hân hạnh được cộng tác với diễn giả quốc tế, tác giả Tom Ziegler, CEO của tập đoàn Zig-Ziglar, tổ chức buổi workshop dẫn dắt tổ chức trong thời kỳ khủng hoảng nhằm hỗ trợ các nhà lãnh đạo trở thành những nhà lãnh đạo khai vấn hiệu quả và đồng hành cùng doanh nghiệp vượt qua giai đoạn khó khăn này.
Moreover, after this session, we'd like to invite you to enjoy tea break and then luncheon, which will be a helpful and a wonderful networking opportunity to connect and then discuss further. And now, I'd like to introduce our speaker, Mr. Tom Ziegler, will share with us many insightful ideas about the topic leading in disruptive times.
Và trong buổi trưa ngày hôm nay thì tôi cũng mời tất cả các anh chị, chúng ta sẽ có một bữa trưa giao lưu kết nối doanh nghiệp cùng với nhau. Và ngay bây giờ thì tôi rất là vinh dự được giới thiệu diễn giả Tom Ziegler của chúng ta, người sẽ chia sẻ với chúng ta nhiều ý tưởng sâu sắc về chủ đề dẫn dắt tổ chức trong thời kỳ khủng hoảng.
So once again, thank you very much for your trust over 21 years, and please enjoy your wonderful day. Thank you very much. Xin cảm ơn.
Một lần nữa xin được chân thành cảm ơn sự tin tưởng của quý vị trong suốt 21 năm qua và chúc quý vị có một ngày thật tuyệt vời. Xin chân thành cảm ơn. I want to say thank you for your insightful speech. Và sau đây không để mọi người phải chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, Hồng Loan xin phép được giới thiệu diễn giả của buổi hội thảo ngày hôm nay, ông Tom Ziegler, CEO của Zig-Ziglar Corporation. Xin mọi người dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để chào đón diễn giả. Let's welcome our speaker, Mr. Tom Ziegler.
Thank you so much. It is an honor and a blessing to be here today. I've traveled a long way through Australia to get here. And Mr. Trong and your team, just amazing. The workbook that's been created for you, I just want you to know that there were countless hours that went into that. So it's a great resource for you as we go through this together. I just have a question for everybody in the room as I get started. How many of you here today have ever seen me before, or else this is your first time? Could I see your hands? That should be everybody, right? Yes, we're going to have some fun today, some humor. I have another question for you. I'm going to ask a lot of questions as we go through this. How many of you believe that there's something you could do in your personal life, your family life, or your business life that would make things worse in the next 7 days? How many of you believe there's something you could? All right. Second question. How many of you believe there's something you could do in your personal life, your family life, or your business life that would make things better in the next 7 days? All right. Well, here's what you just said to yourself. You don't even realize it. In your own mind, you said you have the power to make things better or worse, and the choice is yours. That's an amazing power that you have. And so as we go through today, I want to specifically talk to you about the power that you have in your own leadership, the power that you have to choose to become the leader that automatically reflects leadership to your people, leading by example in such a way that your people, the people that you work with, it could be your family, could be your coworkers, they want to perform. They want to do well because you set such an incredible example. And this comes out of the book, 10 Leadership Virtues for Disruptive Times. So as we go through the workbook, we're paralleling much of the book. The only challenge is that we have 2 days worth of information to get done in 1 day. And one of the things that I did is I created some videos, and you will have access to a resource page where you can watch videos that will cover some of the things that we don't have time to go in today. I wanted you to have every resource available. Is that okay? Is that good? All right, so we have that. And you'll see on some of the workbook pages, you'll see there's a lot of detail, there's a lot of information. And when you look at that, that's for you to review. That's for you to take back and use over and over and over again, because I want you to think about that today is the day where you made a choice to grow yourself as a leader so that your legacy will ripple through eternity. That feels good, doesn't it? Because when you lead people correctly, their impact, it goes on generationally. And so when we become the right kind of leader and we do that with our people, it has a huge impact. The course today, there's 3 main things we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about first, the mindset of a leader. The way we should view disruption. How many of you, raise your hand if you've experienced disruption in the last 3 years? We should get 100%. If you did not experience disruption, I need to know what you do, right? Because it's all around. COVID came, and this book is actually because of COVID. In March of 2020, when it hit in the United States and we shut down and the world shut down, I started studying specifically how business changed, how leadership needed to change in order to support our business. So for 3 years now, I've been on the trail talking to leaders all over the world about what is different about leading our people now. And there's a new thing coming. Have you all heard of artificial intelligence? AI, ChatGPT. Is anybody kind of nervous about that? Like, what's that going to do? Well, this is what it's going to do. It's going to create more disruption. And I believe that disruption is simply a way for us to serve. When people are disruptive, it gives us more opportunity to pour into them, to meet where their needs are. And people are going to be looking to leaders to say, what do we do in all this change? So that's the first segment. And then after the first break, we're going to get into the virtues. And there's 10 virtues that are in the book. And today we're going to cover 4 of the virtues. So the other 6 virtues are on that resource page that I talked about. Now, here's what I believe is this. Everybody says, all the experts say, you should love your people. But nobody tells you how. How do you love someone? The 10 virtues is how you walk out that love. And so the virtues of kindness and respect and humility and positivity and all the things that we talk about, when you demonstrate those to your team, and by the way, to yourself, that's how you love somebody. And so we're going to go into that. We're going to give you some practical action steps that you can take to go and share that. And then the last section, we're going to close up, and I'm going to give you what we call the intentional coaching conversation. How many of you have team members on your team? Raise your hand if you have somebody who reports to you. Okay, wow, that's just about everybody in here. And the people who work for you as the leader, is it your responsibility to help them be successful? Raise your hand if that's your responsibility. Sometimes I get in trouble for this statement. I will tell leaders, it's your responsibility to pay your people more money. Do y'all agree with that? But there's another angle. I can only pay you more money if your performance goes up. If your contribution to the business results in growth or profit or efficiency or something else, well, then we can pay you more money. And so as leaders, as we develop our people, that's what we really got to focus on, is how do I make each person on my team more effective in what they do? Now, the intentional coaching conversation is designed to do just that. That's what it's meant to do. Because when you ask coaching questions to someone, like you say something like, so what attitude could you demonstrate that would make you more effective in your job role? That person has to answer that question. And by answering that question, they take ownership of that answer. And so we're going to go through a whole series, a 5-step formula of how you can coach and develop your people. Does that sound fair? All right, so how many of you have ever heard of Zig Ziglar? All right, that's about 15% of the room. Well, Zig Ziglar was my father, and I just want to give you some background on him. He wrote 45 books. He traveled the world. He's impacted so many people. But maybe this quote right here is his most famous quote. You can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. I want you to think about that quote for a second. You can have everything in life you want if you will help enough other people get what they want. How many of you agree with that? Raise your hand. It's generosity, isn't it? It's doing something for someone else and then something comes back. So now I want to get personal. I want you to write down, what do you want? I'm going to ask 3 questions, okay? So what do you want? So you can do this on the page right next to the 2 things, wherever you want in your notes. There's not a slide in there that shows this. Just at the very beginning, you can write it down. So I want you to write down 2 or 3 things that you want. What is it that you want? Go ahead, write it down. And it could be, I want to get out of debt. I want to leave a legacy. I want to impact the people on my team. I want to have good family relationships. But I want you to write down what you want. Because I want to show you how when you know what you want, it allows you to serve your people better. I mean, I'd like respect, but I have to earn that, right? So you can have everything in life you want. Now you've written down some things you want. If you help enough other people get what they want. So now I want you to write down the people who you've got to help get what they want. It could be your partner. It could be your leader who you report to. It could be your customer in the marketplace that you serve. It could be your family, your kids. So this is what I want. And now, who are the people that we've got to go and serve to help them get what they want? Has everybody written a few down? I'm trying to set the stage because leadership is an inside job. Leadership happens between our ears. Leadership comes from the heart, right? It's who we are. One thing I love about the younger generation, the generation that's grown up on the internet and social media and all these different things, is they have eyes that can see the mask, right? Young people know when somebody's faking it. Do y'all agree with that? Right? Yeah, they do. They see it. And so some people say to me, they say, Tom, I was in a leadership group, and they said, is it hard? Are young people hard to lead? They even, in the United States, they use the word, are they entitled? We were talking earlier, are they impatient, right? They want it now. And this is my view. I think they expect more out of leaders because they've seen bad examples, right? So if we're going to grab young people and help them grow, if we're going to lead a team who all age groups, we've got to be that example. So now you've written down what I want, who I have to serve. Now here's the question, the people, right? How am I going to do that? How am I going to do that? What do I want? Who do I need to serve? How am I going to serve them? What do I want? Who do I serve? And how am I going to serve them? Coach leadership combines all three of those things. Does that make sense? Are we good? All right, so a little bit about our family. This is my father on Facebook. We're up to 7 million fans on Facebook. That's a lot of people, isn't it? So does anybody want to guess why we have so many people? Anybody want to, why do so many people follow Zig Ziglar? What is it that they want? Shout it out. Any thoughts? How about this? When I was a little boy, I said, Dad, what do we do? What do you do? And he said, son, we sell hope and encouragement. How many of you believe that people need hope now more than ever? Yeah, that's what people want. That's the world. They come to you as the leader and they say, gosh, I'm not sure what the future holds. I'm nervous about this. There's all this disruption. Our family got, messed up and my job has changed and I'm looking for a new place. And as a business, you're trying to hire in the best people for your organization and the world's going like this. But when they meet with you, what they want to hear is hope. Hey, you know what? Stick with this. Here's our vision. This is where we're going. So that's what it's all about. So the book, when it came out, it kind of went across the world. And there's a group called Abstract, and they voted it one of the top 10 books in leadership for 2022. And I said, well, who's Abstract? And they said, well, there's 10 million members in there. And they voted it one of the top leadership books. And so it's resonating everywhere. So I want you to know what you're getting is the good stuff. When my father spoke, he impacted over 250 million people. 45 books. When he spoke, the average audience size was 12 to 15,000 people in a room. And so his books, his speeches, all these things. And what I'm telling you is that what he was speaking about 50 years ago, 25 years ago, 15 years ago, is still true today, and it will be true 25 years from now because it's the truth that never changes. The virtues, the values, the way we treat each other, those things never change. And then I wanted to introduce you to my family. Oh, the lady in the top right-hand corner, that's my mom. Does anybody know what Dad called my mom? He called her the redhead. She was a decided redhead, meaning that one day she decided to be a redhead. Mom passed away about 5 years ago. My father said this. He said, you would have never heard of Zig Ziglar if it wasn't for the redhead. And so that's the legacy that I grew up in, is a man and a woman got together and they were married for over 60 years. And they lived out this legacy. And then that's our whole family there together. My daughter is standing next to my mom. That's my wife. Chachis, she's from Mexico. And then my two sisters. And then that picture on the bottom, that was the last time we were out as a family. My father, at the end of his life, he had Alzheimer's. That's hard. And so that was a fundraiser. We were going to a fundraiser. And I want you to look at that picture because the photographer came to the table and the photographer said, can I take your picture? And where do you look when the photographer says, can I take your picture? The camera. So where is my father looking? At my mom. And so every time I see this picture, this is what I think. You can tell the quality of a man's heart by where his eyes are focused. Right? It just resonates. And ladies, the same thing. You can tell the quality of a woman's heart by where her eyes are focused. And as leaders, that's what we need to know. That's what we need to understand. And I just wanted you to know that leadership is a legacy, right? It's something that passes on, that we do, and that it goes through that. And of course, this is my wife and my daughter, Alexandra. And that's my grandpuppy. That's Charlie. And my daughter, she got married 2.5 years ago. So if you're a father in here and you've had a daughter married, raise your hand. Right? Anybody? Okay, we got a few, right? Your daughter got married. Now, our custom is that the young man, his name is Zach. Zach is 6'5". He played college football. So the custom is the young man comes to the father-to-be, the father-in-law, that's me, before we get married, and he asks for your daughter's hand in marriage. He asks for permission. So Zach comes to me, and he comes into the door. He's been in our home many times. We really love Zach, and he comes in, and he says, Mr. Ziglar, I'm sure Alexandra has told you what I want to share with you. And I said, yes, Zach, she did, because I am playing the father. I look at his hand, this huge young man, his hand is shaking. So I'm eating this up. So I say, Zach, let's sit down. And he looks me in the eye and he says, Mr. Ziglar, as you know, I love your daughter and I want your permission to marry her. And I said, Zach, I just have one question. And he says, Mr. Ziglar, what is your question? And I said, Zach, can you support a family? And he looked me in the eye and he said, yes, sir, I could support a family. And I said, fantastic, because including Alexandra, there's 3 of us. Yes, I love this. So family is what it's all about. So in leadership, if we're going to lead in the workplace, we're also going to lead at home. And so now let's get into the program. We have the program laid out to where there's 3 main components. There's the mindset, which is the first section, and then there's the 10 virtues. And the 10 virtues go around in a wheel, right? All the virtues interconnect. Humility and looking for the best and kindness and respect and selflessness. If you have one of these virtues, you have the other virtues. And then as the leader, we've got to exude those virtues. And then the intentional coaching conversation. So you'll see this wheel over and over. But I wanted to give you kind of a top-down view from the business perspective. This is what I call the business map, okay? So map stands for MAP, stands for maximum aligned performance. So when we bring people into our organization, we want maximum aligned performance. We want everybody from top to bottom, no matter what job role they play, no matter what departments they relate to. If we work in HR, we're bringing somebody in new, we want them to see the vision of the business. We want them to understand the responsibility and what we expect. We want them to know the learning and education and skills that they've got to grow, and we've got to get them performing. And so how do we do that? So this Venn diagram, the top left-hand circle, this is what I've noticed. In studying top performers, how many of you like to hire top performers? That's what it's all about. So if you want to figure out how to hire top performers, this is a great place to start. Top performers work for businesses that have vision, values, and virtues. If I'm a top performer, I want to know where the business is going. I want to know the difference we make in the community. I want to know how we serve people. I want to work for a cause bigger than me. I want to fall asleep at night after a long day of putting in 100%, knowing that I did good and that the people I empowered and worked with, that they grew because of my impact. And then I want to be treated with the values and the virtues. So in our market, top performers are in high demand. A top performer can work anywhere. If you get the reputation of producing results, of growing people, of making a difference, then you can pretty much work anywhere. Is that the same here? Is that, yeah, if you have that reputation. And so top performers, they want to work for a company that treats each other with vision, which we already said, and the values and the virtues. They want to be treated in a certain way. And if they're not, they will leave. Now, I know where you work now is perfect, right? Everybody agree? You're the business you work in, it's perfect. There are no issues. There's never any trauma. Everybody's on the same page. Everybody agrees because that's where you work, right? Y'all agree with that? No, I'm little humor there. Top performers know that they have the opportunity to go anywhere. And so the way you keep top performers is you build your life on the virtues. The top right-hand square is people all across the world, they want to know that their compensation, what they earn, is in line with their contribution. Does that sound fair? That when you contribute, when you go the extra mile, when you do a good job, when you develop yourself, when you grow accounts, when you improve in everything that you do, that over time, your position and your contribution is going to go up. Does that make sense? Yeah. And so top performers, they love the virtues and the values. They want a vision. And when they win, when they do good, they're recognized for it. This new one has really come out. It's not new, but it's really been made apparent, and that's quality of life. Has anybody noticed that quality of life has had some challenges in the last 3 years? We're going to go into some statistics in a little bit, but it's everywhere. And so top performers, they like quality of life, right? They want to have good relationships at home. They want physical health. Mentally, they want to be strong. They want to have, peace of mind when they sleep. They want to know that, life is good, because as soon as that goes off and is a challenge. So as a leader, we have to really focus in and pay attention to our people's quality of life. We have to build a relationship that's as simple as, hey, how are you going? How's your family? How's your health? How are you doing in progress towards a goal? Because when somebody believes that their leader cares about their quality of life, it changes the relationship. And then the fourth circle there is goals and growth. Here's a powerful thing. Does anybody get frustrated with having to motivate your people? Like you feel like every time you come in, you've got to motivate people, you've got to get them excited. Anybody have that challenge? Nobody has that challenge? Okay, we got a couple over here. How many of you are never going to raise your hand? Could I see your hand? Yeah. And so one of the questions we get is, how do we get people to be self-motivated? How do we get people to come in with energy and excitement and just do it? And the reality is that that's an intrinsic thing. As a leader, I can only motivate my people so much, but at the end of the day, I need my people to know how to motivate themselves. Oh, when you've got a self-motivated top performer living out vision and virtues, excited about the future, enjoying life, you've got somebody who's pretty close to unstoppable. They're going to make it happen. And so what we've discovered is that the way we motivate people is through goals and growth. If somebody's growing towards a goal, then that motivation comes from the inside out. And so that's why the intentional coaching conversation that we're going to get to at the end is so important, because we create a track record of their growth. And when somebody sees they're growing, they're more effective, they're growing, they're more effective, they're hitting their goals, they're achieving things in their personal and professional life, their motivation comes from the inside out. It takes them to that next level. And so, gosh, that's just the overview. And then, do y'all remember when everything changed? When did Vietnam feel the impact of COVID? What year was that? Or was it 2020? April? Is that about right? March? What changed in your business life? Did everybody work from home for a while? Everybody wore masks? Yeah. I remember after we shut down in the United States, I got a text. And one day I got 5 companies text me. And they said, Tom, we no longer need you to speak at our event. I was the most unpopular speaker in the world. And then I looked outside and I said, everybody in the world is going through this at the same time. And so I started studying, well, how do we address that? So did we panic? Did we pivot? Did we do both? I did both. First, I got really upset. What does this mean? What's the future of our business? What about my family? What about my obligations? What about my team? What am I going to do next? And then it was all of a sudden, well, people need our message more now more than ever. People need to hear words of encouragement. They need a strategy and a plan. And so I quickly shifted into, how do I serve these people? Well, the disruption is coming. It's going to be even greater. And disruption creates opportunity. Now, a lot of people call this a problem, okay? But let me share with you, I believe it's opportunity. So look at this. Opportunity, where do we find it? We find opportunity in the center of disruption, mindset, and atmosphere. This is where we find opportunity. So disruption, I said earlier, disruption, it causes problems. And this is the way my mind works. When there's a problem, that gives me an opportunity to serve. Did your customers have more problems because of COVID? Raise your hand if your customers had more problems because of COVID. So all of a sudden, you could serve more people. Did the people on your team have more problems because of COVID? Yeah, they did. So you could serve more people. And so the more disruption there is, the more opportunity. So we got to switch that. So that means our mindset's got to be right. We got to embrace the disruption that's coming. When new changes come, when the world stage changes, when artificial intelligence and ChatGPT and all those things start coming in and they start disrupting the way we do life and business, we've got to jump in and understand that we embrace this. And finally, there's atmosphere. So what do I mean by atmosphere? Atmosphere is the environment that you create for your people. Okay, so this morning at 3:20 a.m., I woke up because there was an atmosphere. You see, working with the team here, all the Zoom calls, all the emails, all the pre-work, I was excited to be here, right? I wanted to come in. And so I got here a little early. I got here at 6:30 because the atmosphere was pulling me in. And so for your people, when you pour into them, when you speak truth and life and hope into them, and you tell them that, hey, my role is to help you be more effective tomorrow than you are today. My role is to help you grow. My role is to help you get clarity on where you want to go, the problems you want to solve. That draws people in. People don't need an alarm clock to wake up anymore because they're excited about their future. They want to come in. And so we create that atmosphere. But this disruption, wow, it's all around us. AI, 5G, VR, quantum. Anybody study quantum computing and what that's about to do? It's like 1 trillion times faster. Yeah, you raised your hand. It's like, I can't even get my head around that number. And now they're going to have flying cars. I wonder what the streets out here would look like if all the motorcycles flew. That would be something, wouldn't it? All this disruption is coming. And so what do? Well, we've got to embrace it. So we got to ask the right questions. What is this disruption going to do to my people? Remember the what, the who, our people, and how are we going to serve them? Gosh, what does this disruption do to my people, my customers? Gosh, how can I help them? And then we've got to create a vision for the future. So a lot of businesses, they're stuck. They're saying, this is what we've always done, but the world is changing so fast, I don't know what to do next. And so we got to create this vision, and then we build relationships on the virtues, and we recognize that quality of life equals quality of work. So here's the coach leader. So everybody write down coach leader in your notes. One of the things, not every PowerPoint slide is in your workbook. There was actually not enough trees in the forest to put every slide in the notebook. A lot of slides. So as a coach leader, there's 3 things that I want you to be thinking about. So we're going to talk about different types of leadership in a minute, but I want you to start putting on the mindset of I'm a coach leader. And the first thing that a coach leader recognizes is they bring the right mindset to the room. I'm going to embrace disruption. I'm going to create an atmosphere of encouragement and hope. And then I'm going to walk out the 10 virtues. And I'm going to have the intentional coaching conversation. And I want to have a little bit of discussion on this. So as I studied the business challenges, I even asked ChatGPT. Does anybody here use ChatGPT? Do a little bit in it? Yeah, so I went to ChatGPT and I said, what are the challenges that businesses are having today because of all the disruption? And it gave me this long list. And so what I did is I compiled that list, I went out to my resources, and I said, this is the number 1 business challenge today. Attracting, developing, and keeping top performers who develop into coach leaders. So how many of you like to promote from within? Do you like to develop your own leaders? Anybody here? Yeah, we all do that. And so we want to bring on somebody. We want to attract a potential top performer or somebody who's already a top performer. We develop them into a top performer, and then they raise their hand and they want to move into leadership. So we want to attract, develop, keep, retain top performers who become coach leaders who then do the same thing. So I'd like to take a little pause right here. And I would like to get your feedback on this. So think for a second. Does anybody have a thought or a question on this comment? Do you agree with this? Do you need more clarification? And if you have that, just raise your hand and we'll call on you. Some people's hands are going like this. Anybody have a comment you want to do? Do you agree with this? So you're nodding your head yes. All right. So what are you doing now to attract, keep, and develop top performers? What's the question that you want to ask me in regards to this? All right.
So I have a question for
Yes.
you.
I'm here on your left-hand side, I think so. Yeah. So I agree with the statement that is very important for us to attract and, kind of top performer. That's, I think everyone in this room want to get the top performer out in the market, and it's rare. So regarding to that statement, I just want to ask a question. How could you identify and, kind of navigate who is the top performer and who have the characteristic or the trait to become the coach leader who could lead the company through the disruptive times like this?
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you talking about somebody who's already on your team?
Yeah. But I know there are a lot of, throughout the year, the definition of a good leadership changed as well. So now we have disrupted time, the trait to become, leader in this kind of changing time also changed. So it's not only have a good heart or, strategic mindset, but now you need more than that.
Right.
So throughout the year, the change of leadership also changed, and the quality of leadership also changed. So how could we find out who could be the right one for us to invest and to retain and keep and develop them to become the next, kind of coaching leader? Yeah.
How many of you like that question? That's a great question, isn't it? I mean, that's an amazing question. I mean, that's ultimately why we're here today. And so when we get into the intentional coaching conversation, it's going to go into detail on that. But here is the simple answer to that. So I'm jumping ahead. Okay, I love questions because now we get to talk about what you want to talk about. It becomes interactive. And so in the intentional coaching conversation, there are 5 steps. And the first step is there's somebody on your team, and you think they might have potential as a high performer, right? But you're not sure. They haven't really established themselves yet, or you know that there's maybe some potential, but they haven't really gone all in on it. And so the first step is you lay the foundation, and you ask them what they want. Hey, you've been here for a year, you've been here for 3 years, 6 months, whatever. And I've never sat down with you and said, tell me what you want. Do you want a promotion? Where do you want to go in your career? If you're in sales, would you like to earn more money? There's all different positions in a business. And so you ask them why they want it. And I'm giving it to you quick so you can get a glimpse of it for later on. Then the second, so they tell you what they want. Now, a lot of people are pretty closed. They'll say, they won't tell you what they want, right?
Or they don't know.
Or they don't know. And so this is where a coach leader asks really good questions. Well, I don't really want anything. Oh, really? You've never wanted to travel? Well, I kind of would like to travel a little bit. Well, if you could go anywhere, where would that be? Right? Is there anything else? Oh, yeah, well, I guess I would like to get out of debt, or I'd like to buy a new vehicle or whatever, right? These are small wants. But the reality is, to build a relationship, you got to start with where people are. They're not going to tell you, oh, yeah, I want to build an empire and, do all these different things right out of the gate. You've got to build them up. And so they say, yes, I'd like to get an advancement. I would like to get a promotion. Then you ask them why. Why do you want that? And again, they may not know why. And so we have a lot of questions that help you get clarity in their why. We have a lot of things that you can ask them that will help them to reveal what's on their heart. And let's just say that they say, well, the reason I want that promotion is because my family, I want my kids to go to school, and I want to send them to a nicer school. Oh, well, that's fantastic. Well, write that down. So they want the promotion so that they can send their kids to a better school. Is it okay if I help you create a plan that does that? Would you like that? So now I'm sitting next to them, And I'm saying, well, let's send your kids to a better school. What does that look like? And they're like, well, I don't know. And I said, well, okay, so I asked them a question. Well, what attitude in your job role could you show that would make you more effective? And they start thinking about how their attitude impacts what they do. And then I ask them the next question. Okay, what effort could you do that would make you more effective? What skills could you learn and use that would make you more effective? And I'm cheating to the end here because of the question, but I'm not telling them what I think they should do. I'm asking them what they think they should do. Now, this is important. As a leader, it's important to know what your people say and don't say. Let me say that again. What they don't say is just as important as what they do say. So you will learn very quickly how educated, how knowledgeable this person is in what it takes to be successful. And this gives you a lot of information. And then you go and you ask this follow-up question. So that was step 3. What could you do? What performance could you improve? Step 4 is we co-create the plan. So you said that your attitude, if you were more whatever they said, or your skill is that you can improve. You ask them, how are you going to develop that in yourselves? How are you going to show that attitude? How are you going to build that attitude in yourselves? And, my recommendation on attitude, if they say, well, I want to be, more positive, I want to be more friendly, I want to have a smile, I want to be engaging, I would, maybe they want to listen to Zig Ziglar or read some inspiring books or whatever, right? But you don't tell them, they tell you. And every time they tell me something, I say, write that down. Write that down. And by the end of that conversation, there's a plan that they've given you, that you've co-created this plan. And here's how you tell. It's this last question. Is it okay if I hold you accountable to your plan? It's not something I told them to do. It's something they created. Is it okay if I hold you accountable to your goal? Because what just happened is a transference of ownership. A lot of times people come into the business and all they think is, well, I'm just going to take direction and my leader's going to tell me what to do and I'm just a robot and I'm just taking orders and, there's not a lot of initiative. They're not really thinking ahead. But when they have a plan that creates in their life what they really want, people get excited. And then here's the key part there. Let's say they don't take action on that. If they're not going to take action on their own plan, it's going to be hard to get them to take action on your plan, isn't it? But we have to find their why. So I'll tell a story here. We went to this company, sales company, okay? So we do a lot of sales training. And this company, I was working with the VP of sales. And we put a big proposal. It was a lot of money to train all of their salespeople. And I said, what do you want the result of this program to be? And he looked at me and he said, Tom, I want to increase our revenue 10%. And I said, wow, that's really good. Why? See what I said? I said, what do you want? Why? And he said, because your program's really expensive and we got to pay for it. And we both laughed, and I said, okay, that's good, but really why? And he said, well, if we grow by 10%, we all keep our jobs, we get bonuses. And then he said something else. He said, next year, I want to grow another 10%. And I said, well, why do you say that? And he said, well, if we grow 10% the first year, we're going to be even better at it the next year, so we're going to grow another 10%. I said, well, what happens if you grow another 10%? He said, oh, we're going to get bonuses, we're going to keep our jobs, and he said, and I get to pay off my house. And so I looked at him and I said, well, why is that important? He says, well, when I pay off my house, I can now build my lake house. And I said, well, why is that important? And this is when his whole demeanor changed. He said, Tom, when I build my lake house, my grandchildren will come over and play. And his smile and his body language, everything changed. And so I knew that my role in serving him wasn't to deliver a great sales training program. It was to help him play with his grandkids. Did y'all see the difference in that? It's an emotional connection. Great question. Was that okay? Was that a good answer? Y'all okay with that? Before we move on, is there any other questions? Do you have a follow-on question? Are you good? Okay, you're good. Anybody else? All right. Let's keep going. So what is the mindset that we're talking about? Well, mindset. This is between my ears. This is how I look at everything that's going on. And when I think of mindset, I think of the golfer Tom Watson. Has anybody here play golf? I saw a couple of courses flying in. Anybody? Okay, so this is a non-golfing audience, okay? How many of you follow sports? We got some sports people in the room. Okay, so good. So you'll understand it. So Tom Watson won 8 major championships. So in the world of golf, if you win one major, that means you are set. You're an elite player. You're the best of the best, the whole world. There's a lot of financial benefit. Tom Watson won 8. And in all the history of the game, there's less than a dozen who've won as many as Tom Watson. So he's one of the greatest players of all time. Now, he won 5 Open championships in the British Open. And the journalist was interviewing him. They said, Tom, how did you win so many Open championships? And this is what he said. Bad weather. So golf is played outside. And the journalist said, what do you mean bad weather? And he said, well, I'm an elite golfer. And he said, when I enter into a tournament and there's 125 players and I'm playing well, I only have to beat 20 of them. That's how good he is. He said, but when the weather's bad, I only have to beat 5 of them because the weather takes the competition mentally out of the game. Did y'all see that? And so they asked him, they said, well, how do you prepare for the British Open, which is known for the worst weather, sleet and wind and cold and temperature change and all this stuff? And Tom Watson looked at him and said, I pray for rain. That's how I prepare. And so as a coach leader, I want you to change your mindset to embracing disruption. Like your strategic advantage is the more disruption there is in the world, the better you and your team and your business is going to do, right? Because we're always learning and growing. We're bringing the answer. We're bringing that response. And so what does that mean? We create hope. Hope is the foundation for change, because if your people are like, well, what's going to happen if this happens and that happens, but you're always telling them, hey, we love disruption because we're learning and growing all the time, then that gives them hope. And when you give somebody hope, they'll step out and try. And then we got to create the future that we see. Oh. So I'm going to reach over here and grab a bottle of water. So this bottle of water right here, this is physical. Okay, I can hold it, right? I can touch it. I can open it. I can taste it. Everybody's getting a drink of water now. Yeah. But before this bottle of water was physical, it was spiritual. Somebody had to think, I want a bottle of water. Right? Whoever created this bottle of water, they had to think, I want a bottle of water. I want it this size. I want these colors on the label. I want it this shape. And then they had to write that down. They had to send it to the manufacturer. They had to call out and reach somebody, and then that bottle of water becomes a physical product. Well, in our life, it's the same way. In our business, it's the same way. We've got to create a vision for the future before it exists. We got to show our team this is what we're growing to. And when you're coaching that person one-on-one and they start telling you their why and what they really want, if you start pouring into that, they can start to see that. Oh yeah, I can get that. I can move there. I can become this. And when that hope gets born, then they can go to that next level. So look at this. The way you see your future determines your thinking today. So if I've got a good view of the future, my thinking is positive. And your thinking today determines your performance today, right? Because our thinking, our attitude, that has a huge impact on our performance, and our performance has a large bearing on the future that we create. And so when you take the time to work with somebody on your team and you help them create the future, then that changes everything. So I see a bunch of people flipping around. I believe we are on page, just about to get to page 8. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay, we got another question.
Sorry, on the question, I have a lot of questions because you mentioned hope.
Right.
So I'll challenge that by the things that stop people from moving and dealing with disruptive time is fear.
Fear.
So how you deal with the fear of people? But because I think one of the most the most important factor that making you resistant to change was fear. At the end of the day, you have a lot of fear, and then that create a lot of kind of hesitant to moving to a new things that you are feeling that is so uncertain, so high complexities, and that stop a lot of people from moving forward. So how you create hope for people that have a lot of fear within them.
Right. So as a leader, as a coach leader, we're inspiring our people to do a little bit more, to go the extra mile, to see the possibility, to step into something they haven't done before. And as an individual, they might be saying, well, I've never done that. What if I mess up? Right? What if I don't make the cut? What if it goes wrong? It's fear. And we have an acronym for that in English. Fear stands for false evidence appearing real. Right? So they're believing something that's not true, but it's still holding them back. So that's because of belief. Their self-image, their belief, their mindset says, I can't do that. So as a coach leader, what we got to do is we got to drive out the fear. Right? We got to give them the hope. And so they might say, well, I think I should do this, but I don't really think I can. Well, I would ask them the question, why do you think you can? What if you tried it and it was successful? What if you didn't try it? And what if you tried it and it didn't go so well? Because those are the three options, right? Well, we know that if somebody's unwilling to grow, unwilling to learn, what happens to them? They get left behind. So we know that's not the answer. So here is a Zig Ziglar quote for you. Anything worth doing is worth doing poorly until you learn to do it well. So, anything worth doing is worth doing poorly until you learn to do it well. Okay? So their fear is a lack of confidence. Where does confidence come from? It comes from competence. When I'm competent, when I'm good at something, I'm confident. Well, where does competence come from? Experience, learning. So of course you're not going to be good at it. And you know what? That's okay. This is a safe place to not be good at something. I'm going to walk with you step by step. We're going to grow your skills. We'll get you the training and education you need. I'll pair you with somebody who's already been there and done that. We'll figure this out. Now remember goals and growth, what motivates people from the inside out. That's what helps them to grow when you're not around. When you start working with them, moving them towards their higher calling, their purpose, their why, their dream, their goals, what it is they really want, right? Because we went through that. And they start growing, what you do as the coach leader is you constantly point out how much you've grown. Look at how much different you are today than you were when you started a year ago. And so I'm always looking at my progress and my growth. It takes some time to overcome fear. Right? Especially if somebody comes out of an environment where if they made a mistake, they were hammered. Is that true? Yeah, but the thing is we don't put people in a position to fail. We come around them, we give them the support, the education, we walk with them. Coach leaders create the atmosphere. So what do? I believe every human being has a more capable person inside of them. Right? And so what do? We draw out that more capable person inside of someone. That's what we do. We pull that out. How many of you have a dream or a goal? Raise your hand if you have a big dream or a big goal. Go ahead, raise your hand. You're not going to, your dream or your goal, it's going to stay far away until you own it. When you say, I've got a big dream, I got a big goal. Raise that hand. So the thing about, you're raising your hand. So here's the cool thing. The way we achieve our dreams and goals is we help our people achieve theirs. Is that simple? A lot of times we think leadership's about tactic and strategy and, I got to do this and this over here and I got to handle this conversation exactly right. It's really, that's true, but that's not the main thing. The main thing is, how do I help my people achieve their dreams and goals? How many of you know that dreams and goals take money? Have you heard that? Some of my dreams take a lot of money, right? You know what I've discovered? The better I do in my work, the faster I get my dream. See that? So we're creating alignment there. We're creating that alignment. Atmosphere. Oh. So many people in COVID, they realized that life is uncertain, right? It's like all of a sudden, especially young people, wait a second, life is uncertain. People I know, we've lost some people, and a lot of people got depressed. Has anybody seen that? Anybody had people on your team depressed? Is that common here? Well, look at this. One of my mentors, his name is Rabbi Daniel Lapin. He says, the opposite of depression is not happiness. The opposite of depression is purpose. So let me dig into that just for a second. If you pursue happiness, you will never catch it. However, if you pursue purpose, happiness shows up. You got some head nods on that? And so in that coaching conversation, when you sit down with them, you say, what do you want? Why, right? That why is kind of their purpose. We're going to help them pursue their purpose. And then their happiness, their whole thing. And then look at what Dad said. Now, this quote is originally another quote from somebody, but he changed the last two words. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care about them. See that? Your people, when you start saying, I care about you, that's when that changes. So we change the atmosphere. It's about them. We call it the be, do, and have philosophy. I've got to be the right person, do the right things, and then I can have all that life has to offer. And coach leaders focus on growth before results. So fear is keeping somebody from stepping into something new, probably because they tried something at one point and they got in trouble for getting it wrong. And so now they're like, I don't want to make any mistakes. Well, another way we get confused is we focus only on people's results. Results are important. I'm not saying that results aren't important. But on my team, with all the change and disruption that's going on, I want to know how fast they're growing. Because if they're different, they've learned and they've grown, they're more effective today because of that, the results will come. And so as a coach leader, we're always focusing not just on the results, but also the growth that they have and how we can help them. Here's just a simple tip. So how do we get engagement with our people? Well, when we have a team meeting, I like to start it off with AIR. AIR stands for affirmation, inspiration, and recognition. When we have a team meeting, we want to make sure that everyone's included. So if you have a team and you're sitting around in the table, sometimes some people will sit next to the wall, right? Bring them to the table. Everybody's included. Everyone's heard. So as you're having a team meeting, I keep a notepad in front of me, and I have everybody's name on it. And every time somebody says something, I'll put a check mark by their name. And then about halfway through the time of the meeting, if it's a 30-minute meeting, about 20 minutes into it, I will start asking questions of the people who haven't said anything. I'll say, what's your opinion on that? What do you think about that? The reason that's important is because when they feel heard, then they will buy into whatever the decision is a lot more than if they're not asked. And how many of you know some people are very talkative in meetings and they like to take control, right? Other people are more reserved. So when we do this, and then the last one is it's safe. And what I mean by being safe is we're always operating a meeting in the virtues: kindness, humility, respect, right? And so if somebody gets passionate about a subject, it's okay to be passionate about something. But when they start getting overbearing towards someone else, that's when we call a timeout, right? Because we're not going to get personal in here. It's not going to be on that personal attack. So coach leadership. So I want to give you a juxtaposition between a coach leader and what I call the T-Rex manager. So has anybody here, are you familiar with the T-Rex, the dinosaur, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, okay? And so the T-Rex manager, that's the manager we don't want to be, okay? So the reason we call it a T-Rex is because a T-Rex dinosaur, it has sharp teeth, right? And it's got short arms. So T-Rex managers, they lead with fear, they bite people's heads off, and the short arms means they like to control everything. They like to be the center, and they do that. So when we think about the difference between a T-Rex and a coach leader, the T-Rex is the old style, top-down, command and control, do it because I said so. It's a positional, hierarchical leadership. It's, hey, I'm the leader. Everybody has to do what I say, whether you like it or not. That's the type of leader that we don't want to be. We want to be like the coach leader. So a T-Rex is seen as a superior. A coach leader is a guide. Hey, I want to help us achieve our goals and dreams. A T-Rex delegates. A coach leader co-creates, right? A T-Rex says one-way communication. A coach leader asks two-way communication. It's all the questions. Every time we're interacting with somebody, we're asking the questions. So telling versus asking. How many of you are in sales or have been in sales in the past? Got a few hands in here? All right, so in sales, how much should you be talking to your prospect versus how much should you be listening? Like, we teach 80-20. You should be listening 80% of the time, right? That's because we're asking. Leadership is the same way. Coach leadership, we're listening to what they have to say. T-Rex is policy, procedure, follow the rules. A coach leader is about engagement. Man, what do we need to do to make this happen? T-Rex is about results. A coach leader is about growth. But put a note in there, it's not just about growth. We also have to get the results. So we're not throwing the results out. What we're saying is we got to be growing as a group. So here's the model. So I want to just kind of give you a quick model of how to look through it. So coach leaders choreograph the dance between autonomy and authority. So there's this thing that goes on. And as a leader, you've got to get everybody together on the same team to accomplish a mission. And so you're the authority. But everybody has their own, like, autonomy. They want to do it when they want, how they want, where they want, with who they want. Is that true here? Because it's the big thing in the States. It's, everybody wants to kind of control their own lives. So how do you do that? And so what we've done is we've created a model. And I'm just going to go to the last page that's in your workbook. Coach leaders are accountability based. Okay? Coach leaders work on accountability. So remember the question from over here? We're at the end of that. I said, is it okay if I hold you accountable to your plan? T-Rexes are about control, right? Very little room for anybody on their team. You do it this way because I said so. And so when we think about accountability versus control, how many of you like to be told what to do? Is there a few? No. How many of you like to be asked, hey, if you were going to do this, how would you do it? Yeah, that's what we like. And so I can ask that, but I'm going to hold you accountable to your answer. So those are the two types of leaders. Now, on the other side, we have the top performer. We've already talked about the top performer, the vision and virtues, and, they love to work, and they have a higher cause or a purpose for being there. The other side of that coin, Gallup. Are y'all familiar with Gallup and the Gallup studies and all the results? They call the word engagement. So what we want in our organization is engaged people. When somebody is not engaged, they call them disengaged. At Ziglar, we call them zombies, right? So a zombie is somebody who comes to work like this. They're going through the motions. Have you ever seen that person? Not where you work now, where you used to work, because where you work now is perfect, right? So what we need to do is we need to move our zombies out of zombie land into a top performer. We need to get them engaged. We need to move them to that next level. And so if you look at that, T-Rexes and zombies are aligned on money. Think about this. A T-Rex says, I want to hire somebody who will do the job for the least amount of money I can pay him. And a zombie comes to work and says, I want to do just enough work to keep my job. See? The top performer and the coach leader, they're aligned on the dream. Because the coach leader comes in and says, here's the vision. This is where we're going. We got big things ahead. And the top performer says, hey, I've got things in my life I want to accomplish. And so they get together working for a dream instead of a paycheck. When people are working for a dream, it changes everything. It changes their life and what they're going to do. So here's a question for you. When you think of a zombie, why are people zombies? Why are people just going through the motions? Anybody? Zombies have a brain disease. Zombies have no dreams. So why work hard when it doesn't matter? Why work? What difference does it make anyway? So in the States, and this is across the world, about 3 out of 10 people are what we call engaged. 32% of people are engaged. Now look at this. 50% are disengaged. I see you nodding your head. Is this true in your business or in places you've worked before because where you work now is perfect? Yep, it's true. So imagine a bicycle. It's got 10 seats on it. in a typical business, 3 people are pedaling like crazy, 5 people are coasting, right? They're just on the bike and they look like everybody else, but they're just coasting. And look at this, 18% are causing resistance. Now, this is what stats all over the world. Every country's a little bit different, but this is pretty common. And so how do we get everybody pedaling? Just imagine how much further we could go if more than this. So I want to do a show of hands here. How many of you feel like that this is representative of where your experience is? Do y'all believe about 30% are actively engaged? So we got a couple of hands up. Here. How many of you think that more people are actively engaged than that? So we got here. So some cultures have more in their business. How many of you feel like that number's too high? Even fewer people are actively engaged. Okay, so how do we move them? How do we get them to that next level? Zombies don't care because they have no dreams. So we got to give our people the dream. So when we talk about a coach leader mindset, we're talking about the dream that we're going to create for them. Last year, this survey came out. They went out and they interviewed, did an assessment with 2,000 people, and 28% in the United States quit their job in the last 2 years because of mental health reasons. Now, when they asked them underneath that, they said 55% quit out of that 28 because of stress and burnout. 38% depression. 37% lack of motivation. Do you see the same thing here? How many people do you know quit because of stress and burnout? Anybody? We don't have that here? Nobody gets stressed and burned out here? So we got some, raise your hands high. Need some feedback. Yeah. So I want to give you the antidote. The antidote to stress and burnout is quality of life. I want you to think about this. If my mental life is strong, my spiritual, my physical, my family, my financial, my personal are all strong, stress and burnout's not going to get me. Work might be tough, right? I might have to put in extra hours, but if I'm in good health and my family loves me and I have a mission and a purpose in life that's big and financially I'm doing okay and I've got a plan, then I'm going to be fine. And so that's why a coach leader needs to focus on that. So we're going to do an assessment a little bit later to get into that why. And then we got to understand that quality of life equals quality of work. When you start caring about your people and their quality of life and you start pouring into them so that they're overall balanced, then their work is going to improve. They're going to understand that. The next one, 38% said depression. We already talked about the antidote. The antidote to depression is purpose. So when somebody on your team says, when you ask them, what's your why do you want that? And they say, I want to send my kids to a better school. I want to do this. And you rally around them and they start moving towards that purpose, then whatever depression they have, it leaves. It goes away because they're moving towards something of value and a higher cause. The opposite of depression is not happiness. The opposite of depression is purpose. And then the last one there is lack of motivation. Well, we already talked about that. How do we get motivation? The antidote is growth and goals. So when you're working with somebody and you're helping them achieve their bigger goals and you're helping them become more effective, they're growing towards a goal. Look at this. And I want to ask a question around this. People don't quit when they are growing and achieving goals towards their purpose and a higher cause while experiencing a balanced, high quality of life. I would love a comment on this statement. Who has something they want to ask about this or share about this? Do you agree? People don't quit their job when they are growing and achieving goals towards their purpose and a higher cause. Does anybody want to fill that in? What do you think? Is that true? Anybody want to jump in on that? Man, this is across the board wherever I go. You got somebody on your team, and they know exactly who they want to become and where they want to go. And you're helping them grow towards that. And they love doing for your business what it does because it solves people's problems. And they look back, and every year they're growing. That's what we've got to do with our top performers. That's how we keep them engaged and involved. All right. People, purpose, and performance. This is another way to look at it. This is how we've got to focus. This is a good picture. Like if you're ever going to take a picture, this is the picture. This is everything around the mindset of a coach leader. I've got to walk in and understand that I want my people to be growing towards a purpose, and I want them to have a high quality of life. This is somebody who's going to make it, who's going to make a difference in our business and in our organization. So in the next section, we're going to talk about everybody says to love your people, but nobody tells you how. How do you do that? By walking out the 10 virtues. This is a famous saying in the United States, okay? Do y'all know who Ben Franklin is? Is Ben Franklin a historical figure that you would recognize? One of the founding fathers of the United States. And so this is a trick, okay? How many of you ever lead presentations and you do PowerPoint slides? Anybody? Yeah, a few? Okay. So if you come across a really good quote and you have no idea who said it, you find a very famous person, and then you give their grandfather credit for saying it. So Ben Franklin's grandfather said this: people don't quit their jobs, they quit their boss. Is that true here? 100%? Yeah. And so how do you become the boss that inspires your people to grow towards a purpose, right? That's what coach leadership is about. So how will a coach leader help me feel included? How will a coach leader help me achieve my goals? So here's the number one skill. This is the last piece. This is the intentional coaching conversation. The number one skill that a coach leader. So we have the number one job challenge, which is attracting, developing, and keeping top performers. The number one skill is the growth-driven and goals-focused intentional coaching conversation done every week around attitude, effort, and skill. This is the number one thing that I believe every coach leader should master. It's the silver bullet. When you have a one-on-one, how many of you have one-on-one meetings with your people? How often? Every week? So here's what I want to encourage you with. This is not extra time. So this is not creating more time on your calendar. This is turning your one-on-one conversations with someone into an intentional time with them, to really pour into them and understand and then hold them accountable for that. I'm looking for the workbook page in here. Okay. Turn to page 16. Page 16, it looks like this. It's got define your why at the top. Y'all see that? So what I want you to do is a little bit of self-reflection. I want you, because here's the thing, okay? I want to give you the reason why you do this. If you don't know what your why is, how can you help somebody else discover their why? Because if I've got someone motivated by a why, they're unstoppable, right? Nothing's going to hold them back. So I want you to spend about 5 minutes reviewing this. And look at this first one here. So understand your why. We create the future you see. Grounding yourself on a purpose, otherwise known as your why, can help reveal a path for a rewarding journey to the future. Complete the self-reflection to define your why. You're not going to have time to do the whole why right now, but I want you to tackle that first one, and I want to give you 5 minutes to do that, and then we're going to go to break. So here it is. Self-reflection. What makes your heart sing? I was at a conference speaking on Sunday, and this individual came to me, and they said, I'm not sure what I should do with the rest of my life. And this person's retired, successful, and they said, but I've got 2 options, right? I could pursue this path or this path. Which path should I pursue? And I didn't know what path they were choosing, right? I didn't know what business they were thinking about going into. And I said, well, the first thing you've got to do is you've got to figure out what makes your heart sing. What fills you with joy? What kind of things that you do that you love to do that gives you that oomph? Is it working with people? Is it working with numbers? What is that? And then the second thing I asked him is, what skills and talents do you have? What gifts do you have? What abilities do you have? Because you want to make sure that what you do, you've got both of those things in there, right? You enjoy doing it, and you see the higher purpose in it, and you've got some gifts, some talents, some experience that support it. Because if you're really good at something but you can't stand it, that's a hard life. Or if you really love something but you can't do it, that's a hard life, right? We see that all the time with people in singing competitions and talent shows. Their family says, "Oh, you sing the best," but then they show up and they're not very good. And so what I want you to do is take the next 4 or 5 minutes and go through this and answer these for yourself and try to get some clarity in your why. And then when we're done with today, I want you to go back through this, because here's a secret. When your why is clear, the how shows up. When your why is clear, the how shows up. Okay, I'm going to be quiet for a second. How many of you, this is the first time you've ever done an exercise like this? Raise your hand if this is the first time you've ever done something like this. Is that most of you? I think so. How does it feel? Does it feel awkward? Does it feel good? Feels good? I want to do something before the break. In your workbook, and I think it's also on your tables, there's a QR code. At the beginning of the workbook, there's a QR code. This is where you can send a question to me, okay? If you have a question that you want me to cover in the start of the next session, send it here. Send it in, and then they translate it and give it to me. So I feel like there's probably more questions, and this will be a great way to do it. So if you have a question, we won't be able to answer all of them, but send in a question, and then when we start off the next break, then I will start with those questions. Does that sound good? All right, well, let's take it to the break.
Thank you, Mr. Tom Zilla, for your insightful information. And now we have a short break before we move to the next part. Thank you. Bây giờ thì các anh chị chúng ta sẽ có 15 phút để mình có thể nghỉ giải lao, và trong giai đoạn này thì các anh chị chúng ta có thể thưởng thức tea break ở phía bên ngoài sảnh chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị, hoặc là các anh chị có thể suy ngẫm và đặt ra những câu hỏi mà mình quan tâm bằng cách scan mã QR code ở trang thứ 3 trong cuốn sổ handbook của các anh chị. Cảm ơn các anh chị rất nhiều. Chúng ta sẽ gặp lại nhau sau 15 phút nữa. Tổ chức trong thời kỳ khủng hoảng của chúng ta sẽ trở lại trong 1 phút nữa. Hồng Loan xin mời tất cả các anh chị, chúng ta đang ở khu vực bên ngoài khán phòng, chúng ta sẽ nhanh chóng quay lại và ổn định vị trí của mình để chúng tôi có thể tiếp tục chương trình ngày hôm nay. Xin chân thành cảm ơn. Xin chào tất cả các anh chị đã quay trở lại với phần tiếp theo trong chương trình ngày hôm nay. Và hôm nay rất là đặc biệt, đó là chúng ta sẽ có luôn phần Q&A trong một cái part tiếp theo của chương trình trong buổi sáng ngày hôm nay. Hồng Loan hiện tại trên tay đang cầm iPad và thấy có rất nhiều câu hỏi. Hồng Loan sẽ truyền tải câu hỏi này đến với diễn giả ngày hôm nay để có thể giải đáp cho tất cả các anh chị.
Let's answer like 3 questions.
Okay. Câu hỏi đầu tiên mà Hồng Loan nhận được từ rất là sớm. I want to ask you one question. This is the soonest question we received. Our company had problem keeping long-term employee engagement within budget limits. The company specializes in art, so we need young and creative staff. Do you have any advice for that?
You're supposed to ask easy questions. So let me rephrase the question. Our company has a hard time keeping long-term employees because of, I'm guessing, income requirements. So as they mature, they need to make more money, but we have a limited capacity to pay them more money. Is that it? Does anybody else face a similar situation? Okay, yeah, some hands are going up. So the first question is, technology. The first way I would answer that question is, what is it in your business that attracts people to the business? So we need to find out early on, is this position for them a stepping stone? Like they want to learn everything they can about your business because they have future goals and desires that take them in a different direction, and this is like an entry point for them. And a lot of times we think, wait a second, that's controversial. Why would we invest a lot of time and energy and money into developing someone who's only going to want to leave? Anybody thought that? Yeah, it's like, so there's a famous Zig Ziglar quote. It says this: the only thing worse than training your people and losing them is not training them and keeping them. The only thing worse than training your people and losing them is not training them and keeping them. And so in the intentional coaching conversation, we learn very quickly what it is, the goals, the dreams, the desires of what somebody wants, and we get a view and we help them get that, because when they become more effective, the business grows. And so part of that challenge might be that it's a position that is a stepping stone towards where they really want to go. The second question I have is it possible as they're growing that they can grow the business and be part of the growth of the business? In other words, it's hard to keep somebody long term because our budget requirements don't allow us to pay more. But if that person grew the business, made us more profitable, made us more revenue, is there any possibility we could figure out a way to incentivize them to stay because they're growing? In other words, their growth, their compensation goes with the growth. And the last way to look at that is, what's in the best interest of this relationship? We want them to grow. We want them to excel. And so I didn't understand that you said they were in the art business. And I know I can't ask the question directly, but if you develop somebody on your team to the highest level, you create respect, and they go out and they start performing at the highest level somewhere else, you are going to get a return on that. It's not going to return void. They're going to be a referral. They're going to tell their friends about your business. They're going to do all those things. So how do we create an atmosphere where it means more than the money? Right? So if I'm a leader and I'm worried about their quality of life, if I'm building a relationship around their family, their physical health, their mental health, how are you doing in all these other things? And we have flexibility, and I'm helping them to achieve those things. There's going to be more loyalty to us, right? Because of that. That situation is a difficult situation. We see it in industries where, there's only so much room for growth financially in a position, and then that company, they don't have anything else. There's a famous brand in the United States called Chick-fil-A. And Chick-fil-A is fast food. And if you ever come to the States and you get to go and eat at a Chick-fil-A, it's an amazing experience. They're the most profitable company in their industry. They out-earn a store like a McDonald's store. They will make 3 times the money per location that McDonald's makes. And all they hire is young people. So young people between 17 and 21. And they only open up a small number of stores every year. But they're also creating future customers. And companies like ours, we love to hire people from Chick-fil-A. You know, people who got that start. It's a very desirable place to work. And so even though people are moving out, because the reputation of the training and the environment is so strong, they are replacing people with more top performers. Does that make sense? And so the more you develop your people, even though their tenure might be limited because of the business you're in, it becomes a beacon that says, I want to work there because there's where you get your start. There's where you learn to grow. Then when you focus on the person, help them achieve, you create some loyalty. And if you're able to do the third part, which is figure out how to grow the business, and with the team who's helping you grow it, there's some contribution and compensation connection, right? They're there to participate in that upside. All right.
Yes, the next question is, keep top performer, but how long? Is it difficult for someone to grow all the time?
Wow. The more I learn, the more I grow, the more places like Vietnam that I get to go and work, the more sure that I know less than I thought I did. Do y'all agree? One of the key aspects of a coach leader is humility. And we're going to get into that. That's coming up. And so a top performer who also has humility as a core virtue, you know, it's something that they recognize and they want to develop that in themselves, know that you never know everything, right? And I'll just talk about the United States political environment. It's interesting, isn't it? If I was going to vote for a leader to run my country, I would want to vote for somebody with wisdom. Do y'all agree? Like wisdom would be like the number one attribute of a leader? And yet, no candidate in the United States runs on a platform of wisdom. And so what I say is this: humility is what allows wisdom to grow. So the more humility you have, the more wisdom you have. And so a top performer, they may reach the top of where they are. Like they could be number one in their possession, in their field and in the organization. But when they get to that position, my question is, that's fantastic, but who else are you bringing with you? Who else in the organization are you helping to develop? What other things can you do? And when you start looking at it that way, and so there's a sequence, okay? So here's the sequence for you. This is bonus. This is not in the material. In life, we go through stages. The first stage is survival. And we're just trying to figure out how life works, right? We don't know what to do. We just do what we're told. We don't know if this fits with our personality, with our skills. And then one day we wake up and we say, you know what? I think I want to do this. I think I want to grow in this area. I think I want to learn more. And I'm gonna take this position because I believe this position is my first step to the next place. And we get into that position, and now we've moved into stability. And so what we do in this position is we work on all of these different things. We learn the skills, we learn how to communicate, we learn how to build relationships with other people. And through that, we start to become successful. So we go from survival to stability, and then we start to become successful. Now, success in this definition is me personally being successful. I'm getting the awards. I'm making, my leadership is happy with my performance. I'm doing the job. Everybody respects me, likes me. But there's another level, and that level is significance. And so what I would challenge a top performer who's been top performing for a long time is, have they moved into the significance zone? So here's the definition of significance. Significance is when you help someone else be, do, or have more than they thought possible. That's what coach leaders do. Right? We're in the significance business because we're helping other people be, do, and have more than they thought possible. Now, there's one final step on this sequence. So there's survival, stability, success, significance. The last step is legacy. So legacy is when I pour into someone, help them rise up into significance, and then they turn around and do the same thing for somebody else. You see that? And so the top performer who's just kind of coasting and no matter what they do, they're just successful, I need to challenge them. What is going to be significant about your life, and how are you going to create a legacy? So that's how I would motivate them. Last question.
And before I read the last question, I have a note for audience here about headphone. Kính thưa các anh chị, nếu như các anh chị nào mà chúng ta chưa sử dụng được headphone hoặc là headphone dịch của mình là có vấn đề, thì các anh chị có thể liên hệ với ban tổ chức bằng cách là mình giơ tay lên để ban tổ chức được biết và hỗ trợ các anh chị, hoặc là liên hệ với ban tổ chức để chúng tôi có thể hỗ trợ các anh chị sớm nhất để chúng ta có thể theo dõi chương trình một cách thuận tiện nhất. Xin được cảm ơn tất cả các anh chị. And the last question is, with the disruption times recently, many organizations faced with problem or downsides in business. Their brands are badly influenced and they start the layoff that make both employees and external talent feel uncertain and lose their trust in the company. How we rebuild the truth, retain high performers, and attract good talent in that situation?
You're supposed to give me easy questions.
It's the easiest question.
Okay, so the economic change happened, and now we're overstaffed, right? So a decision's been made that we need to reduce the size of the organization so that we can remain profitable and stay in business. Is that what I heard?
Yes, because the disruption time, so some brands, some business is downsized or lay off. So the employees, they feel uncertain and lose their truth about their company. So how we can rebuild the truth in the company?
Okay. So the company's gone through this transition, and now the people who are left are like, am I next? Oh, I've felt like that before. Thank you. That's the 3 questions. So what do you do when disruption comes and you have to make some hard business choices? And so what's the true north? What's the true north of your business? What is it that helps you to make all of these decisions morally and ethically within the virtues? Okay, so leadership gets together and they say, the market changed, COVID came, our business line. So everywhere restaurants face this, right? Restaurants got closed down. So do we keep paying people for not working? We can't, right? The business goes out of business. And so when we talk about building a business on the virtues, it means that even in every tough situation, we've got to handle those conversations with people on our team with those virtues. It means that we have to be clear, hey, here's the vision of the company, this is what we stand for, and some things beyond our control have happened. And so we've had to make some decisions that are very difficult for us, and we want you to know up front that this is very difficult. And we're going to meet with you with respect and clarity and honesty about where the business is going. And as you know, some people have left the business, and we miss them. We want them back. We lost some friends. We lost people who were important to our culture and who we are. And the reality is that we still have people to serve. We have a mission. We have something, a higher calling. And this is where you really have to emphasize the vision, right? This is what our company does. This is why we're important. And you have to inspire in the people that are still there that you have a mission or a purpose worth pursuing, right? That it's something that they can sleep good at night by pursuing. And you have to have these conversations with your people appropriately, but letting them know we've got hope in the future. Here's what we're doing differently. Here's how we're changing. Here's how we're adjusting. Here's what's got to happen. The reality is it's tough. But I will tell you, when you build relationships on the virtues, right? When you understand who people are and what motivates them and why they do what they do, it makes it tough when you have to make a decision like that. But it also creates trust. Trust in a difficult time. Because what's the option? What happens if you keep losing money? Does everybody lose their position? Yep. I've had questions like this. I once there was a business owner that I was working with, and he had 50 employees, a pretty large business, and he was doing everything he could to keep the business going. And he had some investors come in, and he felt like he had a solution, right? He had an exit that he could get some money and some capital to help the business to go. But the challenge was that the only way he could keep the business going was he couldn't tell his people what the situation was. Because if they knew the situation, then a lot of them would have left along the way, which meant the investors wouldn't put the money in. Does that make sense? And so what I'm sharing with you is that when our vision, our mission, and what we stand for as a business, in order for the survival of the business and do it, sometimes we can't share everything. Do you agree with that? Right? Because we've got to do what's best for the business, but at the same time, we treat every individual with respect and dignity along the way. Over time, people will see that, right? And it's okay to explain, hey, we had to make this choice because of this situation. And I don't know if I'm going to take any more questions, because that is a question that no matter which way you decide to answer it, you can always step back and say, well, I should have done it this way. I should have done it that way. But if you always base it on the virtues, your chances of success will be that much better. Is that okay? I wish I could give you like a pill for that one, like an instant answer. But it really, the success of the company surviving that, it has more to do with how the company was built and the relationships along the way than it does with how you handle that decision. If you've built the right company, right relationships, right virtues along the way, and a tough time comes, and you do all the right things, and as leaders and owners, we lead by example. Like we also suffer. We also take some of that responsibility in there. then it allows us to represent it better to the group. So I want to just bring something out. So leadership can be kind of scary. Do y'all agree? It's like a little bit of fear. And so I want you to feel like this is a really safe place. This is a place where we're here to learn from each other. And if you are sitting there thinking, well, I have this question, but I don't want to raise my hand and ask the question because, what if it's not a very good question? Or what if somebody else hears my question and thinks, oh, that's not a very good question. Or maybe you're here with other people on your team and they're all thinking the same thing you are, but nobody's going to ask the question just because you don't want anybody else to think differently, okay? And so I want you to know this is a safe place. We're going to continue to take in questions like we just did. So I want you to ask those questions. We're not going to say so-and-so said this and all of that. But I also want you to know that when you, as a leader, one of the greatest things you can tell your people is, I don't know the answer to that. So when I tried to answer that last question, it's more about how you put yourself into your business in a position to handle that situation. That's more important than how you actually handle the situation. Because if you've done all the right things until the situation, you're going to continue to operate in the virtues. But if you haven't done all the right things when you get there, it's not going to go well no matter what you do, right? And so when you don't know the answer to something, it's okay. And I coach a lot of people, and people will ask me, well, how do you do that? And if I don't know, I just say, I don't know. But here's what I can do. I can find out. I can connect you with somebody who will. Let's figure this out together. So that transparency, that honesty, that allows people to, in your team, to share more often. So one of the things I came up, so are y'all familiar with asynchronous, the term asynchronous? So with remote work, does anybody here have a team where some people work remotely? They work off-site? A few? Raise your hand if anybody on your team works remotely. Okay, yeah, so we got a few. So Patrick Lencioni says that the most valuable attribute of a team is vulnerability. So vulnerability simply means that you're willing to say, I don't know, or I messed up. So in business, a lot of business success is how fast we can get a problem solved. And so I have a term called, there's asynchronous work, and all that means is that you have people in different time zones, in different geographic locations working for your business at the same time. And so asynchronous means they're doing a job in different places to get a project done, but they're not all in the same place. And so I like to say asynchronous vulnerability. What do I mean by that? If somebody on your team has a problem, or maybe they've created a problem accidentally, and they're scared to raise their hand and say, I need help. So the longer that problem sits, the more damage it's going to do to your business, because it's all about speed of getting things done. And so what you need is a team of people who are vulnerable and open to saying, hey, I need some help. I messed up this. Or, I was working on this and I discovered this and we didn't plan for this and this is going to take a lot more work. And a lot of times people will get that information. They'll try to fix it on their own, right? Because they don't want anybody to know that they missed something. And because they try to fix it on their own, it takes even more time. Does that ever happen? You see that? And so when you have a team of people working like that, the leader has to be the first one that steps in and says, hey, I took us on this initiative, and it was a good plan, but it's not working. So we've got to step back and figure out what will work. And so when the leader takes responsibility for something that's not going as well as they'd hoped, that gives the permission to everybody else on the team to do the same thing. And it takes a great deal of humility to do that. So let's get into it. So the first virtue that we're going to talk about is humility. Do not be proud or arrogant. So raise your hand if you like the Q&A. Is it good? Okay. Excellent. I'm turning over here into the book to make sure I can find it. There we go. It's right after the right after the Y exercise, page 18. So what is humility? Do not be proud or arrogant. It's pretty simple, but I want really to show you the depth of humility and why it's so important. C.S. Lewis, a writer, said, humility is not thinking less of yourself, it is thinking of yourself less. Right? It's being focused. You're not belittling yourself. You're not saying, gosh, I'm no good. That's not what humility is. Humility is really focusing and taking into account what the other person needs. It's thinking of yourself less. It's not thinking less of yourself. So what is a way to create humility? One of the things I've noticed is that gratitude and humility go hand in hand. Gratitude and humility are close relatives. Gratitude is actually, Hans Sawyer said, gratitude is the healthiest of all human emotions. And so the more you are grateful for what you have, the more you will have to be grateful for. And so one of the ways to build humility, and this is a practice that I do, is, once or twice a year, I will do what I call the 66 days of gratitude. And what I'll do is I'll get up in the morning, first thing in the morning in my perfect start, and I will write down 3 things that I'm grateful for. Okay? And then on the second day, I will review the 3 things I wrote the day before, and then I'll add 3 more things. And then on the third day, I do the same thing, and at the end of 66 days, I will have about 200 different things that I'm grateful for. Now, what's interesting, if you look at neuroscience and the way our brain works, our brain is designed for us to seek out things that are going to harm us, right? We usually are looking for danger. It's just the way we're wired. What could hurt us? And problems, our brain is wired to find problems. And so what I'm really doing is training my brain to find out what I'm grateful for. And gratitude and humility go hand in hand. And then what you can do is a great practice is you can take each person on your teams, you can take their name, and then you can create a list of the things that you're grateful for about that team member. And it's an interesting thing when you look at the skills of the people on your team and their attributes and what they do and how they are part of the team, and you have a list of things that you're grateful for them, then you can step back in humility. Wow, look at this. Look how blessed I am to be working with people like this. The more you're grateful for what you have, the more you will have to be grateful for. And so as we practice this gratitude, our humility starts to run. And gratitude and humility, the opposite is entitlement. So entitlement is simply, gosh, I deserve this. Look at me. Give me that. I should have this position even though I haven't earned it. And people who are entitled, who have that attitude of entitlement, is they start to think about the things they don't have. And if you want an unhappy life, then just spend all your time thinking about the things that you don't have. And so remember the quote, you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. And so when we start figuring out how to help them get what they want, then the things that we want start showing up. So again, it's that opportunity to serve. And this is the last thing, we're talking about the top performer who knows everything. Look at this, humility. As a leader, whenever I don't know the answer to a problem, I get excited. Gosh, I'm so excited about artificial intelligence and how it's going to help our business. Some people are like, really? Oh, yeah. Why? Well, in a nutshell, artificial intelligence is going to give me so much good data. It's going to save me so much time in what I do. I can serve more people. I can use my time in the thing that matters, building relationships. And so that disruption comes, AI is going to change everything. Wait a second, I don't know anything about AI, so I started studying artificial intelligence, and then I learned it's like a superpower that I can access. It can equip me with information that's going to allow me to serve more people. A lot of people, because they don't have that coach leadership mindset, that they look at this disruption and they go, ooh, I don't like that. It's going to change what we have. So the disruption that comes, it's only, the change and disruption that's coming will only be embraced and solved in proportion to your ability to learn and grow. There's a saying that says, if I do what I've always done, I will get what I've always gotten. But that's not true. Here's the reality today. If I do what I've always done, I will get less than what I've always gotten. And so one of the discussions we had at the break was on fear. Fear is holding the team back from doing something new, right? Trying to innovate, trying to change our environment. And the discussion was around mindset. You know, we need to really have this mindset of growing and learning. I'm telling you that if you wake up every morning saying, I love disruption, this is fantastic. Why? Because I'm a learner, I grow, then the world is going to come to you as a resource. People are going to look to you as the solution because you're going to seem unfazed by it, right? You're going to present to them things, but if you don't have humility, it's going to be hard to accept that you don't know everything you need to know. The more humble someone is, the more ability they have to embrace the change. So ask yourself these questions. These are some great leadership questions. How do you view your peers and those you lead? From a humble perspective, have you gone through that gratitude list with each of them? Have you spent time thinking, wow, our company is better because they're on the team? Are you grateful for their skills and experience? A lot of times we bring somebody new to the team and they have experience and knowledge from somewhere else, and we bring them in and the T-Rex old school leader will say, hey, forget how you used to do it. This is how we do it here. Right? Throw all that stuff out. This is the way we do it here. We're the best. There's a better way to do that. Hey, you bring a lot of skills and experience here. Tell me about a project or something you did similar to this. How did you solve it over there? Maybe there's one thing they can add in that changes everything that you have. Now, do you change your whole business to match the new No, you don't. Right? But you're always looking for the knowledge, wisdom, and insight that people on your team bring. And so how do we recognize that? Well, it takes some humility to talk to someone and say, you probably know something I don't. Right? You probably understand this audience better than I do. Do you focus on their strengths or weaknesses? So a T-Rex is going to really, they're going to emphasize, hey, you're not very good at this. You need to get this up. You need to be better at that. But as a coach leader, we understand and recognize that. But what we're also doing is we're trying to build relationships and to put people in a position to win. So if somebody's really, really good at certain skill set, then we're going to want to give them more opportunity to do that. Are you convinced your job is to persuade them of your point of view? So here's some ancient wisdom. So this comes out of Jewish tradition. So the rabbis, the religious leaders would get together and they had different schools of thought, right? So they would get together at a table and they would argue this theological, this religious stuff. And then when it was over, they were all best friends. They would take care of each other's families. They would do life together. They would eat together. They would travel together. But when they were around the table, they were arguing. So I want you to write this down. Don't argue to win the argument. Argue to discover the truth. So as a coach leader, when somebody says, what about this? And we have an interaction that goes back and forth. If the opportunity is to discover the truth, that's what we want, right? It's not, as a coach leader, it's not important that I win the argument. It's important that we discover the truth together. Are we curious about their beliefs and perspectives? There's terminology like feeling seen, feeling heard, feeling safe. And really what it means is, hey, do you care about me enough to ask what I think? So I'm going to give you a quick methodology for that. When we have a team of people and we want to do brainstorming, when we want to come up with an idea, a lot of times it's hard to get people to participate. They might feel, well, what if I say something that's not appropriate, or I'm brand new here, so what could I contribute to it? Has anybody ever seen that happen before? Yeah, and it's if you're in a culture that's based on respect for people of position or age, it's really hard to get other people to participate in it. And so what we do is we'll say the problem as a group. So we'll say, this is the problem we got to solve. Okay, and so then the team can ask the person, well, tell me more about the problem. And so we really get the problem out on the table, and nobody's allowed to give a solution. All they can do is ask questions. And then, once that's fully discussed, we ask everybody there to write down 3 ideas to solve the problem. And they put it down on a sheet of paper. And they turn it in. Now, nobody can speak on the ideas until everybody's turned in at least 3 solutions. I tell you what, the people who are the quietest, the people who have the least amount of hierarchy or position, a lot of times they're knee-deep in the problem working with the customer. They're the ones who have the answer, and this gives them a chance to write down their ideas or solutions and put it all in. And then the leader gets to read through them all, and you put them all into categories. It's a powerful way to be curious, to bring out recommendations from those on the team. So what's the difference between short-term confidence and long-term confidence? Well, short-term confidence is built on past accomplishments, right? It's winning. So somebody who makes a sale every day, they've got a lot of short-term confidence. But the problem is when you have short-term confidence, if you hit a streak where you're not having success, right? If you are trying to make something happen, but it's getting frustrated, then you lose your confidence. We see this in sports all the time. So what's long-term confidence? Long-term confidence is this. It's built on believing you know the process of learning, growing, and solving problems because you know the questions to ask. Oh, this is so much better. A company, a coach leader, you in your position, if you know the right questions to ask, you'll find the solution. But we don't build this questioning philosophy in our people. So long-term confidence is when I know how to ask the questions. I know who to go and who to source. And now with all this technology that's coming on, this convergence. So convergence is simply a technological word that says what was once all these different technologies like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, quantum computing. When all of these things converge, you get growth that goes through the roof. You get a huge change. And we're going to see that with AI. If you're not humble, you're going to resist that. right? Because it's going to require you to change. It's going to require you to do something you've never done. And then there's another word for this, we call it humology. And humology is when you combine technology and human. So not too long ago, when you would call a company on the phone, remember the phone that you would dial? And there would be a real human being that answered the other end. And they would say, hello, and you would say, I need to speak to so-and-so. I need to speak to, Mr. Smith. And so they would say, hang on, and then they would take your phone call and they would send it to Mr. Smith's office, and it would ring and ring and ring, and he wouldn't answer. And then the receptionist would come back and say, Mr. Smith is not in. Can I take a note? And so they would actually use a pen. Do y'all remember pens? And they would write a pen on a piece of paper, and they would take this piece of paper and they would go back to Mr. Smith's office, and they would put this note that said, so-and-so just called and they have an inquiry about this, right? That's human. Now you talk to a computer IVR system, it routes your call to the right place. Some places are so sophisticated that a robot or an AI talks to you, right? And it delivers that message, and you never talk to a human. And so humility says, gosh, what's best for the business? Right? Because I could really, if I don't like this, I could really resist that. And so humility allows us to use whatever the best is available out there. Arrogance says the way I do it and have always done it is the best way. Humility says, what's going to have the greatest impact for the business? And so as a coach leader, has anybody ever had somebody come to you with an idea and it was counter to what you're trying to do, and it was and you kind of felt like, uh-oh, right? I have to resist this because that's not what I want. That's not what I'm planning. Well, humility says, take a step back and say, well, what's best for the business? Is this a better way to do it? Some of the greatest leaders of all time have changed course when a better plan came, when a better way to do it showed up. So humility allows us to ask the right questions when they need help. If I'm humble, I can go and ask others. Humility says, I've got to have boundaries. I've got to have accountability partners. How many of you want to grow by 25% this year? Raise your hand if you want to grow by at least 25%. Okay, we got some hands up. The most sure way to do that is to get an accountability partner. Is find somebody who will hold you accountable to your own goals. Did you know it takes humility to ask for an accountability partner? Yeah, so if you want to grow, it takes that humility. G.K. Chesterton said, don't ever take a fence down until you know the reason it was put up. So humility says that there's boundaries for a reason. I should know what those are before I try to change everything. And so humility allows us to look at that. And then here's the big one. If something goes wrong, a humble person says, how can I handle it better next time? Ooh. How many of you have ever had an interaction with somebody on your team and it didn't go well? Yeah, those hands went up fast over there. Yeah, sometimes you get a little short. Sometimes you say the wrong thing, or you're a little too intense. And so you leave that meeting and you're like, oh, I could have handled that better. And so if you're humble, what you do is you circle back and you go back to that team member and you say, can we talk for a minute? I need to apologize. I didn't handle that correctly. Right? And when you do that, when you have the humility to do that, you build back that trust and that respect. So here's a big one. How many of you have ever had somebody on your team misbehave? They do something wrong. They violate the vision or the mission of the business. Do we, as leaders, do you ever take that personally? Yeah, we do, don't we? So here's what I want to share with you. When somebody on your team misbehaves, when they do something wrong, when they violate a virtue or a value or the mission of the company, I want you to ask yourself, I want you to take them through this process. Because really, the issue is not between you and that person. The issue is between that person and the mission statement and values of the company. See that? Well, if it's not between me and my direct report, but it's between my direct report and the mission of the company, that allows me to keep my cool. It allows me to respond to them instead of react. So how does that work? So let's say somebody on my team, they break one of our core values, or they mess up, they did something they weren't supposed to do. I just sit down with them and ask them these three questions. Can you tell me what the mission of our company is? You're smiling. You've seen this before, haven't you? Yeah. So, yeah. And then they answer that. Well, yes, I have. Well, can you tell me what the company values and virtues are? What do we stand for? What's our culture? What do we say all the time here? So you let them tell you. And then you ask them this question. This is a great coach leadership question. Help me understand how your behavior, whatever they did, help me understand how that supports our mission and our core values. Do you like that? Is that good? Has anybody here used that before? Those are three powerful questions. So how often should you share the mission and core values of your business? Shout it out. Okay, don't shout it out. How many of you think you should say it once a week? Is that enough? How about once a day? Once a month? Anybody else? Once a month. Okay, let me share something with you. You have to share your mission and your values all the time, because every 7 times you share it, they hear it once. I would make it a point to share your mission and values every day. It doesn't mean that you get the team together and you say, here's our mission, here's our values. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in your team meeting, your mission statement, your values are on the board, and you say, hey, I want to talk about this virtue right here, or this value. You know, we had this situation, and I want to give credit to so-and-so for really holding that up. You really treated our customer well in that situation. You lifted that up. That's how you share it every day. And when you do that every day, then that humility comes when somebody on the team violates what you're trying to do. You realize it's not between you and them, it's between them and the mission statement, right? It's between what the mission of the organization is. We already covered this. The more you are grateful for what you have, the more you'll have to be grateful for. Humility allows you to focus on the other person. Kindness. Oh. This might be my favorite virtue, okay? Well, humility is my favorite virtue of all of them, but I will tell you this. Kindness is the one thing that makes everything better. If no matter the situation, no matter what's going on, if you respond in kindness, if you lead with kindness, if you treat people with kindness, it changes everything. So kindness is about being gracious and to act with sincerity and goodness. Kindness is being friendly and generous and considerate and selfless and compassionate and merciful. These are all things that kindness allow us to do. So who is it most important to be kind with? Our enemies. Oh, you really want to win? Be kind to your enemies. With people we disagree with the least of these, right? With people in different positions. And when it's unexpected, on my trip here, okay, so on my trip here, I fly from Dallas, and I was supposed to go to Los Angeles. And then I was going to fly to Sydney, and then Melbourne, and then Singapore, and then here. So I go to the airport to get on the Dallas to Los Angeles flight. We get on the plane, and the plane breaks down. We don't leave. I miss all my connections. So I go back inside, and they reroute me through San Francisco. Anybody ever had this happen? Do planes break down over here? No, they never. They always fly on time. Everything's perfect, yeah. So they reroute me to San Francisco. The person at the counter, I won't mention airline names, but she was very helpful, and she said, we've got you on this flight, but you are going to have to check in. She gave me the stub, and it said Tom Ziegler, and this is the flight number and everything. So when I arrive in San Francisco, the next day I'm leaving, and I'm now flying Qantas instead of the other airline. They put me on a different airline. And I go to the Qantas counter, and they get my sheet of paper, and they can't find me in the reservation anywhere. And then she says to me, the flight is completely sold out. So I've missed them already a day late. They don't have a seat for me. And so now I have a choice, right? I can melt down. I can have a fit. Instead, I became a cheerleader. Oh, you're the best agent I've ever seen in my life. You're amazing. And she's over here doing all this stuff, and she's calling these. 2 ladies from Qantas spent 90 minutes on the phone with American, finding my reservation. I'm giving them fist bumps and high fives this whole time. I'm encouraging them. I'm just being kind. And 90 minutes into it, they say, well, we found your reservation. We've got you on the wait list. So you're going to have to wait by the gate, and you might not be able to fly. And I'm like, oh, I appreciate all you've done. Is there anything else you can do? And while I'm saying that to her, this smile comes across her face. And she goes, look, somebody just canceled. We got you on the flight, right? Why did 2 people invest 90 minutes on some guy that the other airlines messed up? Because we're kind, right? It makes that difference there. So here is a mindset model. So for kindness, step 1, what are your team members thinking, feeling, and doing in regard to the disruption in their life right now? So you know somebody on your team is going through a challenge. Maybe there's a family relationship that's in trouble. Maybe somebody's sick. Maybe they had some health issues. Maybe something didn't happen. So now they're suffering, right? They're really going through a hard time. So what are they going through right now? So you're thinking as the coach leader, how can I help them? How can I support them? And then you have that thought, okay, so I'm going to go talk to them. And this is the way they're thinking and feeling right now. You know, they're down, they're depressed, they're not sure what to do, they're uncertain, they're overwhelmed, they're stressed. And then after you have your coaching conversation, what do you want them to be feeling and thinking and doing? See the before and after. What are they thinking and feeling now? What are they thinking and feeling after my conversation? And then you bring kindness into it. So how can you demonstrate kindness in your attitude, effort, and skill that moves them from this to this? A lot of times we rush our meetings. We have a meeting, it's about performance, how are you doing, did you get the work done? And they're having a meltdown, right? Their family life is going sideways, something's off the rail, and we don't take time to understand what that is. When kindness enters the picture, we always put it in the context of how can we serve and support them better. So when should you focus on kindness? All the time. So here's some questions that'll help you. A kindness question. How are you doing? So in English, we use voice inflection. And so it might be different. We say, how are you doing? And then when they give you the standard answer, we say, how are you really doing? And we lower our voice and we ask them a little bit different, okay? So when there's somebody on your team who you want to do well, you can ask that same question several different ways. And then this is my favorite. How are you handling the workload? How's your job going? How's that project doing? Gosh, you've been running hard. How's that going? And then they tell you, and then you simply say, tell me more. Tell me more is a fantastic question. And I'll use it 4 or 5 times. Tell me more. And then they tell you some more. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Tell me more about that. And so what happens is that person who you're building on your team, that person, you're showing them that you really care about who they are, and it's all about that responsibility to know as the coach leader, what is it? So there's a blind spot around kindness. If you ask people, are you kind? Like 95% will say, yes, I'm very kind. If you follow them around with a camera, videotaping every interaction, guess what? They're not so kind, right? Because their behavior. And so as a coach leader, we know that what we think about in our head, that doesn't translate into what they see. What they hear and see is what we tell them and how we demonstrate to them. And so here is a process. We call this the kindness challenge. Shanti Fieldhahn, who's an expert in this, she studied it. So this is a challenge. It takes 30 days. So how many of you, I want you to think about a relationship. Don't raise your hand or anything. I want you to think about a relationship you have in your personal life or in work where the relationship isn't so good. There's some tension there, right? So don't tell anybody. So you got somebody, but you got to get along with them, right? It could be your in-laws. It could be somebody in a similar role in another part of the company that you're working with, and your relationship is kind of stressed. And so if there was an 86% chance that you could improve that relationship with them, would you do it? Would you take the challenge? Let me just see. If there's an 86% chance, okay? So I want to share what this challenge is. So you pick that person who you're going to do the kindness challenge with, but you don't tell them. No, we don't tell them. It's a secret. And so here's what you do. For the first 30 days, you don't say anything negative to them or about them. Right? So you don't talk behind their back. You don't gossip. You don't say, oh, you're not going to believe what she did. She did it again. Look at this email I just got. No, you don't say that. You don't say anything negative to them or about them. Some people are smiling too much in this one. You know what I'm talking about. So for 30 days, okay, now it gets a little harder. So every single day for 30 days, you look for something that you can praise them or affirm in them, and then you tell them and someone else. Oh, so this person you're having this relationship problem with, oh no, I got to go say something nice to them every single day for 30 days. That's hard, isn't it? And then I got to go tell somebody else. So you don't have to be weird. You don't have to do anything uncomfortable. You can say something like, hey, I really like the way you prepared for the meeting. It helped me out a lot. I like the email with the information in it. You just share something with them. So when we think of kindness, kindness doesn't break down walls. It melts the walls. Okay, so kindness over time melts this down. So step number 3, do one small act of generosity for them every day. So don't be weird. Don't order them a dozen roses, okay? It's as simple as, hey, I'm going to get some tea. Can I bring you a tea? Right? But you're doing something nice for them every day. So 86% of the people who did this, and tens of thousands of people have done it, say at the end of the 30 days, their relationship is better. Okay? Here's why. When you're kind to someone, it doesn't mean that you're accepting their mistakes and their problems and all that. That's not all what it means. It means that you understand and you're being kind because there's other things going on behind the scenes. And so when you're kind over a period of time and then an issue comes up and you have to talk to them and you say, hey, we really need to talk. I know we both want to be successful here. Instead of them approaching it like this, they're already in a position to say, yeah, we do need to improve that. It melts that wall. It takes that wall down. Kindness is the bedrock of good working relationships. When we're kind to people, when we set it up to be kind, it changes everything. So we've covered two qualities, two virtues, humility and kindness. And does anybody want to share with that? I know, could I explain something better? Could I give you some more information? Or maybe there's a situation where you would like some input on how you would handle it. Does anybody have something like that they want to ask? Yes. We need a mic right here. Yay, thank you. And by the way, it can be about anything that we've covered today, but...
Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Jam. Much appreciated what you shared just now. So I have a question about kindness. In the situations with my college, I tried the best to being kind every single day, but the person keep always blaming about your mistake, talk you negative behind you. In the fact that we are all human, right? So my question is that how we keep trying to be kind with that person. Yeah.
Okay. Is that person, are they equal to you in status?
Yeah, equal to me, my college.
Ah.
Thank you.
So their lack of kindness back to you, does that have anything to do with you, or is it them? It's them, isn't it? Yeah, they're what I mean by that is they're always finding something wrong. Are you actually doing something wrong all the time?
No, they blame the things phone to my phones, but the fact that I didn't did that, they just keep blaming every single day.
Do other people see this? Do they do it with other people as well?
Yes, he did with other people as well.
So here's the first thing. Can we control what other people do? We can't. I was flying from Ireland to the United States. And I have a little gift. So when I fly sometimes, I'll give these little quote books to all the flight attendants. And it's nothing, right? And I put a Starbucks coffee card in it. And so I'll get on the plane and I'll say, thank you for all that you do. I just wanted to recognize you because you work so hard but all you do is get complaints because when the weather's bad or the plane is late, they complain. So I give it to them. And I go all the way down to the back of the plane, and there's a lady at the back of the plane working, a flight attendant, and I give her one. And she says, oh, I don't want that. And I go, oh, but you could give it to somebody else if you don't like Starbucks coffee. And she said, no, I don't want that. And it was a cold rejection. And I said, okay. So in the middle of the night, it was an overnight flight. I go to the galley, and then the galley, people, they have coffee and tea and stuff. And there were 3 other flight attendants in there when I walked in. And they had witnessed what their colleague had done to me in the back of the room, or in the back of the plane. And they said, we appreciate this, and they were reading it, and one lady had underlined a bunch of the quotes, and said, we appreciate this so much, that was so kind, but how do you handle when somebody like that rejects you that way? Because it was cold. And I said, oh, it doesn't bother me at all. And she said, what do you mean? I said, that had nothing to do with me. right? There's some trauma, some hurt, something in her life where somebody violated a trust. And she probably, I don't know it, but I'm just guessing she was hurt very badly. And so anybody that gives her a gift, she can't accept it because in her past experience, that was a way for somebody to manipulate her and get what they wanted. And so if you are always kind and you're able to see the situation where what they're really doing, it's not about you. It's their own fear. It's their own security of being found out. That's why they're probably being that way. Now, if it bleeds over into the performance of the team, then you're going to have to take action. You might have to go to your leader, since they're your peer, and you might have to say, we need to talk, because if that person's unkind to me, I can handle it. But when they start saying this about me to other people, that's where I need your advice on what we can do, because that's unfair to your reputation. So here's a definition for gossip. Gossip is when you complain about something or someone to somebody who cannot fix it. The only time negative talk should happen in a business is with the people who have the authority to fix it. So if you're having a challenge with a colleague, they're not getting their project done on time, they're being difficult in some area, the only person that you can go and have that discussion with is your leader or perhaps their leader, because they're the only two people who can fix it, right? You can have that conversation with them directly. That's probably the best way first. But if that doesn't work, then you've got to go to your leader or their leader. But you do that. So that's the definition of gossip. It's speaking negatively about someone or something to somebody who can't fix it. There's no place for that in a business. Things go wrong all the time, and it's perfectly appropriate to go to your leader or whoever's in charge of that department to say, hey, did you know the copying machine is broken? But when you tell the whole team that the copier machine's broken again, that doesn't work. All right, we're going to do an exercise right before lunch. Unless y'all don't want to eat. Do y'all still want to eat? Is that like a yes? Okay. So turn to page 30. It looks like this. So we've talked a lot about quality of life. And so at Ziegler, we've created the wheel of life. That's a couple of pages after that. That's what the wheel looks like. And so what we want to do now is a self-assessment. We want to fill in the wheel of life. And so if you look at page 30, we're going to do the first one together. I'm going to lead you through it. And it's very simple. So under the column that says physical, on the top of page 30 or at the bottom, see the column that says physical? What I want you to do is to do a self-assessment on your physical health, okay? And so on each one of these, you give yourself a rating between 1 and 10, okay? And so look, the first one says appearance. And so when you look at yourself, are you happy with your appearance? Are you clean? Are you professional? Are you sharp in whatever environment you go in? If that's you, give yourself a 10. If you're like, most of the time I could do a little bit better, give yourself a 9. And so each one of these, you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. Regular checkup. Do you see the doctor and get your blood work done and get all that stuff regularly checked? If you do that, give yourself a 10. If it's been 5 years, give yourself a 2, right? Because we need to do that. The third one, energy level. Hey, you know what? Do you wake up easy in the morning? Do you have a lot of energy? Can you get going? And all day long, your energy's there. If that's you, give yourself a 10. If there's low points in your day where if you don't get the coffee or the tea, you're going to crash and you're falling asleep, give yourself an appropriate one. Muscles toned. So do you exercise? And muscle strength is so important. It's not just cardiology, or cardio. It's not just your heart. It's your muscles. The number one cause of early death, y'all know this? The number one cause of early death is a mobility accident where you lose your ability to move. You break an ankle, you break a hip, you break a leg, and that cascades a bunch of health problems. And so we got to have muscle tone to prevent that. Are you involved in a regular fitness program? Are you exercising 4, 5, 6, 7 days a week? And that whatever exercise you do is fine. It could be stretching and those kind of things. And so you do all 10 of those, and then you add them up. So let's say you get 76 is your score. Then you divide by 10. So that's a 7.6, okay, simple math. And then you go over, and on this wheel over here, where it says physical, you put 7.6 on it. And so what I want you to do is I want you to do that for all 7 of those. And you should spend about a minute on each one. This is a very quick, don't go into a deep analytical review of all these different things. If there's an answer or if there's a question that you feel like it doesn't apply to you, like that's not me, that doesn't apply, then don't answer it and divide by 9. Okay? Is that good? Are we clear on that? All right, so go ahead and start on that. When we come back from the break, I'm going to ask some questions on this. And I would also encourage you during lunch, if you have another question that you want to send it in, and I'll review the new questions that come in, and we'll start off with some questions there. All right? So work on this. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. But before you come back, we have 90 minutes, an hour and 30 minutes for lunch. Before you come back in, make sure you finish this before we start. It should probably take you 4 or 5 more minutes. And lunch is going to be on the 3rd floor. And we start back at 1:30. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tom Ziegler, for your amazing sharing today. Can we give a big applause for our speaker today?
Thank you.
Once again, thank you. Và bây giờ thì chúng ta sẽ đến giờ nghỉ trưa của các anh chị. Và nếu như trong thời gian này các anh chị nếu có câu hỏi thì chúng ta vẫn sẽ scan mã QR code ở trang 3 trong cuốn sổ handout của các anh chị. Và chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại khu vực khán phòng này để tiếp tục theo dõi chương trình vào lúc 1 giờ 30 phút chiều nay. Bây giờ thì Hồng Loan xin mời tất cả các anh chị, chúng ta sẽ đến khu vực tầng 3 sảnh Polos để dùng bữa trưa. Và khi đi thì Hồng Loan nhờ các anh chị sẽ mang theo thẻ đeo của mình. Và bên ngoài khu vực sảnh thì sẽ có 6 thang máy ở hai bên cộng với lại thang bộ để cho anh chị có thể thuận tiện di chuyển. Và cuối chương trình ngày hôm nay, ban tổ chức sẽ gửi giấy chứng nhận hoàn thành khóa học cho các anh chị tham dự cả 2 buổi của chương trình. Xin chân thành cảm ơn và hẹn gặp lại tất cả các anh chị vào lúc 1 giờ 30 phút chiều nay. Chúc anh chị sẽ có một bữa trưa ngon miệng.
Say that I'm gonna be single for life, but she's so pretty and nice. So I make just one exception, but I find that eventually I'm not her type. Maybe that's the reason why. That for me the stars are aligning, but for her it's bad timing. So she just can't be mine. I don't think that she just can't be mine. I don't think that I like her anymore, 'cause they're all the same. All they wanna do is break my heart, my heart. I don't think that I like her anymore, 'cause they're all the same. They just wanna see me fall apart.
Hồng Loan xin chào tất cả các anh chị. Chúng ta đã quay trở lại với Hội thảo cao cấp 2023 dẫn dắt tổ chức trong thời kỳ khủng hoảng với buổi chiều ngày hôm nay. Thì hy vọng là bữa trưa vừa rồi đã giúp cho mọi người có thể sạc đủ năng lượng của mình để chuẩn bị cho buổi chiều. Mọi người nếu như thấy mình sạc đủ năng lượng rồi và sẵn sàng cho buổi chiều ngày hôm nay có thể cho Hồng Loan một tràng pháo tay thật lớn được không ạ? Cảm ơn các anh chị rất nhiều. Và vừa rồi thì chúng ta đã có một buổi sáng rất là nhiều thông tin bổ ích cùng với nhau. Và hôm nay thì Hồng Loan cũng như là VietnamWorks cũng rất vui khi được nhìn thấy các anh chị tham gia rất tích cực trong chương trình ngày hôm nay. Và chúng tôi cũng mong muốn ghi nhận lại những hình ảnh đẹp của chương trình. Vì vậy là một lát nữa đây Flycam sẽ có bay gần khu vực sân khấu sẽ gây ra một chút tiếng ồn. Mong là các anh chị sẽ thông cảm. Và chúng ta sẽ có một số hoạt động cho buổi chiều nay. Đầu tiên chúng ta sẽ đến với phần Q&A trước. Và diễn giả của chúng ta là bác Tom Ziegler sẽ mong muốn sẽ trả lời những câu hỏi mà các anh chị đã đặt ra trong chương trình. Sau đó chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục phần chia sẻ của diễn giả. Và cuối chương trình thì chúng ta sẽ dành một ít thời gian để làm bản khảo sát để chúng tôi có thể chuẩn bị cho những sự kiện tiếp theo tốt hơn. Và cuối chương trình nữa thì chúng tôi cũng sẽ gửi giấy chứng nhận đến với các anh chị tham dự cả 2 buổi của chương trình ngày hôm nay. Còn bây giờ thì chúng ta sẽ bắt đầu với phần Q&A section. So now we start with the question. So how many questions do you want to answer right now? 3?
Let's do 3 questions.
And please give a big applause for our speaker, Mr. Tom Ziegler.
Thank you.
So we want to start with the question.
Yes, let's start with the question.
Okay, the first question is, I try to inspire my team members by leading by example, listening to their expectation. They are Gen Z, but I fail. They said that I and they are a different generation. My advice didn't fit for them. What's your solution for this problem?
So Gen Z, so they're younger, and their brains have been trained by the internet, and their attention span is a little shorter. I was speaking at a leadership conference, and we had about 50 business leaders in the room. And these 50 business leaders, one of them asked me that same question. He said, isn't it difficult to lead Gen Z? Aren't they hard to motivate and inspire? Isn't it hard to grab their attention? And he even used the word entitled. And so this group of leaders was there, and so I had to respond to that. And I said, well, here's what I think. Somebody who's 25 years old today, 30 years old, because of how much time they've spent on social media and the internet and social, all those things, they've had more impressions on their brain than I have in my whole life. Do you agree? And because of that, they can really see whether somebody has a mask on or not, whether somebody is doing something for their best interest or their own personal interest. And so what does that mean? I believe it means that they expect more out of a leader because they've seen so many bad examples. They've seen so many things, and they don't appreciate that. And so in your situation, you're leading by example, you're trying to inspire them, you're trying to move them up. So what we have to do with Gen Z is we have to make it personal for them. We have to understand what it is that drives them, what motivates them, what it is in their young life that they want to accomplish. And honestly, nobody has ever said to them, what's your dream? What is it that you want to accomplish? What is it that wakes you up in the morning? Because they haven't thought about it. A lot of them are just going through life, and they haven't put on the hat to say, where do I want to be in 10 years, 15 years? And so when you get into the intentional coaching conversation, that's where you start to uncover what it is that really motivates them. And so you lead by example, but it only is going to connect when it's about them personally, right? It's about what they want. So in that conference with those 50 leaders, I got done with my answer and I said, no, I don't think Gen Z is entitled. I think they are requiring a higher level of leader to motivate them. And so how many of you are up to the challenge to being a higher level quality of leader? If you're up to the challenge, you want to be that leader, that's a choice that we can all make. So I got done, and we went to break, and this young man came up to me. He was 28 years old. And he said, I have a company, and I have a bunch of employees, and they're all younger than me. So he's 28 years old, and all of his people are younger than him. He says, I really like your answer because I think that's true. I said, well, I'm glad you like that. And he said, I appreciate you saying that and defending the younger generation. And instead of blaming it on them, raising the standard for, as leaders with more maturity, how we lead. It's not that that's not a challenge, it's that we got to recognize it. And I said, thank you. So he walks off. And then another person walks up to me and says, do you know who that was? And I said, no. And he said, he just sold his company for $70 million US. And so we have this talent right in front of us at every level, and they're waiting for us to draw it out of them. And so not only do we lead by example, but we've got to tie it to what they want. And so because he was young and he was leading young people, the young people naturally thought, well, if he can do it, so can I. And so one of the ways you connect with your younger people is you remind them, you tell them stories of when you were young and the struggle that you went through and the things that you had to learn in order to grow. And that creates identity and connection between you and them. But you got to find out what it is they want and tie it back to that. So a lot of times leading by example, that's really good. We have to do that, but we have to make it personal to them in order for them to get that. Okay?
Thank you for your answer. The next question is, as employees somehow shifted their expectation and priority toward work-life balance, how will this change the way we grow our talent? How should we adjust to tackle the employees' expectation but still able to grow them?
Yes. So there's a big concept here with work-life balance. There was a lot of different types of job roles where when we started working from home, their performance and productivity actually went up. And everybody thought, well, it went up because they're working from home. But the statistics show us that the reason their performance and productivity went up is they were spending less time commuting. They had more family time. They had more control over the food they ate. They had more free time, or because they weren't commuting, to exercise more. So it wasn't that the work from home environment made them more productive. It was that their quality of life went up. And so think about it. Will your brain work better if you have good family relationships, if you're in good physical health, if mentally you're positive and optimistic and you see all that, if you have, in your spiritual, you have the virtues and the values that you believe in and you're building relationships on that, financially you have a plan, yes, all of those things are going to go up. So what does it mean for the future? It means that as much as possible, we have to be outcome-oriented instead of output-oriented. Let me say that again. Outcome-oriented instead of output-oriented. And so the way we've led people in the past is we measure the activities they do. And if you're in sales, you need to make 100 calls a day. Whatever you do, right? It's how much work you put out. But the reality is what we really want is an outcome. We want a successful relationship with a client. And so we have to go extra to explain to our team, what does the outcome with that client look like? What does a good relationship mean? And so when people on your team start getting good outcomes, then there's a little bit more flexibility. But here's the challenge. Remote work can be powerful, but it has to have structure. If there's not structure, it's not going to work. And so demographically, it's more difficult for some people who are younger and in some job types to work from home. It's just not as effective. But if we're casting a vision all the time with our team and we're showing them this is what a good relationship looks like, this is the ultimate outcome that we want, and the people on the team know the outcome that you want, then when they work, they get more focused on what you really want instead of just doing the numbers. So that's a little bit on the remote. Does that make sense?
And next we have an interesting question. 30-day kindness challenge. Why is it 30 days, not shorter or longer? Is there any specific reason? In order to improve a relationship with someone else, does it necessary to think or say positive thing about them in 30 days? It should be a two-way both, but I want to improve.
Yes. So let me say this. When I said I do the practice of gratitude for 66 days, there was a very specific reason that I did 66 days in that gratitude practice. That's how long it takes to develop a habit that if you forget to do it, your subconscious mind will say, I'm missing something. Right? So 66 days on average is how long it takes to sink in a good habit. Because a good habit, you want it to stay whether you're thinking about it consciously or not. So I have a specific reason for 66 days for the gratitude, for the gratitude habit. The 30-day challenge, I did not do the research study, so I don't know why it was 30 days. But my guess is because that's how long there is in a typical month. And so a lot of organizations will say, hey, let's do the kindness challenge for August, right? I'm going to do it that way. So I don't think there is a specific reason of why it's 30 days. I will tell you this, that when you do something 30 days in a row, or let's just say 30 days in the office, right? So that could be 6 weeks in the office. That gives it time to settle in and sink in. And it might be difficult in the beginning, but as you practice the kindness, you will see the impact as it goes forward. And the last part of that question was?
Is that we need to tell positive thing about other people all the time on that challenge?
Yes. So now let me differentiate that. Let's say you're going to do the kindness challenge with somebody who reports to you. You could do that. And they're not being satisfactory in their work. So during the 30 days, it does not mean that you don't talk to them about their performance. You can still bring them in and have a face-to-face conversation about meeting expectations, about the performance that they need to improve. So it doesn't mean that you cannot have that type of a conversation with them. If they don't report to you, then you only want to say things positive to them and about them. Now, there's an exception to that rule as well, and that is if they're a peer of yours, if they're another leader in the organization, and they cause a problem for you and you're leading your team, then you might have to have a conversation with them one-on-one. Right? Does that make sense? It's good? That's the 3 questions. All right, thank you so much for that. Yes? So let me ask, has everybody completed this? Raise your hand if you completed it. Raise your hand if you want 1 more minute. What you want to do as you complete it is you want to plot the dots on the wheel and see how round your wheel is. Have you done that? Have you connected the dots on your wheel of life? So if you did a 7.6 in physical, then you go to the physical spoke on the wheel and you put a dot at 7.6. And then if you go to family and you put your family life as a 9.2, right? You put a 9.2 on the family. Whatever you put. And then you connect those dots. So go ahead and do that. There was a comment to me on the financial. The third one down on financial is impulse purchases. And so what that should really say is impulse purchase control. So you would give yourself a 10 if you're really good at not having impulse purchases, okay? If you see something and you want it and you can't resist, then you might give yourself something lower. So I'll give you another minute to finish that. I want to see how your wheels do. Oh, and this is confidential, so you don't have to share it with anybody but me. I'm just kidding. If you have a question about this as well, just raise your hand and I'll come over. Oh. couple. Okay, so we just had a comment. I see several of you are keeping notes on the side because you don't want to write on the wheel. When you go to our resource page, there's actually a download where you get this assessment, so you can do as many as you want. Okay? So it's fine if you want to keep it on the side, but just know you'll have a fresh copy as well. It's pretty much the same, but they're here you're doing it to create energy, like to give you satisfaction in life, and this is for health. So they kind of cross over. All right, let me bring everybody's attention back up. How many of you, if you finished it, raise your hand? Okay, so we're a little over halfway. I'm going to move forward. So for those of you who finished it, did anybody, imagine this as a wheel, okay? It's the wheel of life. It's rolling down the road of life. So how smooth is your ride? Does anybody have a bumpy ride? Does anybody have a flat tire? Right? So here's the goal. When you look at your wheel of life, you want it to be round. But you want it to be round at 8s, 9s, and 10s. If it's round because everything's a 3, you're on a tricycle, you're on a little tiny bike pedaling really fast and you're not going anywhere. So we want to have everything an 8, 9, or a 10. The reason we do this is because this gives you insight into where you need to look on where to work on your own life. If you're all 7s and 8s and then you've got a 3 in something, that 3 should tell you, I need to work on that. Because if you don't work on that, the day will come when it will catch up and it will set you back a little bit. So I want to give you a practical application. So like I said, you will get this assessment in the resource page. You'll be able to download it, and you can use it with your team. And I want to talk to you about an individual named Matt McKinley. Matt McKinley is one of our certified speakers and trainers. He has a business. He has 26 employees in his business. And he took the wheel of life and he gave the assessment to everybody on his team. So everybody who's an employee, he asked them to fill it out. Now, what he did is he told them to fill it out anonymously. So when they filled it out, they didn't put their name on it. And then they turned it all back into him, and then he did a composite score. So he had 26 people fill it out. He had 26 people fill out the physical spoke. He added up all 26 of those numbers, and then he divided by 26, and he had an average physical score for his company, for his team. And then he did it for every single spoke: mental, spiritual, physical, family, financial, personal, and career. So he had this company picture of their wheel of life. Now that picture is really your quality of life, right? These are the things that make up who I am. And so he put this wheel with the company average on his conference room board. So every time he met with his team, he would open up the board and everybody would see the wheel of life on the board. And so this is what happened. I go out to his place. Now, in their business, they sell trailers, like horse trailers, like these big trailers, like to carry horses and things like that in it. And they could be quite sophisticated. And he said, I went out there, and then he had a service bay where they serviced the horse trailers, and they did customization. And then he had trailers for sale on his property that people could come in and buy. A year later, I go back out, and he's got twice as much inventory. He's grown by 50%. And so I say, Matt, why all the growth? And he takes me into his conference room area where everybody is, where they sit, and he opens up the board, and there's the wheel of life. And he said, I did that with my team, just like I explained, and I had a meeting with them. And he said, I pointed to the wheel, and I said, this is our average as a company. This is our physical, mental, spiritual. And he said, I'm the leader. My job as the leader is to help this wheel grow and get round. Because if we're doing well here, business will be just fine. And that's how his business grew so much. And then the people in the organization started working with each other. They became accountability partners with each other. They shared their goals with each other. And so they started encouraging each other on their health goals and their financial goals and all the things that they wanted to do. And so he created this environment where everybody was pulling together. So Matt is an amazing guy. He's in a wheelchair. He's in an electric wheelchair. He was in a motorcycle accident. So we go into his office, and he wheels his wheelchair around to the back of his desk. And his desk is huge. I mean, it is giant. And he's sitting behind the desk, and he's looking at me, and behind me is his whole team. And I said, Matt, this is amazing, your growth and your people. What happened? And this is what he told me. He said, Tom, when I got this right, and he pointed at his heart, I got that right, and he pointed at his people. And so when his motive became to help each person in his business to have quality of life, right? To really know what it means to have balanced success. That's when his business took off. Why? Because when you have quality of life, then the work comes easy, right? Because the stress is not there and all those things. Does that make sense? And so the reason we did this exercise is twofold. I wanted you to see in your own life maybe some areas that you could work on to get some balance. Because we got to take care of ourselves. We cannot give something we do not have. So we've got to take care of ourselves. We got to lead by example, which means we've got to have quality of life. And then when our people come in and we start helping them to get quality of life, then it changes that relationship. They know that we want the best for them. Our motive is pure. Is that good? All right. So look at this wheel, not only from how you develop yourself, but also as a tool to help you grow your people. Because if you grow your people, your business is going to be fine. So let's get into the next virtue, the virtue of respect. You got to give it to get it. Okay, you ready? By wise guidance, you can wage your war. In an abundance of counselors, there is victory. I was meditating on this proverb. And in my meditation, I said, wouldn't it be amazing to be able to call up wise counselors to help me anytime I needed help? How many of you like that? And the thought that came to me was this. I'm already surrounded by wise counselors. They're my people. I just haven't built the relationship where they feel comfortable to share with me what I need to hear. And so when we talk about coach leadership, we're talking about building a relationship with people where they want to share with you the things that will make the difference. And it starts with respect. Somebody's always watching. Growing up, there was a restaurant that we went to all the time when I was a kid. When my mother would say, it's time to eat, I would go and get in the car because we were going to Luby's cafeteria. That was what that meant. And we would go to this restaurant, this cafeteria, and Mom and Dad would walk in, and Mom would go right over to the cashier, the lady who took the money. And Mom would go over and give her a big hug. They were friends. And then there was this lady who she served the tea in this restaurant. And Mom would go over and talk to her. And then when we would go down the cafeteria line, the way they serve there is you would go down a line and you would tell them, I want this, I want this, I want this. Well, Dad, he would give each server a motivational speech. He knew their names, he knew about their families, and he would talk to them about their life. He was showing kindness and respect to every person there. And as we would go down the line, these people would pour the food onto Dad's plate. They're only supposed to put a little bit, but he would talk to them and they would just keep serving. He'd have to tell them to stop, right? And so the last time we had that experience was at least 15 years ago, because Dad passed away 10 years ago. I have people to this day come to me and share with me that they watched how my mother and father treated everybody in that establishment with respect and with kindness. And so when you think about respect, it covers all the bases. And your people are always watching you. Have you noticed that if somebody is you're working with and you trust them and they're doing you a good job, and then they treat somebody else disrespectfully, doesn't that plant a seed of doubt in your mind about how they'll treat you later on when the situation changes? And so just remember, the reason we have respect for everybody is somebody is always paying attention. You cannot gain respect by disrespecting others. Now, this is key. You don't have to agree with somebody in order to respect them. I travel all over the world. I get to meet amazing people, different faiths, different beliefs, different experiences. And I walk in going, these people know things that I don't know. I'm here to learn. And the more I can learn, the more I grow. And the more I show respect, the more connection we have. Because chances are pretty good I'm going to learn something from people who come from a different background that are going to help me into the future. And so even though I might disagree with them, I can still respect them for what they have and what they do. So how do we create respect? So here's some ideas. First off, we have to define what respect means to you. What does respect mean to you personally? How do you like to be respected? And culturally, this can be a little bit different. Different parts of the world, respect means a little bit of different thing. And so you've got to figure out, what does that mean? So if that's what respect means to you, then we have to honor that commitment and respect others in the same way. The second thing you can do is communicate, listen, and ask a lot of questions. That 80-20 rule of I listen 80% of the time and I talk 20% of the time, that's showing the other person respect, right? And it's also very smart because they know something you don't. So make that part of your practice. When we get to the intentional coaching conversation, there are pages of questions in there that you can internalize and start to ask. We have people who come through our coaching program and they want to be a coach, right? The reason they're coming through our coaching program is they want to go out and coach. And then after about 6 weeks, they come back and they say, I don't know what's happened, but my regular business is taken off. The thing that I'm doing day to day, it's growing, it's flourishing, it's prospering. And the only thing they've done is they've changed their perspective into asking questions. And so some people see this huge advantage of, wait, asking questions is a sign of respect, right? So that's what we want to do as a coach leader. Then we keep our word. Gosh, not only do we keep our word, but we keep our word in the appropriate time. If we say that we're going to do something and we give a date, we honor that date. So respect and integrity go hand in hand. So when we respect people, we're keeping our word. The scalability of trust. Seth Godin is a very well-known expert in the United States. He invented the term permission marketing. He's written a lot of books. He came to our office and I interviewed him for a webinar that we were doing, a webinar series. And he had written on this concept called the scalability of trust. And I said, Seth, what does that really mean? And he said, look, every communication I have, every speech I give, every text message I send, every email that I send, every conversation that I send, he said, I have one goal in mind. He said, for my business goal isn't profit. It isn't revenue. My business goal and my personal goal is to increase trust, to scale trust. Now, this is interesting because in the book, Secrets of Closing the Sale, Zig Ziglar said that there are 5 reasons that people don't buy. No need, no money, no hurry, no want, and no trust. Some of you are smiling like you've seen that before, yeah? So there's 5 reasons. And the biggest reason that people do not buy is no trust. If they do not trust you, they will not buy what you're selling. Well, as a leader, what are you selling? You're selling the vision of the organization. You're selling the vision and purpose of your team every single day. And so one of the ways that you create respect is you build trust in every interaction. And so what does that mean? It means that if you promise something to your team, you show the respect to say, hey, we're going to have this done by Tuesday, and if something happens and it's now impossible to get that done by Tuesday, you let the whole team know. This is what happened. This is why it's delayed a little bit, but we're still going to do it. Why? Because you show respect to them and their own schedules and timing, and then that creates trust. Another way to build respect is by the AIR principle. I talked about it briefly earlier, but here's a great way to run a meeting. Let's say, how many of you have weekly team meetings with your group, right? Face-to-face, maybe some on Zoom, maybe both. Think about taking the first 5 to 7 minutes of the meeting for AIR. AIR stands for appreciation, inspiration, and recognition. So you start the meeting off, And you just start off by appreciating somebody on your team. Or maybe you appreciate somebody on another team and you say, you know, we were stuck and they really helped us out and it took us to the next level. And then you give some inspiration. You share a motivational quote. You tell a story. You watch a YouTube video. You do something that gets people inspired. And then you recognize somebody in the group, somebody on the team who's done an outstanding job, and you recognize them. This appreciation, inspiration, and recognition, it creates an atmosphere. After you model that, after you do that for a few weeks, you might ask somebody else on the team, does anybody here want to share some appreciation for somebody else? Well, now you're letting your team appreciate each other. So you might ask for a volunteer. Who wants to lead the inspiration next week? Who wants to bring a good word that would support us? And then when you get to recognition, it really starts to take on a whole nother level. So I want to pause on recognition. The way we recognize people as a coach leader is we want to go the extra mile. I want to give you the example. Let's suppose somebody on your team is working on a very big project. They've got it all together. The client is about to sign the project agreement. It's going to be a huge win for the organization. It's something that everybody's contributed to. And at the very last minute, the client calls up and they say, we no longer want to do that. So your team member who's responsible for this says, oh no, we've put all this work into it, and they call the client back. And they find out what the reason is, and they have some meetings, and they work all night, and they figure out a way to make it happen. And then the next day or two, the client goes ahead and they do the contract, right? So you get the win. So now you're having the meeting where you're going to recognize this person for getting the deal. Because it's important, right? When somebody does a good job, we need to let everybody know they did a good job. And so you recognize them in the way they need to be recognized. So if they're an extrovert, if they like, if they're an outgoing person, you might recognize them as a whole team and have a little party for them. If they're more quiet and reserved, it could be a little bit more subtle based on what their personality is. It could be a nice email congratulating them on a job well done. Well, that is an 8 out of 10 in recognition. The way you go 10 out of 10 is you do everything I just said, plus you add this. You say, well done, great job on closing that sale. Our business is going to be great because of it. But the real reason that I'm grateful for you is your integrity, is your respect, is your humility, is your kindness, is your generosity, whatever the character quality is that they exhibited. So I'll use integrity. So the reason I'm so grateful for you is the client called in and they wanted to change the project and they wanted to reduce the price and they wanted you to do several things. And instead of you caving in, knowing that if we lowered the price, we couldn't offer the quality of service that we need, we couldn't offer the support that we need, instead of you caving in, you called back the client, you found out what their real objection was, you got the team together, you came up with a different proposal, you kept the quality, and the reason it's your integrity that I'm supporting is because you know the vision and mission of our company. You know that at the end of the day, what we want is happy and satisfied customers that we could support at the highest level. Your integrity is what got that business to close. Why is that? If you do that, people will cry. People have not been told personally that it's their character and their virtue that we're proud of, that we respect, right? And so why is this important? Well, imagine a week later, the business calls back and they cancel the project. Has anybody ever had that happen? You do all the work, they said yes, and then something changes and they cancel it. If all you do is recognize somebody for the result, and then the result gets taken away, right? That person can be crushed because their value was based on the transaction. But if you recognize them for their virtue, their character, you can go to them afterwards and say, man, that's unfortunate. They canceled the project. But you know what? That's not why you're on the team. You're on the team because of your integrity. And all of a sudden, that person has value, not because of what they did, but because of who they are. Remember the be, do, and have philosophy? We got to be the right kind of person, do the right things in order to have all that life has to offer. So as coach leaders, we're constantly looking for way to recognize and support the virtues that our people have. And this is part of focusing on growth. The next virtue, positivity. So remember, we're covering 4 virtues. This is the 4th one for today. Positivity. A positive attitude outperforms a negative attitude every time. This is probably the one virtue that our company is recognized more than anything else. My father was a motivational, inspirational speaker. Everywhere he went, he exuded this positive attitude. But the reality is that a positive attitude will outperform a negative attitude every time. So how many of you, raise your hand, and hopefully all 100% of the hands will go up. How many of you feel like you're relatively smart? Raise your hand. I'm not saying you're a genius. I'm just saying you're pretty smart. You're smarter. Go ahead, raise your hand. Some of you are still back on humility. So I'm not raising my hand because humility won't let me raise my hand, but we all know. So if a positive attitude outperforms a negative attitude, is it ever smart to be negative? No. And when we have disruptive times, when change comes and the world gets flipped upside down, we've got to be positive in the way we respond to that. So let's dig into positivity and what it really means. Dad said this: I'm so positive I would go after Moby Dick. And Moby Dick was a giant whale, right? I'd go after Moby Dick in a rowboat and take the tartar sauce with me, right? I'm going to go fishing for a whale, and I'm taking what I need to cook with me in a little bitty boat. That's how positive he was in everything that he did. And you got to have a mind shift. You don't have to, you get to. And so I want to take a little bit of explanation on this. So when I was a teenager, 13, 14 years old, every Sunday morning, our family would get up early and we would go to church. Now, when you're 13 years old, you do not want to go to church early Sunday morning. You want to sleep as long as you can. How many of you know that? And so Dad would come in, and he would wake me up, and he would say, "Son, it's time to get up. We're going to church." And I would say, "Do I have to go to church?" And he would say, "No, son, you get to go to church. You don't have to, you get to." And so this mindset idea is there's a lot of things that we don't necessarily like doing, right? If I have a job and there are certain activities that I have to do in order to perform my job well, the chances are pretty good that some of it you really love doing and some of it you don't really care for that much. Is that true? And so what I want you to do is flip your mindset from, instead of saying to yourself, "I have to do that," you come over here and you say, "I get to do that." So what do we mean by get to? Well, this person right here, he's a friend of mine. His name is Chris Patterson. Chris Patterson, he moved to Dallas, Texas when he was 26 years old. And he took over the Q Athletic Club. So the Q was a big fitness club. It was huge, hundreds of members. And he took it over because he'd run another club successfully, and the corporate organization transferred him to Dallas to turn around this club. And so he comes to Dallas and he takes over the Q. Well, the Q Athletic Club was actually only a mile from my parents' house. And so Chris starts training all of the people who work at the athletic club on Zig Ziglar material, right? Sales training, motivation, personal development. And he turns the club around. They're starting to perform. They move from the bottom 10% to the top 20% in less than a year. Well, Chris didn't know that Zig Ziglar, his hero, lived a mile away. So one day, my dad goes into the club, And he checks in. And when you go to check out an athletic club in the United States, they take your driver's license from you. And what they're really doing is they're holding you hostage because they want to take you on a tour of the club, and then they want the opportunity to sell you a membership before they give you your driver's license back. They don't want you to go in, check it out, and leave. Anybody ever heard of that? That's like a bona fide sales process there. So Dad goes in, he says, hey, I need a tour, I'm thinking about joining. And the person at the front looked at the driver's license and said Zig Ziglar on it. And so he stands up and he goes back to Chris Patterson and he says, Chris, you're going to want to take the gentleman at the front desk on the tour. And Chris says to him, nope, I'm fine, you can do it, I've trained you, you guys are doing great. And he said, no, look, you're going to want to take him. So Chris looks down, it's his hero. So Chris gets to take Zig Ziglar on the tour. And so Chris does not tell my dad that he knows who he is. So Chris takes Dad on a tour. They go back into the room, and Chris starts selling my father a membership using all of my father's sales training. So my dad looks at him and says, you know who I am, don't you? And they had a big laugh, and they started talking. And so, of course, my dad joined. And just before he left, my father said to Chris, I've never worked out at an athletic club. I need a physical trainer. Can you connect me with a physical trainer? So Chris says to my dad, I'll make you a deal, Mr. Ziglar. I will be your physical trainer when you come in if you will be my mental trainer while we work out. He's a smart guy, isn't he? So they shook hands, and then 2 days later, my father goes back to the gym. They go in, Chris is there, and Chris says, okay, Mr. Ziglar, let's get a foundation. Let's see, how physically fit you are, how strong you are. Why don't you come over here and sit down on this machine and do some curls? And a curl is this machine, right? So he's got weights. So he sits down on it, and Chris is telling me the story, and he says, Tom, all of a sudden, your dad sits down and he starts lifting the weight, and I haven't had a chance to adjust the weight yet, and it's way too much weight, right? It's like 40 pounds too much weight. And he goes, your dad just starts going 1, 2, and I can tell it's too much. And I say, Mr. Ziglar, stop. I didn't adjust the weight. That's too much. He said, your dad goes 3, 4, and then he says, Mr. Ziglar, stop. Let me move the weight. And your dad just keeps going. He goes 5, 6, 7, and he's like, Mr. Ziglar, stop. And you said your dad goes 8, and in his head he thinks, oh no, the headlines tomorrow in the Dallas Morning News newspaper is going to say, young punk trainer kills motivational legend Zig Ziglar in first workout, right? And he said your dad goes 9, 10, and Chris goes, I'm glad. He said 10, he's going to stop. And then your dad does 3 more, 11, 12, and it's 13. He can't even lift it up, but he gets a 13 like this. He puts it down. And then he said, your dad looked at me and said, Chris, you don't have to like everything you do. Do you think Zig Ziglar was working out to get in good shape just to be in good shape? No. He was getting in good physical health because he had a why and a vision that he wanted to fulfill. He had people he wanted to serve. He had places he wanted to travel to. He had speaking engagements he wanted to make. He had books that he wanted to write. And he knew that his mind would be clearer, his energy would be greater. He would have more ability to have an impact if he was in good physical health. And so when we look at our own life and we're developing our team, one of the things we've got to do is we've got to convince them, hey, you know what? Some of the things that we do are just part of what we have to do. As a salesperson, I never liked prospecting and cold calling. It wasn't my thing. But I knew that was the only way I could create new business. That was the only way we could grow as an organization. And then I had these big dreams and goals that I wanted to accomplish. And so when I did the things that I got to do, right, I get to do this because it creates the dream that I want. That's why when the Gen Z question, how do you motivate them to become self-motivated? You got to make it personal to them. You got to show them the dream that they want. And if we change the have to attitude into the get to attitude, the reason Dad worked out his whole life for the last 40 years of his life is because he had dreams that he wanted to accomplish. And he knew the better his health, the more dreams he would get. So when you look at that spoke on the wheel, every single one of those are what you want to focus on. And then being positive means we're positively contagious. When we walk into the room, does the energy in the room go up? Are people glad to see us? So if you're not sure if you're positive enough, ask yourself, when you enter the room, is everybody excited to see you? Do they feed off of your energy? And by the way, this is not a personality preference. You can be low-key and quiet, and you can still raise the energy. You can raise the energy with a smile and a sincere question and asking about somebody's personal life, right? Or you could come in a bundle of energy and say, let's go. Both of those are fine, but we've got to ask ourselves, is the room better because we were there? So at the end of the day, is it ever smart to be negative? No, it's not. It's not. I mean, imagine if you were going to have surgery, okay? Let's say you had surgery and you're going in to take care of a problem, and just before surgery, you talk to the doctor, and you ask the doctor, well, how are you doing? And the doctor says, I'm not doing so good. I was up late last night, and I had a little too much to drink, and you know, this is the first time I've ever done this surgery, and I was reading up on it on YouTube last night, and I got some good ideas, but I'm not really sure how it's. Do you want that person to do surgery on you? No, you don't. You want to take a positive approach in everything you do. But we also got to understand it's not negative to identify a problem. Okay, as coach leaders, if there's a problem, here's what we want to do. As soon as there's a problem, we want to round up everybody and say, let's get this out. What's the problem? Let's figure it out. And as we identify the problem, we quit focusing on the problem and we start focusing on the solution. We start getting solution focused. Because when we get solution focused, then we can make progress. So here's a bad attitude interview question. Can you walk out the values of our company with a bad attitude? I hope not. Otherwise, I think your values might not be the right values, right? And remember, a bad attitude is not between the coach, leader, and the team member. It's between the company mission statement and the team member. And so whenever there's an attitude situation on your team, we gotta bring that out. That's not going to help us fulfill what we want it to. Being positive is essential to maximizing people, purpose, and performance. At lunch, we talked a little bit about coaching, and our head coach, his name is David Wright, and he says this: coaching is a transfer of confidence. And so when we have somebody on our team and they're struggling a little bit, sometimes we have to pull them aside and we transfer some of our confidence that we have onto them. We have to tell them, you can do more than you think you can. You have this ability. You have this skill. I know it's new. I know it's uncomfortable, but I believe you can do it. I know you can do it. I'm going to be here with you while you do it. Let's go do it. And so you're transferring confidence to them that they don't have in themselves. Now here's the challenge. Remember, you cannot give something you don't have. So as a coach leader, we are constantly committing ourselves to learning and growing in these virtues because we have to have the confidence to transfer to them. When we're positive, we draw out the best in our people, right? Positivity allows people to rise to the highest level possible. So now I want to do this. We've been talking, we're about 70% done with the day. Is it good so far? Raise your hand if it's good. Is it good? You like it? Okay, excellent. This is what I would like for you to do. I want you to get in the groups of six people. And you can stay right where you are. And I want you to think about this. Think about the question that you want to ask me. And so for your 6 people, it could be about anything we've talked about or even something we haven't talked about. And I want you to share with the other 5 people in the group, here's the question that I want to ask. And your question could be about personal development, or it could be about professional development. It could be about how to be a more effective coach leader, whatever the question is. And so what I want you to do is I want you to hear the questions that the people in your group have, because I think it's going to be enlightening to you to see the questions that the people in your group have. And so I'm going to give you like 10 minutes to talk amongst your group about the question you want to ask. And then I'll call time, and then I want your group to vote on which question the 6 of you want to send in. And then you send them in via that app. And then we're going to go to a break. And then after the break, I'm going to handle some of those questions. But the purpose of this exercise is for you to hear other leaders, other people of a different experience levels, after hearing this information, to see what's going on in their mind. What do they have questions about? What are they thinking? Is that a good explanation? Do you understand? And so when you get together in the 6, you can stand up, or maybe 3 on this table can turn around and talk to 3 behind you. Whatever way you want to do that. If you end up with 5 or 7 people, that's okay. You know, we're not being hardcore about this. But I really want you in groups of about 6 people so you can discuss that. Does anybody have a question of clarity before we go? Raise your hand if you understand it. You got it? Okay, everybody's got it. All right, let's do it. 10 minutes. So get in the group of 6. And whoever says, this is my question, you go first. Okay, if I could get everybody's attention. How was that discussion? Was it good? Okay, so here, man, it's really good. Everybody's still engaged. So let me say this one more time. Your team, your group of 6 people, you need to decide on the one question you want to submit for me to answer. Okay? Does everybody understand? And so as a team, you decide what's the question we want to ask Tom to help me personally or professionally be more effective in my life, in my role as a coach leader. So go ahead and decide that question now and then send it in. Send it into the QR code. So everybody on your team, elect one leader to send it in, okay? Everybody got that person on your team? We good? Has anybody already sent the question in? I'm going to give you 1 minute. 1 minute to send that question in. You do it on the QR code. If you have a question about anything that I've just said, raise your hand and I'll come see you. One question per group. What's the one question you want to ask? And we're going to, as we wrap up the day, we're going to invest about 30 minutes asking these questions, right? I'm going to answer as many of them as I can. All right, it's time for a break. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Do not go to break until you send in that question. We need a question from every group. And as soon as you send that question in, you can go to break. We'll start back in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Back. How was that question? Was it good? Wow. We only have 4 hours to go. Oh, wait, I'm in an hour and 45 minutes. We are going to close up. Whoops. We're going to finish this session with those questions that you asked. We're going to hold those until the Q&A, which will start in about 45 minutes. I wanted to tell you about a client that I have. I'm getting questions at the break about, well, how do we talk to somebody about a bad attitude when they really don't understand the mission and values of the business? And so I used the example of three men working at a railroad. They asked the first man, "What do you do?" He said, "I dig holes." So his job was to dig holes. He said, "I dig holes." They asked the second man, "What do you do?" He said, "Oh, I'm working on the railroad. I'm building a railroad." They asked the third man, what do you do? He said, I'm creating transportation so that families can follow their dreams and go where they want to go. So which one of those three people do you think had the best attitude? Which one do you think had the best chance of rising up in the company? The third one? Do you agree? Because he was motivated because he was building something that would take people to where they wanted to go, to travel, to see the country, maybe relocate their family. I'm working with a company. The company's name is Level 2, okay? It's in the healthcare industry, and they have a product called a CGM. A CGM is a constant glucose monitor. Has anybody heard of one of those that measures blood sugar? So I don't know if you know this or not, but in America, we eat a lot of food. And because of that, we have a lot of big people, a lot of very heavy people. So we have a lot of diabetics, people with diabetes, which is a very serious disease, and it will shorten your life. And so Level 2, what they do is they call people who have United Healthcare insurance. So Level 2 is a part of this big insurance company. And one of their insurance benefits is if you're pre-diabetic or you have diabetes, one of the things that you can get is a constant glucose monitor that inserts underneath your skin, and they give it to you for free. And what it does is it measures your blood sugar every 5 minutes. It sends your blood sugar level to a phone, and you get instant feedback on whether the food you're eating is healthy or harmful. Now, they also do something else. They give each person with the constant glucose monitor, they get a health coach. And so if you get the constant glucose monitor, you talk to your coach every week or 2 weeks, and the coach gives you tips on how to get in better shape. So here's the amazing thing. So diabetes causes things like amputation and blindness. It shortens your life. It hinders your mobility. So there's a lot of bad things with diabetes. But if you get on the constant glucose monitor and you have a coach, 60% of the people who do that are cured. They go off all medication. They get their life back. So it's a good thing, isn't it? So now I'm training the team of young people, 25 to 35, and their job is to call the customers of United Healthcare who have this benefit. And the phone call comes like this. They call them up and they say, hey, this is so-and-so with Level 2. We're a part of United Healthcare, and I want to offer you our constant glucose monitor. That way you do not have to finger prick and do a blood test 5 times a day, taking blood out of the tip of your finger. That sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? You don't have to poke yourself all day long. And they sign them up, and they give it to them for free. The only problem is that the person receiving the phone call thinks it's a scam. Because nobody gives you stuff for free. And so they have these obstacles to overcome. And so we were training them on how to overcome these obstacles to get people to do this. And so I was trying to explain to these young people what it is that they sell. So I asked them, what do you sell? And they said, oh, we call up and we try to get people to take this constant glucose monitor. It's free. Okay, that's true, but that's not the answer that I'm looking for. What do you sell? And somebody else said, oh, well, it's instantaneous blood monitoring. That's true, but that's not what I'm looking for. What do you sell? And they gave me all these technical things. And this is what I said. When you call somebody and they listen to you and they say yes to the constant glucose monitor, that person is probably 50 to 55 years old, because that's when diabetes a lot of times starts. And I said, when they say yes to you, what you have just done is you've allowed that 55-year-old person to gain back their health, and when they're 75, they can play with their kids on the beach. They can enjoy their family. And so I had all these salespeople on a Zoom, right? All these faces. And 30 of them, their jaws dropped. Because they never knew that what they sold was allowing these people who they talked to play with their grandkids on the beach 20 years later. Do you see the difference in the impact? Because really the challenge that they had is they were calling up and they were just making another phone call. Now all of a sudden when they make a phone call, remember these kids or these young people are 25 to 35. So they're calling people the same age as their parents. So it's like they're calling somebody who's the same age as mom or dad, and they're convincing them to do this so that their health will be restored so that they can play with their grandkids. So now they're making the call, and the feeling is, I need to convince them that they need to do this because their grandkids' lives depend on it. Do you see the difference in that? The why behind that? The reason they were getting hung up on was because the conviction from the heart was not there. They were just making another call. But all of a sudden, the reason I do what I do is it changes a life. You see that difference? And I bring this up because as we start to connect the why of an individual with the why of the business, whatever business you're in, we were just having a conversation, one of the companies here, they're in financial services. So they do loans, right? They lend. And I said, well, what do people borrow money for? I said, oh, they borrow money for education and starting a business and buying a home. Do those things sound important? That business changes the lives of the people that they serve. Right? Families have a new lease on life. Education changes the way people view the world and what they can accomplish. And so everything that we do as a coach leader is about connecting why we do something with how we do it. Remember we started off, what is it that you want? So we wrote that down. And then we said, and if you're going to have everything in life you want, you got to help enough other people. Who are the other people that you have to help? What do they want? And then how are you going to do it? So now let's get into the how. We are on page 44 of the workbook. We're going to talk about the intentional coaching conversation. And it's late in the day, and I want to do something in advance to show you something. If you were to turn through the pages, you will notice, like on page 45, there's a lot of notes there, right? There's a lot of detail. On page 46, there's a lot of detail. You see that? Okay. Page 47, there's all of these questions there that you can answer and respond to. Page 48, more. Page 49, we're going into it. We're going through the steps. You're going to see, so go back to page 44. The reason I showed you that is because I want you to sit back and not worry about the PowerPoint slides. I want you to sit back and listen to what I'm saying, because everything that I'm going to say is in this workbook in more detail, right? You have every resource you need right there. And so what I want you to hear is the spirit and the motivation and the big picture of this intentional coaching conversation. And so when I show you slides, that's mainly for me to make sure I don't forget anything to tell you. So don't worry about flipping back and forth and following each slide. I just want you to know that I'm going to take you on this journey of the 5 steps in the intentional coaching conversation, and you have everything you need in that workbook. This is an amazing resource for you to refer back to and will guide you as you put this in practice, as you start to ask these kind of questions. Does that sound fair? Everybody say fair. All right, I love it. So let's go through this. So the intentional coaching conversation. Coach leaders have intentional goals and growth-focused coaching conversations. So all it means is that with my people that I lead, I am going to be intentional with my time with them, and it's going to be focused on how they're growing and what goals they're trying to achieve. Because if we can have accountability, and they know that I'm going to ask them every week about the work they've done, the likelihood of them doing the work goes way up, because accountability creates follow-through, it creates performance. And so here are the 5 steps, and we're going to go through each one of these 5 steps. Again, the PowerPoint is mainly for me to stay on track, right? So just listen in and absorb. It's late in the day, and I want this to sink into your brain. And so when I say step number 1, lay the foundation, I want you to think of in your mind, okay, when I have a conversation with somebody, it's going to go through these 5 steps, and I'm going to give you the overview of these 5 steps. So we lay the foundation, we discover the why, we identify performance opportunities. I'm going to talk about the Ziegler performance formula a little bit because it's so powerful and it's so simple. And then we co-create the plan. And then we have the heartbeat of accountability. So those are the 5 steps, and you're going to hear me go through this. So what is lay the foundation? Imagine somebody comes into your company, it's their first day on the job, and it's amazing, right? Because you hired this person. You got some amazing candidates, right? People came to you and they were vetted, and they went through a process, and they come in and you interviewed them a whole bunch of times, right? You got to know them. If you might have asked them you might have done some assessments with them to understand their skill level and their personality and make sure they're a fit. You may have actually called out and talked to previous places they worked, or you might have called their university to see what, their recommendations were. And so now they come in and it's their very first day on the job. And so you've got to lay the foundation. Or maybe you have somebody on your team and it's been 5 years, they've been working there, and you're thinking, well, I've got to go have this conversation with them, and isn't it kind of awkward? They've been here 5 years, and I've never taken them through this. It's not awkward. It's just something you've never done before. That's all it is. And so it's okay to feel a little uncomfortable. Believe me, when you start asking these questions, they're going to be grateful that somebody's paying attention and asking them the deep questions. And so you go in, you've got a new hire, and you lay the foundation. I like to follow this. Here's the first question I ask. In the future, so brand new, first day on the job, you say, come in my office, okay? They just started work. Hey, you're brand new. We think you can do great things here. We vetted you. So I have a question. In the future, working here, in your personal life, do you want to grow, stay the same, or take a step backwards? What are they going to say? They're going to grow. Oh, I want to grow. Well, you know what? That's why I'm here. I'm here to help you grow. And then you ask this question, well, in the future, in your professional life, do you want to grow, stay the same, or take a step backwards? Oh, well, I want to advance, right? I know I'm coming into this role, but I want to know what future I have here. And so from the very beginning, they're telling you what they want. See that? They want to grow personally and professionally. Now, what happens if they say, I don't want to grow? What happens if they say, nah, I don't want to improve myself professionally? Well, that makes you rethink the situation, doesn't it? So we ask them those questions, and then we say something like this. Would you like to become more effective in your job role this year? See that simple question? Would you like to be more effective? Or how about this? Would you like to increase your skills and performance this year so that you may be considered for a special project team or a cross-functional opportunity? Would you like to improve your skills, develop your relationships, learn new things so that you could be considered for a promotion? What will they say? See, it's important. We ask them, we don't tell them. Would you like to have more professional success this year? These are all similar questions. Because you know what? When they say yes, you can say, well, that's my job as a coach leader. My job is to help you have more success. My job is to help you be considered for a promotion. My job is to, that's because we've got to attract them in, develop them, and retain them. That's what we do. So let me ask you, what happens when someone on your team is very successful in their role? If you have somebody who comes in and they're a top performer every week, every month, what happens? Do they get promoted? Yeah, they do. And so that's the flip side of it. Yeah, if you want to grow, I'm going to help you grow. And when you grow, when you're more effective, when you contribute, then the promotion comes. So that's laying the foundation. We want to give a clear understanding. Another question I like to ask people, this is especially good in sales, because salespeople are easy to motivate. Hey, you're on my team, you're on the sales team. This year, do you want to make more money, the same money, or less money? Salespeople are all going to say, more money, right? Well, awesome. I want to pay you more money. In order for me to pay you more money, you have to be more effective tomorrow than you are today, right? You have to grow, you have to change, you have to develop. So then they say, yes, I want a promotion. Yes, I want to make more money. Yes, I want to do this. Now we got to discover why. So step number 2 is discover the why. Why do you want to make more money? Let's look at these questions. So let me start. Why do you work here? What is it that brought you to our company? What is it that inspires you about our business? You'll be surprised at what some people say. They might say, wow, I've always wanted to work here. I had friends that work here, and they said it was fantastic. They might also say, I'm trying something new, and I'm not sure, right? But this helps you to understand. Because if they say, I'm not sure, or this seems like a good opportunity, but I'm brand new, I don't know what it means, this is where you get to sell them and explain the vision, mission, and virtues and values of your business, the difference that we make in our community. And then you ask them, okay, so why is it important that you're successful? So they said they want to make more money. They said they want to promote. Why is that important? Why is it important that you get a promotion? Why is it important that you keep your job? Why is that? Well, I got to pay the bills. Right? I got responsibility. And so that's a good place to start. So, okay, so it's important that you pay the bills. Well, tell me more about that. Why do you want to find a path to growth? This will tell you a lot. Well, I don't want to grow. Or I'm kind of happy the way I am. What does that tell you about that person that you're dealing with? Because remember, several of you have asked questions on the side. Hey, I've got somebody who is hard to motivate. How do I motivate them? It's very difficult. All you can do is show them the possibility and potential they have and get them excited about growing to something they want. And so if they say, I'm not sure I want to grow, or what do you mean by growth? You've got to explain, well, you said that you wanted to make more money because you wanted to provide education for your kids. So tell me about how are you going to do that if you don't grow and learn? Discover the why. So I go, why? And in the beginning, they do not open up. They do not want to share their heart. They don't have that trust. And so whatever they give you, work with that. Just take that information. So they've told you what they want, and now they're telling you why they want it. I want to grow professionally. I want to be considered for the promotion. I want to make more money. So why? So I can pay off debt, so I can buy the house, so I can put my kids through school. Some of them will come in and they'll say, I've got big dreams. I've heard good things about this place, and I need to learn as much as I can, as fast as I can, because I got things I want to accomplish. Wow. That's somebody you want to hold on to. That's somebody you want to pour extra into. Because when somebody's motivated like that, a top performer, if they're not getting fed where they are, they'll find some place that will feed them. That's just the nature of a top performer. So we create dream alignment. So here's what dream alignment means. So I'll use this level 2, okay? Level 2 is the constant glucose monitor in group. So the mission of level 2 is to impact the health of as many people as possible using the constant glucose monitor so they can achieve and enjoy healthy living for the rest of their life. That's pretty powerful, isn't it? I mean, that's really what that company's about. And so as an employee, I kind of feel good about working for a company like that. When we do a good job at our company, lives are saved, families are held together, futures are created. That's a powerful why. That allows me to work hard and sleep good at night. So that's the dream of the organization. So now we talk to the individual, and we say to the individual, what's your why? Oh, well, my parents are getting older, and I really want to provide security for them. They're going to have some challenges down the road, so I want to earn enough money so I can take care of my parents, and I want to provide a good future for my kids. And so here's what's interesting. The better that person does at their job, the better the company does. Do you see that alignment? So when that person does a great job in their job role, the company wins, and their own dreams come faster. Because the better I do in what I do, the more I grow, the more I learn, the more I advance. Do you see that? So we've got to connect their personal why to the big why. So now you're in this conversation, and you have understood what they want. You understand why they want it. And now you've got to identify performance opportunities. Because remember in that very first Venn diagram that had the 5 circles, the business map, right? And it had vision, virtue, and values. And then in the top right-hand corner, it had contribution and compensation. And so it's interesting how the more you contribute to the success of a business, it just naturally happens, the more compensation you get, right? That's the way it goes. So the better we do, the more we contribute, the more we get recognized, the more compensation that we get. And so I would ask somebody, okay, so I see that. You want to provide for your parents. You want to have education funds for your children. You want a house. Wow, that's amazing. So what could you do performance-wise that would allow you to be more effective in your job? So we're asking them. Oh, well, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by performance opportunities. Well, tell me what job role you have. So I'm just going to use financial services as an example. So the person, their job is to call out and to have sales calls with people who are interested in getting a loan or investing in different things. Right? That's the job. And they've never heard of us, right? It's a brand new prospect. They don't know who we are. And so here's the first question. You're about to call this prospect who doesn't know you. What are they thinking and feeling at the beginning of the conversation with them? So I want you to think of your own experience. What are they thinking and feeling? They're thinking, who is this person? Can I trust them? Do they have a good reputation? How much money is it going to cost? Is this a scam? Am I right? Do y'all agree with that? You're calling out. What about if it's a person who's a support person and they support somebody else in the business, right? And they're brand new, and so they've got to go to that person and say, hey, I'm here to support you in my job role. Well, they don't know you yet. You're just starting this job. What are they thinking and feeling before you start? So think about it. You get a new assistant, right? What are you thinking? Do they have what it takes? Can they keep up? Can I trust them? Will they make mistakes? Right? That's what we think. So that's the first question. So the second question is, at the end of the conversation, what do you want them to be thinking and feeling? So in that financial services role that I just explained, the customer, the prospect they were nervous, they were worried. Can I trust them? How much is this going to cost? Well, what do I want them thinking at the end of the conversation? I want them to say yes. I want them to sign up. I want them to do business with us. I want them to give us referrals. I want them to introduce me to all of their family and friends. Do you see that? So they're moving. So we've asked that individual, what in your job role, what are they thinking and feeling when you start, and what do you want them to think and feel when you're done? So we're taking them from doubt and concern and these unknowns into, wow, this is somebody I can trust. Is that making sense? So here's the question. What attitudes, efforts, and skills can you demonstrate that will move them from A to B? So you've got a team member, and they're in their job role, and they support somebody, or they're calling a customer. What will move that customer, that prospect, from being nervous and concerned to trusting you and giving you referrals? Okay. So there's 3 areas there: attitude, effort, and skill. So I would ask them, so what attitude can you demonstrate that will move them from A to B? Well, I can show up on time. That's good, isn't it? I can have a smile. I can have all my facts. I can be prepared. I can ask a lot of curious questions. I can show some energy. I know that they're going to be concerned about whether they can trust us. So in my preparation, I can bring with me and show them examples of other people just like them we've worked with, right? I can get there early. I can have a checklist of everything that we do so they can see the credibility. And skills, I can learn the conversation. I can learn the script. I can learn the terminology of our product and service. I can become an expert at explaining how our loans and our products benefit them. Do you see that? But we're asking that individual to tell us because we want to know what they know and what they don't know. So a brand new person might be, I don't really know. This is my first day on the job. Okay, so what attitude do you think would be helpful? You let them tell you. So here's the attitude formula, or the Ziegler performance formula. Performance always comes down to attitude times effort times skill equals performance. And I'm going to give you the simple version. When you go to a restaurant, we judge every encounter by this formula. The first thing is we walk into the restaurant and we judge their attitude. Did they greet me with a smile? Are they glad to see me? Did they show me to the table? Did they show some enthusiasm? And then effort. Wow, did they hustle? Did they find a place for me right away? Is the staff working there? Are they moving with purpose? Do they fill up my water right away, or do I feel like I'm neglected and alone? And then their skill. Did they prepare the food to the right temperature? Did they serve it from the right side? And so I tell people, when somebody on your team walks in front of you, you can do a little assessment. You can ask yourself, what's their attitude? Is it positively contagious? Their effort, are they hustling? And their skill, are they competent in what they do, and have they learned and grown over the last few months? Are they better than they were? So as we break this out, and we dig into it a little bit, we got to understand we use it every single day. So the first day that somebody comes to work, I'm going to show you the math behind this idea. The first day on the job, their attitude's a 1, their effort's a 1, and their skill's a 1. What do I mean by that? Their attitude's a 1 because they haven't figured out if they fit in or not, right? They're a little nervous. Their effort is a 1 because they haven't been given any work to do yet. Their skill is a 1 because they haven't been trained. So 1 times 1 times 1 equals 1. Now, when you've worked with them for a little while, and you've poured into them, you've motivated them, you inspired them, you've told them that you matter, you can make a difference, you can do great things here, you can grow, you can create the future you want. The more you improve and grow, the better your future is. You have great things. So all of a sudden their attitude starts to grow, right? But they're borrowing their attitude from you. You're pouring into them, but they're positive because you're positive. And then their effort, now they're doing some work, right? They're getting some things done, and they're contributing to the overall success of the group. And their skill, they're learning everything that you've taught them. 2 times 2 times 2 is 8. So you see how much more their performance is now around this model? Now this is where the world stops, okay? This is what the world thinks is good enough. But as coach leaders, we know this is not good enough. There's a whole nother level. And that whole nother level is this. It's 3 times 3 times 3. So what you're doing in this is very simple. A 3 is the ownership level. So you're trying to create ownership in that individual that they own their own attitude. So when you have somebody on your team and their attitude is, hey, it doesn't matter what the weather is, it doesn't matter if somebody cut me off in traffic, it doesn't matter what the person sitting next to me, their attitude, I own my attitude. I listen to and read and hang out with inspiring and motivated people. I own it. I'm a 3. And effort, I don't care what average is. I don't even care what number 1 in our office is. I want to know what the effort is of number 1 in the world. Right? I want to be the best I can be. So they own their effort. They're not counting on you to tell them what to do. They own it. And then on skill, they're like, man, this organization's fantastic. They train me, they develop me. But for me, that's not enough. I invest in myself. I train myself. I buy books on business and learning, and I grow. Well, look at this. 3 times 3 times 3 is 27. And so when you look at a top performer, this simply explains why top performers will earn 3, 4, 5, 6 times the average of everybody else. Because think about it. If you own your attitude, you own your effort, you own your skill, who's stopping you? You're not waiting for anybody else. And so this is what we're trying to create in the people we lead. We're trying to transfer the ownership of their attitude, effort, and skill. And then the third step, this goes into the fourth, is we ask them, okay, I know you want to make more money. I know you want to be eligible for a promotion. And I know the why is so you can provide for your parents, so you can have a college education for your children, so you can live in a nice house. So here's the question. How are you going to develop your attitude, effort, and skill in yourself? And so I flip it back to them, and I say, well, how are you going to develop that attitude? And this is where we co-create the plan. So imagine you're talking to somebody on your team and you're saying, I see the best in you. I want you to win and you can do great things and is it okay? So I asked the question. Is it okay if we co-create an action plan that develops the attitudes, efforts, and skills that you identified? I want you to think back on your own career. Think about your own career. Do you remember the first time you were working in a position that you were excited about that showed some possibility? Imagine if your leader came to you in the very beginning and said, hey, is it okay if together we create a plan for you that allows you to achieve what you want to achieve? Are you all okay with that? I mean, is that a powerful thing? People have never had that asked to them. They show up scared. They've got fear running over. Am I going to fit in? Am I going to be good enough? Do I have what it takes? Are these people going to like me? And even if I work really hard, is it going to matter? Are people going to recognize me for who I am and what I'm capable of? And so people bring these fears in, and all of a sudden you as a coach leader, you change the whole conversation. And you're like, hey, you're here because we want you. We picked you. You're fantastic. And I know, I see your hope, your dream. I see what you want to do. And I know that this might be your first experience, or maybe you had some experiences that weren't so good in the past, but we're a little different here. You see, I want to help you grow into and become more effective tomorrow than you are today so that you can provide for your parents and have that college education. So is it okay if we co-create a plan? Now, the word co-create is very important. Because if you create the plan, they don't have the ownership. And so you might ask them, so how are you going to develop attitude? So this conversation, I'm abbreviating it. It's all in the workbook, so don't worry. So how do I develop that attitude? So you ask them, you said that you need to improve your attitude. How are you going to do that? And then you do this. You zip your lips, right? You don't say anything. And you sit there. How are you going to do it? And it's okay if there's silence. And then finally they might say, well, I could read a book, or I need some help. What should I do? And then you give them some ideas. Well, here's some things. You name a person on your team. They have a great attitude. Why don't you talk to them about how they keep their own attitude up? And then you say, this is how I keep my attitude up. I listen to motivational and inspirational things. I spend some time every morning making sure the day starts right. And you say, do any of those sound good? So you're giving them examples. You're not telling them what to do. You're giving them examples. And then you ask them, okay, so what efforts can you work on? And you just do that. And then what skills? So I was talking to somebody at lunch, and they have a technology department. And so in technology, they might need to learn a new language. They might need to get a certificate in something. And so they might say to you, I need to advance my education and get this certificate. And you say, that's fantastic. Write that down. That attitude, write that down. That effort, that thing. You're gonna every night before you go home, you're gonna plan the next day out. That's what you said. You're gonna put a schedule together for everything you're gonna do the next day. That's fantastic. Write that down. Right? And so now they've written all these things down. And they've created a plan. And you look at that and you say, look at this plan you've created. That's amazing. And then here is the question that sums it up. That's a great plan. Is it okay if I hold you accountable to your goals, to your plan? Do you see that? They built it. Now I'm holding them accountable to what they said. Does that make sense? So Doc Rivers gets this credit. So Doc Rivers is a National Basketball Association NBA basketball coach in the United States. And the people he coach, they make a lot more money than he does. And they interviewed him, and they said, you're a great coach. He's known as one of the best communicators. And they said, how do you lead people who make more money than you do? And he said, oh, I just talk to them. And they said, well, what do you mean? What do you say? He says, well, when you become an NBA basketball player, you have an agreement, and the agreement is between the player and the club. And in that agreement, it has bonus clauses. So if you play a certain number of minutes, you get a bonus. If you score a certain amount of points, you get a bonus. If you get a certain number of rebounds, you get a bonus. If you make the all-star team, you get a bonus. If we go into the playoffs, you get a bonus, right? So it's a very specific contract. And so he says, I just let the players talk to me about the agreement they have. And then he says, wow, that's great. Is it okay if I hold you accountable to that? What's the player going to say? What's the person on your team going to say? It's their plan. And then, wow. So then we go into the accountability heartbeat. So you meet with somebody, and maybe the first week when you meet with them, it takes 30 or 40 minutes. It's a little bit longer conversation, and you only get part way through this, right? And so the next week, you go a little bit deeper, and then it might even take a month or 2 months to really create a plan for somebody. So don't feel like this is all one time, and it's going to take a lot of, and it's going to be very threatening, and they're going to go, what in the world's going on here? No, you're helping them uncover the foundation, right? What do they want? Why do they want it? Okay, how are we going to get there? But now you've got the plan. So salespeople are fairly simple to understand. So they say, yeah, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this, 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 and this. So they agree to do 3 things. And so every week you meet with them and you say, hey, I so much enjoyed our time on the plan. How's it going? How'd those calls go? You said you were going to start your day every way listening to Zig Ziglar, right? Wow, that's amazing. You said you were going to read this book. You've got an accountability partner with somebody else on the team. How's that going? And so what do they hear? They hear you being intentional about their growth, right? It changes everything. So there's a company in the United States. They're called 𝐕𝐢𝐞𝐭𝐧𝐚𝐦𝐿, and they're actually what they do is they help people who want to work remotely. That's what they do. So they marry people who work remotely with companies who want to hire remotely. And so they did a survey, and they asked these potential workers what they wanted in a new employer. Okay? So they said, what's important to you where you work? In the United States, the number one thing is health care. They wanted good health care. Number 2, listen to this. Number 2, they said they wanted to have a personal and professional development plan. So an employee is saying what they value most is they want a personal and professional development plan where they work. Why? If you share with somebody on your team a personal and professional development plan, what you're telling them is, I see a future for you. Let me say that again. When you show somebody that you're going to co-create a plan that helps them to be more effective tomorrow than they are today, a personal and professional development plan, what you're telling them is, I see a future in you. I see value in you. You're more than just a number. You're going to be here for a long time. You're going to make a difference. Do you see how much empowerment that gives that individual? An intentional plan to grow? And by the way, the third thing in that report that came out, they wanted health care, they wanted an intentional personal and professional development plan. The third thing they wanted is they wanted a coach. They wanted a coach in 3 areas. They wanted a career coach, a mental coach, and a life coach. They wanted somebody to help coach them in their mindset so they could deal with all this disruption. They wanted a career coach, somebody who could guide them on the path in that business to go to the next level. And they wanted a career, life, mental. Yeah, so they wanted a life coach because a lot of issues that affect work happen outside of work. Does that make sense? All right, we're wrapping this up. So I have a question for you. What is the most powerful thing you can do to help grow your people? What is the most powerful thing you can do to help grow your people? Everybody thinking? We just spent 40 minutes on it. You ready? It's a weekly intentional coaching conversation. Because when I'm the coach leader, I have the right heart, I have the right mindset, I'm demonstrating, I'm leading by example, I'm walking out the virtues, I'm doing all of those things. That is awesome. But people need a plan. People need goals that move them towards their purpose so that they can step into and create that future. So a weekly intentional conversation, it's intentional. Now, here's the good news. Once you've been going on for a while in a weekly coaching conversation, it might be 10 minutes. It might be 5 minutes in the car on the way to an appointment. It could be on a Zoom call at the end of a meeting. It could be by getting some tea with somebody. Hey, how's it going? What are we doing? What you're doing is you're seeding in them this idea that you care about them. You want them to grow. They're conversational. These are not intensive, oh no, I'm being interrogated, what am I doing now? These are, hey, I want you to win. How can I help? Where are we going to go? It's not dependent on location. You can do it anywhere. All right. That's the intentional coaching conversation. We have some Q&A questions. Come on up.
Thank you. Before we move to the Q&A section, I have information to give to the audience here.
Okay.
Thưa các anh chị, bây giờ chúng ta sẽ chuyển sang phần Q&A section để chúng ta có thể giải đáp những thắc mắc của các anh chị. Và Hồng Loan có một thông tin muốn nhắc lại với các anh chị là chúng ta sẽ có phần nhận giấy chứng nhận ở phần cuối chương trình ngày hôm nay. Và cách để các anh chị có thể nhận giấy chứng nhận là các anh chị có thể nhìn lên trên màn hình. Mình sẽ có một bên là số hàng, một bên là chữ cái đầu của tên các anh chị. Mình rất dễ là mình chỉ cần biết là hàng nào là thuộc chữ cái đầu tên của mình là mình sẽ đến hàng đó và nhận giấy chứng nhận của mình. Ví dụ như Loan là chữ L đầu thì Loan sẽ đến hàng số 2 các anh chị nha. Và bây giờ thì chúng ta sẽ chuyển sang phần Q&A. Và nếu như anh chị có thời gian thì Hồng Loan nhờ các anh chị chúng ta sẽ quét mã QR code ở trên bàn của các anh chị để có thể làm một khảo sát ngắn nho nhỏ để giúp cho VietnamWorks có thể làm những chương trình tốt hơn, phù hợp hơn với mong muốn của tất cả các anh chị. So now we start the Q&A section. Please take a seat.
Perfect. So these are the questions that we got from you before the last break.
We have almost 90 questions.
90 questions.
Yes, almost 90 questions. So you will try your best to answer this question. So we will start now.
Okay.
The first question is, this course is really good. Thank you for your sharing. I see a lot of benefits being a coach leader. However, my bosses are T-Rex style. And we see there are a lot of limitations for the organization to grow. As a subordinate, how can we change the leadership style of our bosses to a coach leader? Thank you for that question.
This is the most common question I get. It doesn't matter where in the world it is. Somebody comes to me on the side and they do this. I work for a T-Rex. What do I do? Right? So the question is, your leader doesn't have the coach leadership skills. They probably have a lot of experience. They might even have a lot of wisdom. But they lead by dominating, by this is the way it's done, and they do not hear new ideas, and it can be very, very stifling. So there's two ways to really have an impact. The first way is there a leader above them who's a coach leader? Because that's your best chance. If the top leader in the organization believes in coach leadership, then they can start to change the culture from the top down. Because a T-Rex, because they're in a position of that power, unless somebody with authority says, hey, you need to change the way you lead, or you could lead more effectively, then the chances of them changing are not very good. So let's suppose that's not an option. You work for a T-Rex, and you've got to lead from the bottom up, right? How many of you are good at leading the people who lead you? It's like a skill that we learn. And so this is what I would suggest. You go into the T-Rex and you ask this question. Can you tell me, so I can understand better, how you want to grow this business? What do you want this team to be doing a year from now, 2 years from now? What does success look like? And some leaders, some T-Rexes, they'll share. They'll say, oh, this is what I want. And you say, that's fantastic. Is it okay with you if I do some reading and some learning on how to make that happen faster than it is now? Well, what are they going to say? Yes. Okay, well, great. I will go and learn some ideas. And would you like for me to come back to you with some ideas on how to make the team more effective, more productive, so that you can achieve your vision? And so what we're doing is we're working with this leader to get them attached to their vision and what they want to accomplish more than the way they've always led. You see that connection? And so now you come back to them and you say, hey, I've read some things. And one of the things that's very consistent is that if we can get everybody on the team pulling together to make this happen, we'll get there faster. What do you think about that? Well, the T-Rex leader is probably going to say, yes, that's true. And then you ask, would it be okay if I learned some ways to bring the team together? And all of a sudden, their plan is now taking root. And now you can come back and say, I've learned that in leadership, if we ask people questions, they're more likely to follow through and take initiative. What do you think? And sometimes they'll be like, no, that's not the way we do it here. Or you can even say, well, here's a great book that I read. You should read Tom Ziglar's 10 Leadership Virtues for Disruptive Times. Or any book. But you see the point there? It can be very difficult. But the way we get anyone to move, whether they report to us or whether we report to them, is we've got to elevate the intention up to the big vision and mission, what they really want. If a leader of any level knows that you want to help them achieve their vision, they're going to listen to you differently. Okay? That's a hard one, but I'm telling you, that's the way we teach it. Okay?
Yes.
Is it
Thank
good?
you. We have more than 80 questions.
So
Yeah.
pick only the easy ones. Only the easy ones.
I don't think we have the easiest question here for you.
Okay.
So the next question is, as the team leader of ourselves, we have to put the very tough targets to the staff, which will motivate them a lot, especially in this situation when the economy is down. How to inspire staff to overcome the circumstance?
Ha. So what I heard is last year we sold this, and the economy is down, and this year we're telling them we got to sell this. Is that what I heard? Yes. Okay. So it's a more difficult sales climate, and the target is harder to reach. In my experience, top performers will reach almost any target you put in front of them. So a lot of times, it's not that it's out of reach, it's that they believe that it's out of reach. And this is where it's so important that we focus on their growth. So let's look at the attitude, effort, and skill model. Okay, this is a great way to, as a coach leader, to work with your team. So you say to them, you bring them together and you say, wow, your quota, your target is very high. So what attitude can you develop that's going to give you the best chance of hitting that? And you let them tell you. And so they write down the things. Okay, what effort, how many calls are you going to have to make? What are you going to have to do in order to hit that? And then what skills do you need to improve in order to hit that? And so again, we're instead of looking at that top target, we're now focused on things we can control. I can't control what people buy, but I can control my attitude. I can't control what people buy, but I can control my effort, my calling. I can't control how many sales I make, but I can control the skills in which I do every one of those calls. So in the States, we were working with the company, and when COVID hit, their business went through the roof. They really made a lot of money. COVID helped them a lot. And so they were selling here, and they had 78 stores, okay? It's a big company. And then their sales went here, and then about a year and a half in, their sales went to here. You see that? It fell. And they were like, why did our sales fall below what it was before COVID started? It's not worse, but our sales are below. This is what they did wrong. When sales were really good, all they focused on was results. Because no matter whether the results are fantastic or the results are not so good, we can always be better. We can always improve our attitude. We can always improve our effort. We can always improve our skill. So when sales were going really good, the leadership should have been saying, wow, we've got 10 new customers. What else can we sell them? What else can we learn? How else can we serve and support them? Can we get referrals from them? But they were so busy taking orders, they forgot the foundation. And then now the dry season comes and sales are down, and they're starting from behind. And so when we talk about motivating a sales team that's got a very tough objective, we always focus in on what we can control. And so we recognize our people for what they can control. We recognize their attitude, effort, and skill. When you do that over time, the results will come. It's just a law of nature, right? When we do all the right things in the right way, we have the right skills, somebody's going to get the business. It might as well be us. Now, when you attach to that the personal motivator of their why and the company mission, then that gives you an advantage over your competition. So as leaders, the way we continue to demotivate people is we constantly hammer the lack of results, when what we should be doing is encouraging the things that get results, the attitude, the effort, and the skill.
Can we move?
Yes. Is that good? Okay.
Thank you for your answer. The next question, how can I mentor my subordinate to trust me when I'm not an expert in that field? And sometimes that person is the expertise in that field.
Okay, so let's talk about trust. There's 5 elements to trust. And so element number 1 to trust is understanding. I trust people who understand me. Right? The more somebody understands me, the more I trust them. So what's the number 1 skill of a coach leader? Intentional coaching conversations. And what do we do in that conversation? We ask questions to find out who that person is, what they want, why they want it. So if I believe they understand me, my trust goes up. The number 2 reason that I trust somebody is motive. Is their motive for me, or is their motive for their own self-image? Their own self-interest. So what do I mean by that? How many of you have ever felt like you were manipulated by someone? Like they wanted you to do something for their benefit, not yours. We don't trust those people. But as a coach leader, I go in and my motive is to help you get your dream and your goal. So if I trust you because you want the best for me, that's number 2. Number 3 is ability. I trust people with a lot of ability. So when you have somebody on your team who has more expertise in an area, you know it and they know it, then don't try to act like you have more expertise in that area. Stick to your lane of your ability. And this is interesting because leaders, a great leader, everybody on their team should be better at something than that leader is. That's the truth. There should be, every person on my team should do something better than I do. And so what I do is when somebody says, what's your ability in this? And you say, I don't have experience in that, then you've got to know who does. But I know so-and-so, and I can connect you, they can help. And so where we lose trust is when people try to do something outside of their abilities, outside of their experience. And then quickly we know we can't count on them. The fourth key to trust is character. It's the virtues. If I know I can count on your word and you're walking out the virtues, I trust you. And the fifth is track record. And so when you're working with your people and you have this weekly accountability conversation with them and you're pointing out how much they grow and what they've learned and how they've advanced, what you're doing is you're creating a track record for them. And when we look back and we see how much progress we've made, then we create confidence. Well, as a leader, when they look at how consistent you are in the decisions that you make, that's a track record. They know they can count on you to speak the truth to them in love, right? That's what we do. We speak the truth in love. We want the best for them. So that's how you build trust. And by the way, those 5 steps are out of the book Trust by Dr. Henry Cloud. Okay, so this is a world-renowned psychologist who has studied trust. But those are the 5 ways that you build trust. Guess what? It's exactly the same process as the intentional coach leadership conversation. We understand them, we find out their why, we're doing it for them, and then we raise their performance, that's the ability, and then we live everything in character, because without character, I can't really trust you, right? Trust is the byproduct of integrity, and then track record. So over time, we build that. Okay?
Thank you for your answer. The next question, if you are a CEO, you're already a CEO, is it hard to balance between outcome-driven and people-centricity? So as the leader in the disruptive time, how could you think coaching leader could have to drive business performance while still cultivating a healthy and people-focused culture?
So the brain, and I'm just going to give you some psychology and some stats here. How many of you have ever worked out your muscles a lot? Like you work out so do you work out your muscles every single day to failure? Does anybody do that? No, because your muscles need time to restore, right? They need rest, and when you break the muscle down and then you give it rest, the muscle fiber comes back stronger. Our brain is the same way. When we work every single day, 10, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, what we're doing is we're not allowing our brain to restore. As human beings, our superpower is our creativity. It's our ability to step back from the situation, look at the problem from a new perspective, and then figure out a new way to do it. If we are not having a balanced life, we are robbing that individual of their superpower, of their ability to be creative. And so it's important for leaders, especially in my generation where it's work, right? The more you work, the bigger the badge of honor. And then I realized at some point, if I wasn't giving my brain time to rest, I couldn't create something innovative and new. And so as we move into the next 10 years with artificial intelligence, the way we're going to win is by having people's brains fully alive, able to be creative. And so what does this mean? It means that when we prioritize our family and our health and the balanced life, our brain is actually going to be more effective and more productive than it was. There's a lot of studies coming out of Europe where they're taking a 40-hour work week, Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day, and they're shortening it to 32 hours. 40 hours a week, okay? 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And they're shortening the week to 32 hours, but they're paying them for 40 hours. They're coming into the office, they're working hard, and what they're discovering is performance and productivity is going up. They're getting more done in those 32 hours than they were in the 40. Why? Because balanced life and the brain is operating at a higher level. So that's kind of the motivation by why we want a balanced life. And I can give you a ton more statistics on it. But we can all, does anybody here watch TV? We all do, right? We all listen, we do social media. There's all choices we can make in our own life that it's not helping us grow and be better. We can take time away from that and moving into things that make us better. Having a meal with our family, taking more time to exercise, getting up a little earlier to plan the day, right? All of these things can create balanced life. It's where we're gonna pull that time from.
Thank you again for your answer. And we move to the next question. How to link coaching skill with cultural dimensions and situational leadership style to have the effective one. Providing the culture is high on power distance, the hard coaches with gap generations like baby boomers and Gen Z.
Would you say that again?
How to link coaching skill with cultural dimensions and situational leadership.
Ooh. I think this is pulled right out of an academic.
Yeah. It's a hard one.
A very smart person wrote this one. Okay, so in our coaching process, when we work with coach leaders, one of the things that we do is we do a DISC personality profile, a leadership assessment on every leader and all of the people that report to that leader. And what we're really trying to find out is their personality style. Are they, in DISC, D stands for dominant, they're a driver, they're bottom line, they want to get things done. This is a natural style for leadership. If it goes too far, it becomes a T-Rex very quickly. The I style is an influencer. They're very charismatic. They can have great conversations. They can lead from the front of the room. An S style is very steady. They're very relational. The last thing an S wants to, I'm an S, by the way. The last thing that I want to do is to have a confrontation with you. I don't like confrontation. I care about you as a person. And then there's the C style, which is, it's like an analytical. It's like an accountant. Somebody who likes all the details. They want the 27-point checklist to do everything. And so all of these styles go into leadership. So here's the key. When you take on the idea that I want to become a coach leader, you first discover what style you are. And then your responsibility is to now learn the style of the people on your team. And then as the coach leader, you go and communicate to your people in the style that they want to be communicated to. And so when I see in here with cultural dimensions and situational leadership styles, providing the culture is high on power distance, masculinity. And so if it's a very masculine leadership culture, if that culture itself doesn't recognize the way people like to be communicated to, what makes them feel included, it's a very difficult situation. So we go back to the virtues, and remember, I spent the most time on all of them of humility, right? And so if I look at this and I go, oh, I could be considered a masculine, hierarchical, power position, but I want the best for my company. So what's more important, that I get my way or that the company is successful? And that is a very humbling question to answer for yourself. And so if anybody is in a leadership role where you're in one of those positions, the default is what's best for the business? What's best for our customer? So let's talk, here, I'll give you this. And so let's talk about the way companies get valued, okay? So in the United States, or anywhere where there's a publicly traded company, the value of that company is the stock price, right? That's the value of that company. Well, where does the stock price come from? Generally, it comes from the revenue of the business. Okay, the more revenue growth we have as a business, the better the valuation of the company. Now, there's tricks that we can do to short-term change it, but revenue is what creates the value in a company. So where does revenue come from? Revenue comes from customer engagement. When you have a brand that your customer sees value in, like a big brand like an Apple, right? People are loyal to that brand. They want to be seen with Apple. Well, that loyalty, that customer engagement drives revenue. So the question is, where does customer engagement come from? It comes from employee engagement, because employees across the board communicate to customers how excited they are about their business, right? How much they believe in their mission, how much they love working there, all of these different things. So, where does employee engagement come from? It comes from coach leadership. And so if you have a positional, hierarchical, old school, top-down T-Rex type of style, the question I ask that person is, do you want to increase the value of your company? And if the answer is yes, then that means you've got to increase revenue. Well, how do we increase revenue? Well, we've got to have a customer engagement. They've got to be loyal to us. They've got to keep coming back. Well, how do we get customer engagement? Employee engagement. Our whole organization needs to be sold out for this business. Where does that come from? Coach leadership. And so once people start to understand that their style of leadership hurts the value of the company, then the change can happen. So that's why I love the coach leadership as the answer, because it solves that problem, because it creates engagement from everybody on the team. So that's probably not quite the academic answer you want, but I think that's the practical answer. And a lot of companies are led very successfully by a very domineering leader for a long time. But what's the legacy of that business? How do you transfer that business to the next generation and the next generation and the next generation? That's where I think the challenge comes.
So we have one more question. What is the starting point should a leader focus to get to be a coaching leader? What is the practical action to start? And what are measurable criteria to identify a qualified coach leader? We have 3 questions in one.
3 questions in one. It's the bonus question. Okay, so when I finish today, in about a few minutes, I tell the story of how to catch a unicorn. Do y'all have unicorns in Vietnam? Do y'all know what a unicorn is? It's a mythical creature. Everybody wants a unicorn, right? It's magical, it's mythical, it's everything. And so, what is the starting point a leader should focus on to becoming a coach leader? So the answer to that is you need to know how to catch a unicorn. And I'm going to share that with you at the end, okay? So I'm putting the answer to that one off a few minutes. What is a practical action to start? Oh, well, it's how you catch unicorns. So I will answer that at the end. And what are measurable criteria to identify a qualified coach leader? So I will answer that. When you study the greatest leaders in history, the ones that history would say had the biggest impact in their leadership, they have all different personality types. They have all different experiences, all different backgrounds. Some of them are very dominating, they're the high D, the bottom line. Others are, they're quiet and soft-spoken, but they have a very detailed, clear message of what we do next. And then others are relational, right? And so what is the one thing that the top leaders in history have in common, even though they come from all of these different types? Here it is. They all recognized their blind spots. They knew what they were not good at. And so they brought people in to work with them who were expert in their blind spot. They cultivated a relationship with someone on trust, and they let them do their job. They said, you're the expert on this. I trust you to do it. Here is the vision. Here's the end outcome that we want. I trust you to make that happen. And so the way we know somebody is a measurable coach leader is their people are rising up very quickly in their areas, and they're suddenly becoming coach leaders themselves. Coach leaders replicate. So imagine this. You are working with somebody on your team, and you're coaching them through the 5-step intentional coaching conversation, and every week you meet with them and you start to see them grow, right? They start to grow, they start to have more success, and after a year, all of a sudden, they say, you know what? I want to be a leader. And the person on your team who you've coached, you're like, yes, you are a leader. And then they say, how do I lead my people? If I'm going to be a leader, how do I do it? And then you smile and you look at them and you say, you know those conversations we had every week? That's how you lead your people. And so the whole coaching, the intentional coaching, that's a leadership model that replicates, right? It grows. That's it.
Yes. You know that we have more than 80 questions
Yes.
waiting for you, but we cannot answer on to this question. So we will collect this question to create other workshop for audience here. Before we end this Q&A section, do you have any sharing for audience here?
Yes. I'm going to stand up if that's okay.
Yes.
Well, wait, no, I kind of like this. So I want to wrap up today. I want to kind of give you like a vision of what we just went through, to kind of pull it all together. The number one lesson that I learned from my father is to choose the input we put into our mind. The saying that I like is, what you feed your mind determines your appetite. And this is true both literally and figuratively. They've actually done a study on kale. Kale is a vegetable. Most people do not like kale. It has a little bit of bitterness to it. But kale is also very healthy. It's good for you. It has a high density of nutritional value. And so they took people and they had them do an affirmation 100 times a day. The affirmation was, I love kale. I love kale. Kale, kale, kale. I love to eat kale. Kale is what I love to eat. They said this affirmation 100 times a day. Within 3 weeks, these people were craving kale. So I want you to think of your brain this way. Your brain is like a racehorse. Your mind is the jockey that controls the racehorse. So your brain is going to be very reactive to what goes on in the environment, right? So fear and doubt and all these things that happen, that's your brain. But our mind can take control of it. We can rein that racehorse in. We can say, no, success is on the other side of fear. The people who have the greatest impact move forward even though they're unsure. Courage comes into play. And so we control our input. And so when you decide, I want to be a coach leader, the first thing you can do is, what can I read and listen to, and who do I know who is already a coach leader, and how can I put that into my mind as much as possible? And so mindset is the key. And we control our mindset by controlling what we put into our mind. And what we put into our mind also means that we reject things that are not good for us. So does anybody know the most powerful story in the world? The most powerful story in the world is the story you tell yourself. So in mindset, as we embrace disruption, the story you tell yourself is going to have more impact than almost anything you do. Here's an example. There is a medication called Ambien. Ambien is a sleep medication. Has anybody heard of Ambien? It's very common in the U.S. A lot of people cannot sleep, and so they take this medication. I was down in Houston, and I call on a company, and I walk in, and the VP of sales, his arm was in a sling. I said, what happened to your arm? He said, well, I took an Ambien before I went to bed to help me sleep, and then I forgot that I took the Ambien, so I took another Ambien. And in the middle of the night, he slept-walked into his swimming pool, which was empty. So he fell 5 feet into an empty pool, and he broke his shoulder. And so here's the interesting thing about Ambien. When they do the study, Ambien only gives you 17 more minutes of sleep in the whole night. And it has a lot of side effects. Sleepwalking, sleep eating, cooking in the middle of the night, mowing the yard, doing yard work at 2 o'clock in the morning. You go back to bed and you wake up and everything's dirty. You don't even remember it. That's the side effect of Ambien. So why would they prescribe Ambien if it has all those side effects and it only gives you 17 minutes of sleep? Because its number one property is it's an amnesiac. You wake up in the morning, you took the Ambien at 8 o'clock last night. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything. And you think, I slept 11 hours. This is incredible. And then you go into the kitchen, and it looks like Top Chef was in your kitchen all night long. You were up all night cooking. So Ambien is an amnesiac. So when you wake up in the morning, you tell yourself, I slept 11 hours. And so your body acts as if you slept 11 hours. So the story you tell yourself. And so when we look at disruption, I heard from many of you, fear is a big issue in our business, right? If the story you tell yourself is, this is going to be bad, and people aren't going to do this, and what's going to happen if this goes on, if that's the story that you tell yourself, That's what's going to replicate, right? So input, our mindset, that's the first part. Embrace the disruption. Pray for rain. Now, when I say pray for rain, like Tom Watson, it doesn't mean that I want bad things to happen to other people. That's not what I want. What I mean is, hey, when it's tough out there, then that gives me an opportunity to make a difference and pour into the lives of other people. So that's the idea of it. So I embrace the disruption. The second piece today was the 10 virtues. We covered 4. And in your workbook, there's actually a link that will go to Ziegler, and will give you the resource page where you can get the other 6 virtues. I've did videos on all 6 of those. So the middle part and the most important part is we demonstrate and we walk out the 10 virtues. We covered 4 of them. And I'm going to talk more on that in a second. The third piece is my father said this: never give a promise without a plan. Never give a promise without a plan. And so if somebody on your team says, yes, I do want to improve, I want to be considered for a promotion, I want to advance in my career, and you say, I'm with you, I'm going to help you, I'm going to do whatever I can, that's a promise, right? The plan is the intentional coaching conversation. Here's how we're going to do it. So it's one thing to motivate somebody and get them excited. That's what you have to do. But we also need to give them the plan, that personal and professional development plan, which we call the intentional coaching conversation. And so here's the last story. Okay, I'm gonna stand up for this and close with this.
You just take a seat because it's my turn. It's my turn to ask a question. Quick question for you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the wonderful time you gave for us today. So I have a quick question for you, just my curious. I know that you are a famous international motivational speaker, so you have a busy plan. You work in many countries. This is the first time you work in Vietnam. So who sent you an invitation?
Mr. Trong.
Who?
Right
Mr.
there.
Trong.
Yes.
So what is the main point to convince you to become a speaker today?
We got on a Zoom call, and all of a sudden, I started hearing all of my father's quotes. He is a student of the Zig Ziglar philosophy. And even this morning, when we're talking about the books and the different things, his heart is overflowing with this philosophy. And it's a philosophy of generosity. It's a philosophy of helping other people. And that's what I do. And my greatest blessing when I travel is I get to spend time with family I've never met, right? Because we're connected by this philosophy of wanting the best from other people. And so when he said, would you consider coming here? Did I hesitate? No. I said, let me figure out how to make that happen. And so I was able to arrange my schedule and arrange something in Australia at the same time. And so it's just a blessing and an honor to be here. That's why we're here today. And I'm so grateful for your invitation and your hospitality. Your whole team has been incredible to me. We've had so many conversations, and they have poured into this and gone the extra mile.
So thank you so much. I would want to say thank you, Mr. Zhang, to give a big effort for this workshop today. So can you come to the stage? Can you, Mr. Zhang, come to the stage right now? I would want to hear from you. This is an interesting story, how you convinced Mr. Tom Ziegler to come here.
What's up? Okay.
Cái lý do mà tôi mời anh Tom Ziegler qua đây đó là bởi vì cách đây 15 năm, năm 2008, khi mà tôi bắt đầu vào VietnamWorks thì Hôm đó tôi có thấy một cái tổ chức mời một cái khóa học, mà khóa học đó dạy về cái quy trình tư vấn chuyên nghiệp. Cái quy trình đó là cái chữ trust, mà tôi thích ngay từ đầu là khi mình bán hàng đó, nhiều người ta hay nói mình bán hàng hay dùng xảo ngôn, hay là hay thao túng cái người khách hàng. Nhưng mà khi tôi nhìn thấy cái chữ trust, tự nhiên tôi cảm thấy tôi rất là buy in cái đó. Thì tôi mới thấy xem coi là ai dạy cái này. Thì lúc đó ông 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬, khi ông ấy lớn tuổi lắm rồi, ông ấy không có sang Việt Nam, nhưng mà ông ấy cử một cái người gọi là đại đệ tử, tức là master trainer, tên ông ấy là Bob Alexander. Thì khi ông ấy sang Việt Nam thì tôi muốn học cái quy trình đó. Thì khi tôi học cái quy trình đó thì tôi thích vô cùng, và tôi nguyện rằng là tôi sẽ mang cái đó vào VietnamWorks. Và cho đến bây giờ thì cái quy trình đó, suốt 15 năm qua tôi ở VietnamWorks, thì cái quy trình đó nó được dùng để mà tư vấn cho khách hàng. Và bắt đầu tôi mới tìm hiểu về 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬, thì tôi đọc cái quyển đầu tiên là See You at the Top. Cái quyển đó là được nhà xuất bản First New Chí Việt đó dịch ra. Thì trong đó có một cái câu mà trong rất nhiều cái câu code của 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬, thì tôi thích nhất cái câu là bạn có thể có được tất cả mọi thứ bạn muốn nếu như bạn giúp đủ người khác đạt được những gì họ muốn. Và tôi đem cái đó vào cái philosophy của cái VietnamWorks, và tôi nói với tất cả các bạn là tư vấn. Tôi nói là đương nhiên các em vào đây, điều quan trọng nhất đó là các em muốn kiếm tiền. Nhưng mà nhớ một điều, quy tắc nhân quả là em có thể có được tất cả mọi thứ em muốn nếu như em giúp đủ khách hàng đạt được những gì họ muốn. Và nếu một ngày nào đó em không đạt được điều em mong muốn, có nghĩa là em chưa giúp đủ khách hàng đạt được những gì họ muốn. Và 2 năm sau, năm 2010, tôi mua thêm một căn nhà thứ hai. Thì khi tôi mua căn nhà thứ hai đó thì tôi trang trí trong căn nhà đó, thì nó có một cái cột, tôi cho cái phòng làm việc thì có cái cột ở ngoài phòng khách, thì tôi thuê một cái em kiến trúc sư đó. Em ấy ghi một cái câu trong cái cột ở phòng khách của tôi đó, đó là bạn có thể có được tất cả mọi thứ bạn muốn nếu như bạn giúp đủ người khác đạt được những gì họ muốn. Và cứ mỗi lần như vậy, cuối tuần đó tôi ngồi tôi học và tôi đọc sách và tôi làm việc, thì tôi cứ thỉnh thoảng tôi cứ nhìn vào đó. Bởi vì con người mà, đôi lúc có những lúc mà mình bị đau. Đôi lúc tôi cũng tự hỏi tại sao mình chưa đạt được những gì mình muốn. Thì tôi lại từ trong cái phòng làm việc đó, tôi lại nhìn ra cái cột, tôi lại thấy rằng là bạn có thể có được tất cả mọi thứ bạn muốn nếu như bạn giúp đủ người khác đạt được những gì họ muốn. Thì cái câu đó nó truyền cảm hứng cho tôi là thay vì tôi than phiền, tôi đổ lỗi, tôi đổ thừa, thì tôi tự nói với tôi rằng là tại vì tôi chưa giúp đủ người khác đạt được những gì họ muốn. Và chính cái điều đó khiến tôi ở lại VietnamWorks 15 năm, là bởi vì tôi muốn giúp tất cả những cái người mà tôi đã từng làm việc đạt được những gì họ muốn. Và đến bây giờ thì rất là nhiều thế hệ, tôi vào 15 năm rồi thì các em vẫn còn lúc chưa có gia đình, thì bây giờ đã đến có người có tới 3 đứa con rồi. Và các bạn ấy đi ra ngoài và tôi thấy các bạn ấy là không chỉ thành công mà các bạn ấy thành nhân. Cho nên đương nhiên thì năm 2012 thì ông 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬 qua đời. Thì lúc đó tôi biết về công ty 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬, nhưng tôi không biết Tom 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬. Tôi biết ông ấy là con của 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬, nhưng tôi không biết nhân cách ông thế nào. Cho nên là tôi theo dõi ông và tôi đọc 2 quyển sách của ông. Quyển sách thứ nhất đó là Choose to Win vào năm 2019. Quyển sách thứ hai đó là cái quyển sách mà ông vừa mới nói, đó là 10 Leadership Virtue for Disruptive Time. Thì năm 2021 tôi đọc cái quyển sách đó. Sau khi tôi đọc hai cái quyển sách đó thì tôi mới thấy rằng là mặc dù ông 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬 ông qua đời rồi, nhưng mà tất cả cái gì ông để lại đó là cái legacy á, cái di sản ông để lại nằm hết tất cả những gì trong cái người con trai của ông là Tom 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬. Cái điều thứ hai nữa là tôi quý ông là bởi vì cứ mỗi lần mà ông là CEO của 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬, nhưng mà cứ mỗi lần ông gửi một cái email ra, hay mỗi lần ông một cái gì đó, thì ở dưới ông ghi một cái câu là a proud son of 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬. Tôi chưa thấy có một cái người nào mà khi ba mình mất rồi, mình cứ mỗi lần mình gửi một cái email mình cứ nói là một người con đầy kiêu hãnh, đầy tự hào về người cha của mình. Tôi chưa bao giờ thấy một cái người như vậy. Cho nên tôi rất là tò mò. Và khi tôi đọc 2 quyển sách của ông thì tôi mới thấy rằng là tất cả những cái đức tính, tất cả những cái legacy, cái di sản của 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬 đều nằm trong Tom 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬. Và tôi quyết định tôi điện cho Tom 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬. Và đương nhiên cái điều đầu tiên mà tôi thuyết phục Tom 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬 là tôi nói là tôi đang nói chuyện với ông, nhưng mà tôi nhìn ra cái cột ở cái phòng khách đó, suốt 15 năm nay cái câu này nó truyền cảm hứng cho tôi. Và tôi đọc cái câu mà của 𝐕𝐤𝐬𝐬 in trên cái cột nhà tôi, đó là bạn có thể có được tất cả mọi thứ bạn muốn nếu như bạn giúp đủ người khác đạt được những gì họ muốn. Và đó là lý do mà tôi thuyết phục Tom sang Việt Nam.
Thank you. Wow.
Ngày hôm nay á, thì riêng Hồng Loan thì có quan sát anh Trọng rất là nhiều, anh Trọng ghi chép chăm chú lắm. Thì em thấy anh take note liên tục luôn. Thì anh có thể chia sẻ một chút cảm nhận khi mà anh theo dõi xuyên suốt chương trình từ section buổi sáng cho đến bây giờ được không ạ?
Nếu các bạn cho tôi 10 phút tôi chia sẻ.
Được không mọi người? Có thể cho một tràng pháo tay cho anh Trọng được không ạ?
Đầu tiên thì nếu các bạn muốn hiểu được Tom Ziegler, tôi đề nghị các bạn đọc 2 cái quyển sách đó đi. Cái quyển Choose to Win với lại cái quyển mà này. Nhưng mà tôi chỉ tóm tắt là những gì tôi học ngày hôm nay thôi. Ở slide số 4, ở trang số 4, tôi chỉ lấy cái đó ra để tôi nói hết tất cả cái linh hồn của cái nội dung của cái cuộc họp ngày hôm nay. Trong cái slide số 4 nó có cái business map, ghi là cái chữ business map. Bởi vì Tom nói một câu như thế nào? Cái thách thức lớn nhất đối với tất cả các doanh nghiệp ngày nay đó là 3 chữ: làm cách nào attract, tức là thu hút; làm cách nào develop, phát triển; làm cách nào keep hoặc là retain. Nhưng mà không phải retain những cái poor performer, nhưng mà retain cái top performer. Như vậy thì có 3 cái điều quan trọng nhất của tất cả một cái doanh nghiệp, đó là làm cách nào. Cái thách thức lớn nhất không chỉ của doanh nghiệp bên Mỹ mà doanh nghiệp toàn cầu, đó là làm cách nào thu hút, làm cách nào phát triển và làm cách nào giữ chân được. Có thể mình dịch là những người dẫn đầu hoặc là những cộng sự xuất sắc. Tôi vẫn thích dùng cái từ cộng sự xuất sắc hơn, bởi vì họ là trong công ty thì đó là có trật tự, có sếp, có nhân viên, nhưng mà ra ngoài đời thì họ là cộng sự của mình. Thế thì đi vô cái chữ A đầu tiên, thế là làm cách nào attract. Thì trong cái map đó thì Tom Ziegler có vẽ ra cái vòng tròn ở đây, có 3 chữ V. Mình hay nói một câu, ông bà mình hay nói một câu là ngu tầm ngu, mã tầm mã. Mình xấu thì mình hút người xấu, mình tốt mình hút người tốt. Mình đâu có hút cái người poor performer, mình hút cái top performer. Vậy thì cái V đầu tiên đó là cái chữ vision. Khi mà đến với nhau đó là vì cái tầm nhìn. Càng vị trí càng cao đó là càng có cái tầm nhìn. Có thể 2 con người này tính cách khác nhau, không sao hết. Họ làm việc chung với nhau là bởi vì là họ sống chết vì cái vision đó. Cho nên một ai đó nếu mà nói với tôi là tôi sống chết vì công ty thì tôi không có tin. Và tôi cũng không sống chết vì VietnamWorks. Tôi sống chết vì cái vision mà VietnamWorks tạo ra. Và ngày nào còn cái vision đó tôi sống chết với điều đó. Vậy thì sống chết vì cái vision. Vậy thì tôi muốn đầu quân cho một công ty, tôi muốn xem coi cái tầm nhìn của công ty đó như thế nào. Cho nên khi cái ngày mà tôi rời Prudential, tôi đến với lại VietnamWorks, thì tôi thấy cái vision đó là we help people achieve their dream. Và tôi gặp cái người founder, tôi hỏi là thế ông giúp người ta đạt được giấc mơ bằng cách nào? Và chính cái vision đó thuyết phục tôi rời Prudential qua VietnamWorks. Cái chữ V thứ hai đó là cái value. Hay nói cách khác là cái virtue đó. Vậy thì người đó hút tôi bằng cách nào? Thì tôi phải xem nhân cách người đó. Bởi vì ở đời này đó, thành công không có khó đâu. Nhưng mà cái khó nhất đó là thành nhân. Thế tôi muốn biết cái người mà tôi làm việc với họ, tư cách họ như thế nào, phẩm chất họ thế nào, đức tính họ thế nào, họ có cái gì đó hút tôi không? Cũng như là Ziegler có một cái nhân cách cực kỳ tốt, cho nên mới hút tôi 15 năm qua và hút tôi đến bây giờ để tôi tìm được Tom Ziegler để mời qua đây để mà truyền bá cái philosophy của Ziegler. Vậy thì đó là cái từ chữ đây thứ hai, đó là cái virtue. Và cái thứ ba là value. Value đó là cái giá trị, mà cái giá trị của con người đó thì thể hiện qua cái hành vi của con người đó. Hay nói cách khác trong leadership đó là live by example. Nếu như anh nói cái điều đó, tôi chưa tin anh đâu, nhưng mà tôi sẽ xem coi cái hành vi của anh đó nó có đúng với những cái mà giá trị anh theo đuổi không. Cho nên tôi chia sẻ với một số khách hàng đó, khi bạn tuyển những người director hoặc là C-level, thôi bây giờ cái chuyện CV, achievement, tất cả mọi thứ bỏ qua một bên đi, thì bạn chỉ hỏi họ một câu như thế này: trong suốt 20 năm anh làm việc, đâu là cái giá trị mà anh theo đuổi, và với cái giá trị đó anh không bao giờ thỏa hiệp dù công ty đuổi anh. Khi tôi hiểu được cái người đó, khi họ nói với tôi cái đó, tôi hiểu xem coi là người đó và tôi có cái value giống nhau không. Đương nhiên trong quá trình tôi vào làm, tôi còn phải quan sát xem cái hành vi của cái người đó nó có phù hợp với cái value của người đó theo đuổi hay không. Thì đó là ba cái chữ V mà giúp thu hút cái người top performer. Bây giờ qua cái chữ develop, thế thì làm cách nào phát triển họ đây? Thì nội dung chính của ngày hôm nay chính là và cũng là cái quyển sách của Tom, đó là develop họ thông qua 5 bước trong cái việc mà coaching cái người top performer. Nhưng mà trong cái thuyết động viên mình có nói một câu như thế này nè. Cái linh hồn của thuyết động viên là mình trước khi mình develop con người mình phải hiểu được chúng ta không thể nào bắt một con ngựa phải uống nước. Nhưng mà chúng ta có thể khiến con ngựa khát nước. Chúng ta không phải develop họ theo cái ý của mình, mà chúng ta phải develop họ dựa vào cái tâm tư, nguyện vọng, tình cảm, khát vọng của họ. Giống như là Tom có nói đó là cái goals và cái là cái grow. Và hay nói cách khác, nói một cái câu hay hơn đó là chữ why. Thế thì vì sao họ lại muốn đạt được cái điều họ muốn? Chỉ có khi mình discover được cái chữ why, mà cái bước số 2 đó nằm trong 5 cái bước coaching đó, thì cái discover your why, thì chính cái why đó mới khiến cho con ngựa khát nước, mới khiến cho con người ta sống chết vì cái điều đó, chứ không phải người ta sống chết vì công ty, cũng không phải sống chết vì mình. Người lãnh đạo nào nói rằng là khi tôi đi thì nhân viên tôi sẽ đi theo, thì cái câu nói đó là sai lầm. Bởi vì nếu mình đi người ta đi theo có nghĩa là công ty đó chẳng có gì để hút họ đó, mà là gì? Mà là người ta sống chết vì cái vision, người ta sống chết vì cái chữ why bên trong của họ. Thì đó là muốn mình làm được cái điều đó trước. Nhưng mà mình lại tiếp tục hiểu một điều nữa, rằng là có những người có động lực rất là lớn nhưng người ta không hoàn tất được công việc tốt, bởi vì họ vẫn còn thiếu một chữ. Vì có những người có động lực nhưng lại thiếu năng lực. Có những người có thiếu năng lực, có năng lực đầy đủ nhưng lại họ không muốn làm. Cho nên động lực trả lời cho câu hỏi là có muốn làm hay không. Còn năng lực trả lời cho câu hỏi là bạn có khả năng làm điều đó hay không. Vậy thì khi mà mình discover the why đó, khi mình hiểu được cái tâm tư, nguyện vọng, tình cảm của họ rồi đó, thì mình hiểu được cái đó thì bắt đầu mới qua cái chữ ability. Đó là ok, bây giờ tôi có cái khát khao, tôi có cái tâm tư, tôi có nguyện vọng như vậy, bây giờ ông có thể giúp tôi cùng nhau phát triển không? Cho nên trong cái 5 cái bước coaching của Tom Ziegler thì ông ấy có nói đấy. Thì cái chuyện ability chỗ nào? Ability chính là cái công thức hay nhất là ở bước số 3 trong 5 cái bước coaching, đó là performance opportunity đó. Tức là cái hay nhất đó là cái công thức hay nhất của ông ấy đó là cái công thức là chữ A là attitude, và chữ E là effort, và chữ S chính là skill. Đấy, cái skill đó mình cung cấp cho họ khả năng. Cái chữ effort đó mình nói cho họ biết rằng là gì? Không có con đường tắt để đến thành công. Tất cả mọi thứ. Thành công chân chính thì phải bằng mồ hôi và nước mắt. Mà mồ hôi nước mắt thì bằng cái gì? Bằng cái chữ E đó, bằng cái effort. Bạn không có thể nào mà ngồi chơi mà bạn đạt được kết quả tốt. Bạn phải nỗ lực ra. Bạn phải là short term pain và long term gain. Bạn phải chịu hy sinh, no pain no gain. Bạn phải chịu work hard trước rồi bạn mới work smart sau. Đừng có tìm cái con đường nào ngắn nhất để thành công. Không có con đường nào ngắn nhất để thành công. Chỉ có cái con đường là gì? Là làm việc thực sự cật lực. Nhưng mà làm việc cật lực đó là effort. Nhưng phải có cái attitude. Bởi vì trong cái công thức của Tom đó, 1 nhân 1 nhân 1, 3 nhân 3 nhân 3. Nhưng mà cho dù cái skill của bạn là xuất sắc, cho dù cái effort của bạn xuất sắc, nhưng mà attitude của bạn là âm, thì công thức đó dục đi. Có nghĩa là gì? Người đó không còn muốn làm gì, mặc dù khả năng rất cao. Nhưng mình sẽ thấy trong công ty có những người cực kỳ giỏi, nhưng mà họ không muốn làm. Bởi vì cái attitude họ không có. Nên đó là cái develop họ. Và cái hay của trong cái quyển sách của Tom có nói là cái wheel of life. Bởi vì đó, là sau cái Covid, ông có đề cập đó, là trước Covid thì người ta quan tâm tới cái career nhiều. Nhưng mà sau Covid đó, tất cả mọi người trên thế giới người ta không còn đặt nặng số 1 là career nữa, mà người ta quan tâm tới cái the quality of life, chẳng hạn như là hybrid workforce, remote workforce, hay là gì? Hay là cái tinh thần. Cho nên là cái quality of life, ông có ghi là bằng quality of work. Cho nên quality of life thể hiện qua gì? Qua cái bánh xe cuộc đời. Thì trong cái bánh xe cuộc đời của bạn thì đó là cái spiritual là của bạn là gì? Cái tinh thần của bạn là gì? Trí tuệ của bạn là gì? Tất cả những cái đó chỉ cần thiếu một cái, cuộc sống của bạn mất cân bằng. Cuộc sống mất cân bằng thì sao? Chất lượng cuộc sống của bạn sẽ giảm. Chất lượng cuộc sống của bạn có giảm, làm sao bạn toàn tâm toàn ý được? Cho nên là trong cái bánh xe đó, hồi nãy mình mới làm cái bài tập mình chấm điểm. Ở đây mình không phải là mình rèn luyện cả 7 lĩnh vực đó, mà mình chỉ cần tìm cái nào điểm thấp nhất để mình tìm ra nút cổ chai để mình cải thiện cái điều đó. Cho nên cái người coach ở đây không có chỉ giúp cho cái người nhân viên mình trong công việc, mà cái người coach ở đây còn có một cái tính nhân văn. Đó là không chỉ coach trong công việc, mà coach cho nhân viên mình trong cuộc sống, thể hiện qua 7 cái lĩnh vực trong cái bánh xe, cho cái bánh xe cuộc đời. Và công thức của ông cũng rất hay, có chữ E. E là không khí, bởi vì trong không khí thì có 21% oxy. Mà oxy người ta nói là gì? Oxy chính là dưỡng khí cung cấp cho con người. Họ thiếu oxy người ta không thể sống được. Vậy thì nhân viên mình không thể nào thiếu E. Mà chữ E viết tắt là gì? Chữ A là appreciation. Hãy luôn luôn cho nhân viên mình thấy rằng là gì? Mình luôn cảm kích, ngay cả những điều nhỏ nhặt nhất. Chữ I, inspiration. Hồi nãy ông có chia sẻ là gì? Trong cái cuộc họp nhóm, trong cái cuộc họp định kỳ thì đem những cái câu code, những cái story, những cái câu chuyện, tất cả những cái gì truyền cảm hứng, truyền đến cho họ, truyền lửa cho họ. Và cuối cùng chữ R là gì? R là recognition. Recognition là ghi nhận, nhưng ông có cái hay một cái chỗ là ông nói rằng được không chỉ ghi nhận cái kết quả, bởi vì bây giờ trong thời kỳ Covid như hồi nãy mình nói là có rất nhiều công ty không đạt được cái chỉ tiêu KPI. Thế bây giờ mình ghi nhận cái gì? Mình ghi nhận cái virtue, mình ghi nhận là cái phẩm chất của họ, mình ghi nhận cái tính cách của họ. Ngay cả trong giai đoạn khó khăn này, em vẫn quyết định làm một cái điều, đó là em luôn luôn trung thực. Và đó là một cái điểm rất là hay. Và anh quý em ở cái điểm đó. Và cái điểm này là điểm là em đi ra ngoài ai cũng cần em hết. Và cái chữ cuối cùng đó là làm cách nào retain. Làm cách nào mà giữ chân được sau khi phát triển họ, làm cách nào để giữ chân họ. Thì hồi nãy trong cái map ông có ghi cái câu là compensation và contribution. Thì đương nhiên nó phải fair. Tức là những gì người ta đóng góp thì mình phải ghi nhận người ta, mình tưởng thưởng người ta tương xứng với những gì người ta đóng góp. Nhưng cái đó nó nghi nhiều về cái benefit. Nhưng mà cái cách mà tốt nhất để mà giữ chân con người ta đó là chính là cái mô hình mà Zig Ziglar đẻ ra, đó là be, do và have. Be trả lời câu hỏi là who you are. Be trả lời câu hỏi là bạn muốn trở thành con người như thế nào. Và khi mình hiểu được họ, đó cái chữ discover the why đó, khi mình hiểu được họ muốn trở thành con người như thế nào thì mình mới code cho họ để họ do. Và khi họ do rồi thì họ have. Vậy thì cách giữ chân của cái người đó là giúp cho họ be, do, have. Và tôi học được Zig Ziglar từ một câu mà có thể hôm nay Tom chưa nói cái câu đó, nhưng mà hồi sáng hình như Tom có nói câu đó. Người ta mới hỏi Zig Ziglar rằng là nếu như bạn train cho họ nhiều quá rồi họ bỏ bạn ra đi thì có nên không? Thì Zig Ziglar trả lời câu rất là hay. Thà train họ tốt để họ ra đi còn hơn là giữ họ mà không có train cho họ. Nhưng cái câu đó ngày nay chính là EVP trong cái talent acquisition của mình, chính là cái employer branding value. Bởi vì nếu như mà bạn train cho họ tốt, họ đi, họ nói gì về mình? Họ nói tôi có được ngày hôm nay là bởi vì những gì tôi được train ở cái công ty cũ của tôi. Có phải chăng cái branding của mình, cái employer, cái branding của mình nó rất là tốt. Cho nên là cái retain tốt nhất đó là giúp họ be, do, have. Và câu cuối cùng, nếu như mình giúp người ta discover được chữ why, thế thì chữ why của mình là gì? Thì tôi chỉ nói một câu đó, riêng chữ why của tôi đó là tại sao tôi phải bỏ rất nhiều thời gian để mà phát triển con người? Tại sao tôi bỏ rất nhiều thời gian để coaching cho người khác? Bởi vì tôi biết rằng là tôi có thể có được tất cả mọi thứ trong cuộc đời tôi muốn, nếu tôi giúp đủ người khác đạt được những gì họ muốn. Và đó là điều cái chuyện cảm ơn cho tôi.
Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn những chia sẻ vừa rồi của anh Trọng, và xin một tràng pháo tay thật lớn nữa dành cho diễn giả của chúng ta và anh Trọng ngày hôm nay. Hồng Loan xin nhờ anh Trọng sẽ nán lại sân khấu trong giây lát để trao tặng bó hoa thay cho lời cảm ơn đến diễn giả của chúng ta ngày hôm nay. We would like to invite Mr. Tăng Trị Trọng, Chief Sales Officer of VietnamWorks, stay on the stage to give our speaker a bouquet of flowers
thank
as
you.
our sincerely thank.
Oh.
On behalf of Navigos Group, I would want to send you best wishes. Hope you have a wonderful time in Vietnam. Thank you for your support, Mr. Zig Ziglar.
Và tôi xin đại diện cho VietnamWorks và tất cả khách hàng ở đây thì cũng xin gửi lời cảm ơn đến anh Tom, vì là hôm nay anh đã dành trọn vẹn cái sự nhiệt huyết, cái sự trải nghiệm và kinh nghiệm của mình để giúp cho chúng ta có được một cái ngày rất là ý nghĩa và rất nhiều giá trị. Thì tôi đại diện cho mọi người mến chúc ông thứ nhất sức khỏe, thứ hai là nhiều niềm vui để ông có thể mang lại thêm giá trị, để ông có thể giúp đủ người khác đạt được những gì họ muốn. Và rất mong ông một ngày nào đó có thể gặp lại ông. Và xin chúc cho các bạn, các anh chị trở thành một nhà lãnh đạo khai vấn để có thể thu hút phát triển, giữ chân nhân tài, từ đó giúp cho công ty của mình có thể tăng trưởng, phát triển bền vững. Xin chân thành cảm ơn.
Thank
Lần
you.
nữa xin được cảm ơn anh
Thank
Trọng,
you so
xin được
much.
cảm ơn
Thank you.
diễn giả của tất cả chúng ta. Và để ghi nhận lại những cái khoảnh khắc đẹp ngày hôm nay khi chúng ta có một cái buổi chia sẻ rất là hữu ích, thì Hồng Loan mời anh Trọng vẫn nán lại sân khấu, mời diễn giả của chúng ta vẫn nán lại sân khấu, và mời tất cả các anh chị chúng ta có thể tiến lên sân khấu để chụp với nhau một bức ảnh lưu niệm được không ạ? Hồng Loan mời tất cả các anh chị chúng ta sẽ tiến lên sân khấu để mình sẽ đi qua khu vực bên trái của sân khấu một xíu ạ. Mình sẽ chia đều ra để cho tất cả mọi người đều có trong khung hình này. Rồi tươi lên mọi người ơi. Bên đây vẫn còn dư nhiều. Tạo dáng mọi người ơi. 1, 2, 3. Vẫy tay luôn. Ủa dạ. Thả tim anh chị ơi. Lại mọi người ơi, vừa vẫy vừa cười nha. Quá tươi luôn. Vẫy tay liên tục à, vẫn cười nha mọi người, đừng sượng nha, đừng sượng. Ráng nở nụ cười thực hành trong xuyên suốt chương trình ngày hôm nay ạ. Các anh chị nhớ là nhận giấy certificate của mình ở phía bên ngoài theo những cái like có ứng với lại chữ cái đầu tên của mình anh chị nhé. Và thay mặt cho VietnamWorks Group thì chúc cho tất cả quý anh chị chúng ta sẽ có thật nhiều sức khỏe, niềm vui, gặt hái được nhiều thành công trong tương lai. Xin kính chào và hân hạnh đón tiếp các anh chị trong những chương trình sắp tới của VietnamWorks Group.